Chapter 41, Recap. Gizhong. Mrax's eyes widened in recognition. Now he remembered the gentlewoman, who desired nothing more than a peaceful world where humans could thrive, who only wanted to spend their afternoon together looking at the glaze lilies, who fought with him and Cloud Retainer in cooking competitions, who often quarreled with the same Cloud Retainer about their inventions. "How are you here?" he asked with a shaky voice. He wasn't crying, but if someone who could see souls was near him, he could see how his sorrow was bigger than any other he had ever seen. "I got a bit of help." Gizhong wiped her tears, but they didn't stop falling. "A kind soul who wanted nothing but to help a friend." Mrax didn't reply, too emotional to articulate words. They heard the sound of wings flapping, but they were too occupied looking at each other's eyes to care. "What's wrong here?" This one heard that the conqueror of demons was asking for help. Cloud Retainer saw Gizhong's crying face, and unlike Mrax, recognized her instantly. She carefully put a stone-faced Shen on the ground and assumed her human form. Gizhong finally looked at her, still wiping her tears. "I'm back." They hugged each other, crying their hearts out. Meanwhile, Shen looked at the scene in confusion. She didn't know who this woman was, but her master seemed to miss her a lot. But who she did recognize was the kid trying to escape from a pillar that kept him on the ground. She wasn't able to feel emotions due to the ribbon her master used to calm her, but something inside told her that this was her chance to make him pay. Damn it, that reunion was emotional and all that, but also awkward as hell. "I couldn't see people crying, but I was able to see their souls, so it was even more raw." Other people saw the actions their emotions caused. If you see someone cry, you know they are sad and you may empathize with them, feeling sad yourself, but you will have no idea of how sad they were. But I could. I didn't see tears, but their own souls twisting and trembling in sadness and sorrow. And while Gizhong was emotional and sad, Mrax's soul was suffocating me in sadness. I was relieved he wasn't angry at first, but I had trouble breathing after sensing his sorrow, and it lasted for a while. So for the first time, I felt happy when I saw the big bird coming. "Looks like I will need to give Xiao a very good present. He didn't abandon me after all." He went to ask for reinforcements. But now I had the little monster looking at me with a deadpan face, but poking me in the forehead with her finger. At least I think it was her deadpan face, is all I remember her doing, except when she went on that psychotic rampage. "Stop, you unhinged sadist, and help me," I whispered at her. Now the boss was too stunned to react, but if someone pokes him he may explode. "Why?" she said in a plain voice. "If you help me I will remove your ribbons for a while." "Deal?" I honestly thought she was the lesser evil here. "No, my master told me that I shouldn't remove them," this menace replied, but her soul sparked with red and quickly went back to normal. "Okay, I will help. I didn't care about why, I only wanted to get out of here." "Okay, sure, just help me," I pleaded. She tried to lift the pillar but she couldn't based on her grunt, leaving her astonished. There was almost nothing she couldn't lift after all. "Dumbass, this is the pillar from Rex Lapis. There is no way you can lift it," I scolded her in a low voice. "What can I do then?" she asked me in her same plain voice, not minding the insult. "Dig a bit by one of my sides, that way I can have some space." I said the obvious. I feel like I didn't call anyone stupid for a while, maybe I should start doing it again. She did just that. Her fingers penetrated the ground as if it were a pudding, a scratchy sound revealing that the ground was not opposing any resistance, leaving me wide-eyed. "If Diluc can beat me, Shen could pulverize me. Only Bennett can beat her, but again, he can beat anybody." "Thank you," I whispered to Shen before running. I didn't even know where was I going, or if I would collide with something, but running away was my last chance. "Master, he is running away," I heard Shen's voice behind me, and I knew why she suddenly agreed to help me. It was all for this moment. I looked back and saw how Shen's soul was trembling under the bindings. Her soul was not strong enough to break free, but she could implant some ideas in her calm self. Anyway, I now had a shaking dragon, a useless goddess, and a crying bird focused on me. "I give up," I said, returning to my position under the pillar and burying myself again. I even moved my arms as if I was trying to escape. Kenshin the dragon spoke. He wasn't angry, just deeply shocked and in sorrow. "I will ask you a few questions, and I don't want anything but an honest answer. Do you understand my words? Yes, I sighed. Since when were you planning this? He asked in a deceptively calm voice. 7 years ago. We were sealing the remnants when I found her. After experiencing her memories, I realized that she knew you, so I impulsively sealed her. I kept that jade slip for myself, and I took her with me to Inazuma. After talking during the following years, I started treating her as a friend. I wanted to give her back her body so she could live with all of you again. I confessed everything related to what he asked me. Do you regret sealing her? Not now, but I realized that it was an incredibly impulsive act one had no right of making. I panicked and sealed her before she could disappear, and I understand that it was not my choice to make. I answered honestly again. Why did you hide it from me? Because I don't understand you. I know some of your hobbies and all that, but I still don't know how would you react to me having the soul of your dead friend or maybe something more on me. That lack of understanding left me wondering what would you do when you knew it. You could make me release her, letting her go to the place she should be, or something like that. I feared losing Gizhong, I admitted. Maybe I could have talked more with him to understand him better. Did you put your interests before mine or Gizhong's? I put mine before yours, but never before Gizhong's, I replied. Honestly, I thought I knew better than you in this. You are, with all my respect, jaded and tired. I honestly didn't see the problem. A friend who was dead now is alive, and everyone is happy. I feared that in your exhausted state, you could make a downright bad decision, so in that sense, I put my wishes before yours. But never Gizhong's. I consider her as a friend. I would never do something she didn't want to. She complained at first, but after a while, she understood my position without any coercion from me. She wanted to see you all again. That's why I went forward with this. Who else knew about this? I stood silent for a while. I didn't want to implicate more people who went along with my idea, but I chose to trust Murax's character. Yumiko from Inazuma knew. She spoke directly with Gizhong sometimes. She even told us that the Shogun was nothing but a puppet, so we could go down that path. I think Barbatos realized why we went to Mondstadt, but I think he didn't even knows that the one I wanted to craft a body for was Gizhong. And the guy in Mondstadt who helped me craft the body for Gizhong, obviously. There are also some people I asked around for directions, but they never knew how or why I did it. If he goes on a rampage looking for Yi, all I can do is apologize. Why didn't you take the path that Yukai suggested you? Because I didn't want Gizhong to live in a mechanical puppet. I obviously don't know how much the Shogun feels, but I wanted Gizhong to live with her own body, or at least one made of flesh and blood. I answered once again honestly. Why did you go to Mondstadt? It was near you, and I knew Barbatos. I'm powerless facing almost anything. The only thing I can deal with are the souls of dead things, so I hoped that knowing someone powerful was going to help me. I didn't choose Mondstadt for a specific reason. I wanted to try Sumeru first, but I thought of checking Mondstadt quickly first, and I'm glad I did. Our solution was quite close. Who helped you in Mondstadt? A lot of people, but if you are asking for the one who helped me with my plan, he is called Albedo. I honestly don't think I'm getting Albedo into trouble. And Barbatos is also there. But most of all, I trust Murax to be able to differentiate between the culprit and the accomplices. Who is he? A human can't craft the body of a god. He is not human, he is a homunculus, whatever that is. I know a homunculus is an artificial human, but I don't know who created him. And he didn't craft the body, Gizhong did. How did you do it? He can craft bodies, but as you said he couldn't craft a body strong enough to sustain her soul. So I devised a plan. He would give us the material, I would put Gizhong's soul in that material, and they would mold themselves to adopt the form of Gizhong's body. I think that the soul remembers the body, so Gizhong's soul would automatically form a body extremely similar if not the same as she once had. Did you think of what could have happened in the chance of failure? No, I didn't. What I thought was about the chances themselves. But just like I could put her soul into the body, I could extract it again, so we could try again without a problem. The ties between a body and its soul would form with time, so if I was quick I could seal her again. Can you seal her soul now? I don't know. Her soul is still tired, even after a few weeks. I needed to take drastic measures or she wouldn't have been able to mold the body. And while she is a goddess, her soul isn't as strong as yours. After these weeks, however, her soul is now firmly tied to her body, so it's very difficult for me. Considering both sides, all I can say is that I don't know. If her soul was weaker, would you be able to? Yes, I have no doubt of that. Can you seal other things? Of course. I meant if you can seal the souls of other living beings. Of course. The rest of the people looking at us while holding their breaths let out surprised noises. You can seal, for example, a bird? Yes, with no problem. And a boar? Yes, with no problem. And a human? Everybody looked nervously at me. Probably yes. And I will be able to say yes very soon. What do you think would happen if you decide to seal a living human soul? I think I will break the bond between the soul and the body. I don't know if the body will die, the soul will rot, or even if I will be able to put the soul in its place back again. I have no interest in finding out. I have not tried sealing the soul of anything alive. And I don't intend to. What do you mean when you said that you needed to take drastic measures or Gizhong would have failed? Her soul was not strong enough to mold the body. Her soul would have tried out before accomplishing it, so I had to inject my soul energy into her soul to give her energy. I admitted. This was the only thing Gizhong didn't know, but under Marax's stare, I had no option. What are you saying, Kenshin? It was Gizhong who looked at me with trembling eyes. You didn't tell me this. What do you mean soul power? Marax asked as if he didn't hear Gizhong's mutterings, but I knew better. I realized that I can put a bit of my soul inside others. Well, it's not exactly that. I think every single soul is made of some kind of transparent energy that is there when we are born. Later this neutral substance changed according to the owner. That's why everyone's soul is different. What I can do is transform my soul into this neutral substance and give it to other souls. That's what I did with Gizhong. What happened to your soul after that? It decreased in size, but it was back to normal after a few days, I quickly added, sensing Gizhong's dismay. So the process of forming a body was safe. Marax affirmed this rather than asking about it. Yes, it was perfectly safe. I nodded, aware of what he was trying to ask. Then how did you lose your sight? What? Cloud Retainer said with a surprised look. Shin didn't say anything, but her eyes widened a bit. It had nothing to do with the process, I admitted. It is my fault alone. Kenshin Gizhong started, but Marax interrupted her. I couldn't sense anything about his feelings. Everything was hidden by sorrow. How did you lose your sight? He repeated. The process Albedo used to craft the body was only a part. The whole thing is called the art of Kimia. I felt like I was repeating myself at this point, but there was nothing I could do. I couldn't call Xiao to let him explain. Marax, isn't that? Cloud Retainer wanted to ask but refrained. Marax was going to ask me again probably. Do you know what is the art of Kimia? I don't know the definition, but from what I saw is a process to craft a body and condense a soul in it at the same time. Why did you use the word condense? Because that's what it was, I replied. I can see souls. There is no way I would miss something like that. I saw a few. Stop there. How did you lose your sight? I tried to look where the souls were coming from, I admitted. I don't know much he knows about this whole thing, but all I can do is answer his questions. Were you able to do it? He asked, concern shining amidst the sea of sorrow his soul was. Yes, I admitted, and I saw that he was even more concerned. I saw where the souls were coming from. Is there something I should know? Everyone could hear now the wariness in his tone. As a friend, just get away from the art of Kimia. As a god, you stand no chance against it. And as an archon, erase the knowledge of the art from your nation. I gave my honest advice. Does that alchemist still intend to practice it? He asked, and now I felt he was considering taking some drastic actions. I don't know. I peeked because he wanted to know more, but it was entirely my decision. My curiosity made me look at that. From what I heard, it wasn't a pretty sight and he was quite spooked, so I think we won't try, but I can't tell you for sure. How did you lose your sight then? I peeked at the place souls came from. If you want I can tell you later what I saw, but what I can tell you now is that I saw something. and merely looking at that made me lose my sight. Just by looking I felt that it was quite laughable. We thought that archons were the strongest beings in this world, and yet I could look at their souls without a problem. While looking at that thing left me like this, just by. Cloud Retainer looked stunned. I guess it's something you need to see to believe. Why did you say it was your own curiosity? Because it wasn't necessary. I already knew that we could get Gizhong's body easily, and I already gave Albedo what he wanted. But I needed to see it. I'm not a special man. While I may be moderately handsome, moderately intelligent, and abysmally weak on the physical side compared to the monsters around me, my ability is what makes me special, so I always try to train it. I felt that looking at the place where these souls were coming could help me develop it. And it did, honestly. I can now understand better and see more. I confessed the truth. Do you regret it? If you mean losing my sight in exchange for Gizhong's life, no I don't. If you ask me about peeking, I don't know, as I never expected to find this. But if you are asking about losing my sight in exchange for evolving my ability, yes, of course. Even when I can see souls, there is too much I will lose. I can't look at my mother's face, no fireworks, no landscapes, no friends, no food, no painting. I can't write anymore. I will need someone every time I need to go to the shrine. I'm now a free target for the people back at home. I won't be able to see the lantern right again, and much more. There is no way I wouldn't regret it. I was realizing now how much I lost. Where was Barbatos when this happened? He asked, making me hold back my tears. Looking, he tried to dissuade us from doing this, but we, I mean Albedo and me, disregarded his advice and went forward with it. He helped me after that to get to a healer. I think Barbatos did what he should have done. Do you know the consequences of the art of Khmer? Number. I only know that if what I saw comes over, we will die, but number. I see. And Mrax fell silent again. I need to think for a while, but there are some things I want you to promise me. I recognize this. This is a contract. I nodded at him. I want you to promise that you will not seal any living being. I can't do that. I instantly rejected him. I feel profoundly disgusted by the notion. So much that I wouldn't do it even to save my life. I think you need to see souls yourself to know how repugnant that is. But if let's say my mother's life depended on me sealing someone, no matter who or what it is, I would do it. I see. He nodded in comprehension. I want you to promise to never seal someone for your own benefit. I don't know if my wanting to keep my mother alive is considered for my own benefit. I said, in a contract like this, I need to be sure of what I'm promising. I can promise you that I will never seal the soul of a living being to obtain some material benefit, or to enhance my position in some way. That will suffice for now. I want you to promise that you will not teach anybody about the Earth of Khmer. I promise that. I nodded. The less people knew about that thing, the better. I want you to promise that you will speak with absolutely nobody about what you saw. I can't do that. I rejected again. If teaching it to my close friends would help them, I would. What I can promise is that I won't tell anything about it to normal humans. That's not enough. Mrax shook his head. At least you need to promise that you will only tell about this to an Arjun. I can do that. Can I tell Yi about that? I asked. Yi was the go-to person when I had doubts. No. Mrax shook his head again. Okay then. I will only tell about it to the Shogun if something happens. If not, I will keep it with me. I nodded. I recognize my ignorance. And if Mrax was being so strict, he may have a reason. Ah, but Albedo knows about it. I wrote everything I know about it in a book. What? Asked very eloquently Mrax. Why have you done that? What did you write exactly? Now I'm feeling that I did something stupid. Everything. How souls are, how to manipulate them, how to seal effectively, where do souls come from, about what I saw. The more I spoke, the paler Mrax's face became. Probably, if all his sorrow was being transformed into worry, his face must a poem now. Barbatos! He shouted, and something in his soul trembled. I was too ashamed of my acts to look into it. Hi, I knew this would come. Barbatos appeared in his green guy form again. I won't speak about letting one of your own practice that cursed heart, but why didn't you prevent Kenshin from writing that book? Book? What book? Asked a stunned Barbatos. What? Barbatos. Kenshin wrote absolutely everything he knew in a book, and gave it to the same person who is practicing the art of chemia. Mrax didn't shout, but he might as well have from the intensity of his voice. Why did you do that? Barbatos looked at me in astonishment. I thought you were a smart guy, but what you did was beyond moronic. Sorry was all I could say. I will be back in a moment. And like the wind guy disappeared. Wait, how did you write if you are blind? Asked Cloud Retainer with a frown, making Gizhong sweat on her side. I'm back, said Barbatos, who had a book in his hands. Here it is. I will explain it to Alice. She will understand this. This Alice woman keeps coming into the conversations. Mrax took the book and looked at it as his soul trembled even more, maybe seeing something he didn't like. Mrax, I may sound weird coming from me, I was the one who let him write it, but I think destroying it will be safer than keeping it, said Barbatos meekly. Obviously I will. I will destroy it in a place not even ashes can be read, Mrax said in a cold voice. Kenshin, this book is one of the most powerful weapons in the world. Souls are an integral part of a system you have no idea of, so anything related to them must be kept a secret. And what you wrote in the book was not just how they were. You wrote literally everything. I know I felt ashamed of my recklessness. You don't, but you don't need to. Promise me that you won't tell anybody that is not in the know anything you know about souls, he sternly said. I can promise that. I nodded. I noticed how he didn't say anything about my ability to see souls. I needed to be quiet about how to seal, manipulate them, etc. Good, that's all for now, Mrax said, and he quickly returned to his state of deep sorrow. I will tell your priestess to come here, I need to speak with her. For now he looked briefly at Gizhong. I need to think. And he disappeared. Chapter 42, A Cold Meeting in a Carriage. Near the Zapolyani Palace, a white-haired woman was reading a book she had copied from the alchemist of a certain city. So that's how he sees everything. Signora was reading the book with rapt attention. If Dr. knew about this boy, he would stop at nothing, not even the Tsarits's orders to get that boy. She passed another page. How to deal with curses affecting souls. I can't believe it. This book is a treasure. She laughed hysterically. That boy didn't understand how precious this book was. If he came to sneeze now with this information, even the Tsaritsa herself would step down from her throne. The war against the divine was near, and this book was the key to victory. She could only mock those gods. The boy was clearly smart, that much was obvious, so it was clear that he wrote this book without understanding how dangerous it was. The more she read, the more excited she was. Even while reading this book she could feel how her world was being expanded. She now knew about why the visions grew stronger with time and their relation with the soul. Ha ha ha, I can't believe that waiting in that loathsome city for the joke of a god allowed me to get this jewel. This is even more valuable than the gnosis. She smirked. She hadn't felt this good in decades. That boy was not aware of a lot of things, but she was. And the boy wrote things that if a normal person read it, he would find it extremely surprising, but when someone in the know read them, they revealed even more things. Let me see. Signora felt like a child, opening presents on her birthday. How to move souls from their body. How to sever the connection between soul and body. Mold a body to be adjusted to the soul. The more she read, the more exultant she was. The art of chemia from a soul viewpoint. And suddenly she wasn't that excited anymore. She still remembers the war that came from the abuse of this art. Still, it was interesting. Where do souls come from? Oh, this was getting better. The being, oh, what is this? The being. I don't know how to call it. Maybe my brain will also evolve at some point, letting me call him with another name, but it's what you get it for now. I spoke to you about this, but I only told you the surface. For the love of God, Albedo, don't lose this book or I'm fucked. Gizhong, write this. No, not this. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Anyway, I will call him the being for now. It's what made me lose my sight. Oh, this is the first time I heard about this. My agents told me that the boy lost his sight, but I didn't know how. But what is this being? Even I, who know the truth of the world, have no idea of this. I already told Gizhong to write about that dark plane before, so I will tell you about what it filled with. The being, that all I saw there. I thought Mrax's soul was strong, and Barbatos big, the guy is literally wind. But when I saw this thing, I truly understood how wide is the world. Even we harbingers know that Mrax is extremely strong, one of our biggest obstacles to collecting the Gnosis, alongside Beelzebub. But now this being looks even stronger. The being is big. Yes, I know, the Church of Mondstadt is also big. But this thing is the very definition of the word. As I wrote, I'm not even sure I was using my eyes. I suspect not. I will describe it with an example. You are in front of a wall you can't see the limits of. You want to see the whole wall, so you do the obvious thing, you move away from the wall. But you still can't see the limits, so you move even further, and further until you hit your back with something. You can't move away, but also can't see the limits of the wall. That was what I felt. I had no space to retreat, and yet, I couldn't see the entirety of the wall. This is turning into something terrifying. I'm not sure I want to know more. Until now I was okay. Scared and panicking, but okay. And then imagine. The wall suddenly looked at you. Yes, looked at you. Not with eyes. A wall doesn't have eyes, but still. You are obviously a foreigner here. You shouldn't be here. Even now I don't know how I arrived there, but that's for another chapter. The important thing is that you are other in that place. Sorry if it's confusing, but I don't know how to say it. It's not a problem of race or species, it was a more fundamental thing. There had never been something from our world there, and there won't be ever again. The being was doing his thing when he sensed something strange, something weird. Almost as if you see a talking shadow, it's obvious there is something wrong there. And I think the being sensed that wrongness, so it looked at me. I knew pain then. I didn't break my arm or bite my tongue, it was as if I was being crushed. I don't think the being was hostile, it was just somehow put off by my existence. From the previous example, if you see a talking shadow, you look at it, but the reflection of the light in your eyes is making the shadow vanish. I felt like that. The mere fact that such a powerful being was looking at me was making my soul slowly disintegrate. I can mock Mrax to his face, or make him angry with me, enraged even, but my soul won't be affected by his. That's because we are both living beings living in the same plane. But his thing was not at the same level. I am completely and absolutely sure that if Mrax, whose soul is the strongest I've seen, were to face this pressure, he would be erased just like me. This thing was a superior existence. This is terrifying. Erasing an Archon's soul just by noticing them, not even the heavenly principles can do that. I don't think I should be reading this. Not even the Zaratza should. That's what the being is. I don't even think it's a living thing. It would be an insult to refer to that as alive. It was so much more. And I think I have a clue of what he is now. I need to know it. If I don't read this, I won't be able to live thinking that there is something like this out there. Obviously, I can't affirm it, but I think I have an idea. Where do souls come from? From the being. I went to the church and looked at a woman giving birth. Of course, I could only see souls and I did from outside the church, but you get it. The moment the child was born, the boy's soul shined with an orange glow, but before he was born, the fragment had been transparent. Maybe that's not the word, but it was somehow neutral. I learned that everyone's soul had been transparent before being born, but everyone's soul was different. How could this be? When the baby is born, they still don't have experiences, so why did the baby's soul turn orange, and not green or red? I think I'm losing the thread of the topic, but anyway. I suspect all souls come from the being. The being was black, and black is the mix of all colors. My theory is that when a baby is conceived, it receives a fragment of this being, and depending on the fragment, your soul will turn into one color or another. So here it is. The being is the origin of all life. I feel dizzy now. I need to think about this. But there is more. No, please. I saw a boar dying. It was bleeding from an arrow a hunter shot, so I asked the hunter to let me see how it died, and he allowed me. Mondstadt is that weird. Watching him die, I could only think of how delicious the steak he was going to be was. I'm joking. I felt a bit queasy just looking at it, waiting for it to die, but I needed to confirm it. Eventually, it died, and I followed his soul. Of course, it didn't fly into the sky, It was disappearing inside the body. How did it disappear? I saw how some areas of the soul were being sucked into something. And I recognized that something. It was the same kind of hole the soul came from in the art of Kimia. I'm sure even you are tired by now, so we'll be brief. The boar's soul went to the being, the same place it once came from. It's obvious by this point, right? The being was the afterlife. If you want to be practical about it, you could say that the being is where souls go when their body is not alive anymore. In other words, the being is. I can feel my already white skin paling even more. I shouldn't be reading this. Madame, we have arrived. The guard came to tell me. I shoved him aside and went into the Zapolianiani palace. Even now I'm debating about what should I do. I'm loyal to the Tsaritsa, but this book is touching on something nobody should mess with. Even as much as I hate Celestia, touching this topic is something I feel terrified of. I eventually reached the meeting room, where everybody was waiting for me, but I couldn't care about this right now. Signora, you are late. We were ready to nominate a new candidate to our lurch. The ever-stoic Piero couldn't help but be surprised when he saw my serious face striding past him and go directly to the Tsaritsa, who looked at me with a never-changing straight face. I could feel the intrigued and somewhat alarmed looks everyone was giving me. Walking near the Tsaritsa was a show of disrespect, and walking towards her directly even worse. The Tsaritsa looked at me in apathy and didn't even look at the book I was giving her. Please, it was all that I could say. I didn't want to keep this thing in my hands any longer. She slowly took the book and looked at it. She looked at me again, and finally, she decided to open the book. I knew I was going to be punished, but I couldn't care anymore. The room stood silent while the Tsaritsa read. Her look of apathy didn't change, but I didn't expect her to. The first chapters were about more general things, things we all knew about. Suddenly, a cold air swept through the room, and everyone looked at the Tsaritsa. She was the only one able to make the cold air in the palace be even colder. And now, as I expected, she had a look of intense concentration. She even grabbed the book with her two hands. Of course, this made everyone in the room take a mouthful of air. It had been centuries since the Tsaritsa's face changed. This is priceless. She opened her mouth and talked. Signora, what did you bring? Asked the usually stoic Piero. A book was all I was ready to say. That's all. Columbina drawled with her usual voice. Yes, I nodded again. We would be quite grateful if we could know what is that book about, said Dottor with his usual smirk. You would. But I won't be the one to tell you, and I don't think the Tsaritsa is going to. I would prefer to die than to let this psychopath know about the being. Shut up, the Tsaritsa ordered us, making everyone surprised again. Even Columbina straightened up. I looked around and saw that everyone was looking towards the Tsaritsa's verdict. I saw a young girl, maybe 12 or 13, look around in nervousness. So she is the new Arlecchino. Well, I don't care. And I didn't like the previous one. Where did you find this? Asked the Tsaritsa, still reading the book's middle pages. In Mondstadt, I faithfully replied. You know what I want to hear, she simply said, and I knew she wanted to know everything. Who had it? Who wrote it? When? Who knew about it? I got it from Mondstadt this same morning. I implore you to finish reading before I answer anything else, I said. I don't want to give some of the bastards here some clue about the kid. I don't care that much for him, but I fear what he can do. Even if he didn't say it, I know he can seal the soul of a thing, and also draw strength from that being. If that alarms the thing. Signora, the Tsaritsa spoke. I could feel Columbina's threat. I could already feel her blade on my neck, even when she was at least 10 meters away. Shut up. Your Majesty, please finish the last chapters, I pleaded, but she didn't reply. She just stood silent, reading at her own pace with a focused stare. The rest, including Columbina, took that as a tacit agreement. We waited for a few hours before she suddenly had a look of astonishment clearly visible to us all. Your Majesty, Piero asked, unsure of what was happening, and she was just starting the last part. Signora, come, she ordered me, and I was happy to comply. It meant that she was taking these seriously. What is this about? Is it true? I'm afraid I don't know what you are talking about. There are too many things written there. Look, she said, and showed me a page. One I didn't see before. It was a very good painting, one that made me admire whoever drew it. It depicted a yellow orb being sucked by some random places. This is an approximation of what I see. Obviously, I'm not drawing it, just asking Gizhong to draw it. But even if she is a useless goddess, she should know how to draw with some single descriptions. The chapter went on about the other place as the kid had described it. I don't know for sure, Your Majesty, I replied. It could be the writer rambling, but based on the rest of the book, I am inclined to believe it. I need to be careful when speaking. If I say kid, someone here might get the idea of investigating, thing I'm sure they are going to do anyway. Have you met the writer? She asked, still reading the chapter. Yes. A few times I nodded. I abused my authority and invited him to the palace. I hope Your Majesty forgives me. The others looked scandalized, but the smart ones looked intrigued. Nobody could wantonly invite people to the palace. It was the Tsaritsas' home and its location a closely guarded secret, so inviting a stranger here was asking for death. And yet, you did well, she simply said, still reading. She was approaching the last chapter now. Do you think we should let the rest read this book? She was too focused to lay a trap of this kind, but the fact that she was merely asking was revealing enough. I'm not so arrogant to think I'm the strongest one here, nor the smartest one. If someone like Tor got a hold of this book, Teyvat could end up under his hand. He is that smart. He would learn everything the book had to offer and make a soul-killing poison gas. And he is such a psychopath that he could make the being appear in the middle of Teyvat only to satisfy his curiosity. Absolutely not, I replied. I knew this would earn me the enmity of a few harbingers, but I couldn't care less. The Tsaritsa looked at me calmly and then kept reading, and then she arrived at the page. The being, even the god of ice, was paling. When she finished the book, she had the same haunted look I must have had. Seeing it in our god was quite shocking. Your Majesty, asked Piero. I wonder if we could know the contents of such an interesting book, said Tor with a badly hidden look of greed. If this book was able to make the Tsaritsa look like that, it must be something incredibly groundbreaking. That's what this bastard must be thinking. The Tsaritsa looked at him, and reduced the book to microscopic particles, leaving everyone stunned, and Tor seething at losing this chance. For my part, I was glad nobody would read it again, and glad that it wasn't my problem now. Change of plans, the Tsaritsa suddenly said. I want the writer of this book here now, she commanded, leaving the rest confused. What a drag. Now that our operation in Inazuma was going good, said Scaramouche. This useless puppet with mommy issues. Are we not going for the Gnosis now? Asked Capitano, hidden under his helmet. As always. Yes, we are, but now we have an additional target. More important than any Gnosis. I want the writer of this here. Signora, tell me, where is he now? I pleaded with my gaze, but she insisted. I have no choice now. He is in Liu, but will return to Inazuma soon, I said in resignation. I can't stop guys like Tor now. Tell us everything. We would be pleased to hear more about our additional target, said Tor with a smile. This bastard, he is called Kenshin, and should be around 12 years old, I started saying. He is a child? Everyone looked at the surprised Tsaritsa. Did a child write this book? Yes, I nodded. What should be our goal? Asked Piero directly to the Tsaritsa. Bring him here, she replied. Please wait, I interrupted. At this point, nobody treated this meeting as a normal occasion anymore. I think we should try a more peaceful approach. He seemed to have some hostility against us based on how we conducted our reactions in Inazuma, but he had no problem talking with me. I think that maybe with some time, we could get him to collaborate with us willingly. The Tsaritsa seemed to be thinking deeply about it. What can you tell us about him? She seemed to be considering it for now. He is extremely curious. As I'm sure you know by now, he is attracted to unusual souls. He said mine was the strangest one he had seen. I think he would be pleased to do some information exchange. We have a lot of peculiar people here. Maybe we can treat our relationship on a deal-by-deal basis. We ask him to do something or some information, and we let him study our peculiar individuals. I proposed the best plan I could think of. Why are you so interested in cooperating? Asked Pulcinella in his irritating voice. We could just kidnap him. You? I doubt it, I scoffed. I think the boy doesn't even realize how strong he is. He wrote that he could seal souls, but based on everything I read, he could obliterate them just as easily. And in this world, a sure way to protect your soul does not exist. Ooh, now I'm getting more and more curious, said the biggest bastard here. Enough, the Zaritsa said. I need to think about this. For now, don't make a move, and make everyone in Inazuma come back. She finally put an end to this topic. Let's then proceed with the meeting, Piero said impassively. At least I don't need to think about this anymore. Chapter 43, Shin's Duality. Well then, Mickey, I will leave now. An exasperated Yu was ready to depart to Inazuma after receiving a letter from the god of contracts. To say that she was not nervous would be a lie, and that it concerned Kenshin was even worse. Murax had been the same, who was ready to defend Kenshin even after the annoying kid had caused so much trouble for Liu, and now that same god told her that they needed to have an in-depth conversation about Kenshin. Of course, Gucci-sama. Mickey made the perfect bow. I don't remember having a shrine maiden as competent as her in a few generations. Yi inwardly nodded in approval. Her little sister was a different thing, however. That girl was too adventurous to be trapped in the shrine. Yi knew that Mickey's sister, Shinobu, would sooner or later leave. A pity, she is a capable one. Well, I will make do with the older one, she calmly thought. I expect to be back today, maybe tomorrow if my talks are longer than I expect them to be. Or if I decide to have some fun with Ganyu. These are the only times I can have fun after all, is what Yi thought. Mickey simply nodded and accompanied her to the exit of the shrine to send Yi off. Another trip to Liu, another problem with Kenshin, Yi muttered. Probably it wasn't a big thing. Yi, please come here soon, was all I could think after hitting my foot with a stone. Again. Can you stop now? I morosely asked the culprit. Yes, no, said Shen in a deadpan voice. That weird side of her was putting ideas in her head, and the calm one simply obeyed them, without thinking of anything else. And the sadistic one was laughing. Believe me, I know it. This whole week has been hectic. I now live with the big bird and Shen, and of course Gizhong. It wasn't so bad at first, but after a while, things started spiraling out of control. The big bird took a few days to overcome her surprise and disbelief, and once she did it, she started fussing over me every second. It was an agonizing experience. I woke up in the middle of the night to see her soul just above me, ready to ask if I needed something. I begged Gizhong to do something about this, and she finally helped me. Now she was on a trip all over Liu with her feathered friend. Shen is a very kind girl, she will help you, the big bird said. And it was at first, but that sadistic hidden personality of hers started putting some ideas in her head. Amusing ideas for her, and painful for me. She started putting weird things in the food, putting rocks in front of me, and she even blocked the bathroom. Of course, I couldn't find the exit of the house, as it was almost like a labyrinth for a blind person, so I had to climb over the giant rock she used to block it to relieve myself. Of course, I couldn't leave later. I stood a whole day there waiting for her to get bored. When I asked her why was she doing this, she only said that I suddenly wanted to do so, but I knew that her hidden personality was the true culprit. Look. She is laughing. That bitch. I couldn't try to tighten the seals because I was afraid of touching something I shouldn't and hurting her in the process. After my talk with Murax, I realized that I need to be more cautious, even more so now that my eyes have evolved. I don't know if this can be considered an evolution or not. My ability improved a lot, but I lost my sight. Food for thought. Stop, or I will complain to your master. I felt ashamed of doing this, but my sanity was in peril. Yes, now the mighty Kenshin is a whistleblower. Okay, was all I got from this statue in the form of a girl. Okay, no, just stop. Okay, never. She said those words in a quick succession. I'm not the only one crazy here, it seems. Just leave me alone, I said in a calm voice. The mighty Kenshin doesn't beg, at least until he does. Then, he begs like the most. We are back. I heard the sound of salvation coming. Gizhong, save Mouch. This bitch wasn't even hiding now. I saw how her soul moved, grabbed a rock and put it under my foot just as I was going to take the step. Don't be so drama, Kenshin. What happened to you? asked Gizhong. I must look very bad from all the hits I received during these few days alone with the little monster. What do you think? I asked wryly. Someone was extremely interested in seeing me suffer. Where is Cloud Retainer? She was the only one I could ask about Shen's bindings. She is coming in now. She wanted to talk with Ganyu for a bit. What do you need? Gizhong asked curiously. I sent a smug look at Shen, who didn't care. At least outwardly, I could see her oppressed personality under all the bindings, screaming obscenities and promising me pain if I went forward with this. There is a little problem with Shen's bindings. She needs to be repressed even more, preferably for some years. I nodded safely while enjoying how Shen's soul twisted in anger. Yes, I understand now why she was so eager to piss me off. It's quite funny. I will tell her about this. Gizhong nodded, looking at Shen with a curious look. She had seen her previously when I talked to all the adeptus about her memories, something that thinking back on it was an extremely shameless thing to do. But hey, nobody cares now. This one is back, I heard Cloud Retainer say. I was eagerly waiting for her to arrive, but I was suddenly on the floor with Shen sitting on my back. Move, you damn girl, you as heavy as the atmosphere in a funeral. I don't even know what I was saying now. Okay, never. I heard the usual two-word answer. Are you good friends now? Asked curiously Cloud Retainer, seeing our position. No, I answered. Yes, answered Shen. What a great moment to stop with your bipolarity. This one sees. The young uns have changed the way they communicate with each other. What the hell was the flying piece of meat saying? This one carries a message from Ganyu. She told this one that your master has arrived. What master are you talking about? I tiredly sighed. Yu was not a master as people here understood it. She was more like a guide for me. Anyway, tighten the seals. This girl is getting crazy. This one thought Shen was doing good, but if you say so, it must be the truth. Cloud Retainer slowly nodded. Seal me and I will sprinkle bird meat in your food, said Shen with rapidly darkening hair and red eyes. Thank you, Alter Shen, for helping me. Definitely, she needs to be sealed, replied Cloud Retainer with a dark face. Do you have any ideas? Yes. Give me more of that ribbon you use and I will leave her unruly soul tied for eons to come. Mrax will die of old age before she is free again, I enthusiastically said. I could finally have my revenge. You damn mole. I should have tied you to a tree to see how you disgraced yourself, added Shen with a dark face. Meanwhile, Gizhong only looked at us with an amused smile. I will need to embarrass her in front of Mrax to teach her a lesson. I have enough material of her simping. This mole is going to tie you so hard that you will stay as a shrimp forever. Not that you are going to get boobs. You are plainer than the Shogun's personality. I mocked her with the most aggravating comment one could say. Yes, the Shogun is not an admirable person. Junior, you dare. Courting death. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Here we go. I dived into her soul. I found myself in the classic dark room and approached the illuminated area, and there she was, a loosely tied soul on the floor, desperately struggling to free itself. And that she did. In a miraculous occurrence, the ribbon holding her suddenly got loose, and she escaped her bindings. Or I could have released her on purpose only so I could have my revenge. There is no way a soul can beat me after all. What are you going to do now? She asked me with her red eyes shining with malice. This girl could beat me to a pulp just by breathing in the outside world, so she must have thought that she could do the same here. I'm going to beat you so hard, that hey. She had lunged at me, so I slapped her to the floor. Fair deal. How are you so strong? She complained, getting up only to be slapped again. I'm God here, so pray for the beating to be brief, I answered with a smile. And that I did. Every time she got up, I slapped her down. A few hundred times later, she finally stayed on the floor, not daring to get up. Have you learned how powerful I am, woman? I laughed at her defeated form. She started, so I ended. Easy. Master told me that a boy that beats a girl is scum, she complained from her position on the floor. And your master is a millennial bird that will forever miss the exquisite butter chicken dish, I replied. And you are way stronger than me. Why would I be afraid of hitting you? If I'm stronger, how did you beat me? She morosely asked. That's because you have no control over your soul, I lied like a vile scoundrel. She was never going to be able to beat me. You should calm your soul and think about your life, recognizing your mistakes and pondering over your decisions. If you do that, You will grow a lot stronger here. This place is your soul. How can I be stronger than you? That makes some sense, she said, and tried to get up, but I slapped her to the ground again. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to make sure you are not leaving this place in years to come, I maliciously said with a smirk. Don't worry, you will have all the time in the world to think. In fact, that's the only thing you will be able to do. For such a hyperactive soul, this is going to be pure torture. And I will be able to sleep soundly at night knowing that somewhere this little monster is suffering. I tied her like a professional. I saw this way of tying someone in a lewd magazine. Tortoise bondage was called. What are you doing? She said with a bloodthirsty look. Tying you, I curtly answered. She must be stupid to not realize it. I know that, you damn mole. Why are you tying me like this? She shouted with hatred in her voice. Because I can, I answered again. Are you not worried about that stupid piece of meat? I'm forced to call Master knows about this? Why does she keep shouting? I'm right here and we are alone. How would she know? I asked with a raised eyebrow. I will tell her about this when I escape this, she firmly said. How cute. She thinks she was able to escape earlier with her own methods. Why do you think you will escape? I asked curiously. I am really curious about this. Do you think I will always stay like this? Sooner or later I will free myself out of this weird way of tying someone, she victoriously said. I don't think she is going to ever be able to escape. I tied it extremely firmly, and I even put some of my soul energy into this. I'm sure the Shogun will kiss a human person before Shen escapes. Again, why do you think I will allow that? I will come every few months to reinforce it even more. So sadly the courting death thing were your last words. I sadly shook my head. Such a big loss for this world, but a necessary one. This girl is a menace. Yuda, goodbye, and remember to meditate to grow stronger. Now that I think about it, that's all the Shogun does. And she is crazy strong. I'm back, I said when I regained control of my body. You took a while. Did everything go well? Asked a worried cloud retainer. Of course, now you don't have to worry about committing cannibalism, I reassured her with a sagely nod. That's good. I tried to help her, and this anger was all I got. Well, she is a bird. Who can understand birds? Come on. I will take you to the harbor. Gishong sighed tiredly and put her hand on my shoulder. Wait, I need to say goodbye to Shen, I shouted, remembering her crazy dust travel. I looked at Shen with a smile that hid all my wishes for her to hit her pinky finger with every single piece of furniture in this house. And believe me, there are a lot. My feet know about it. Shen, dear gift of Celestia, to this wonderful piece of rock we call teyvat. I will write your name on a fortune slip every single time I need to wish for something, and I will tie said fortune slip in the shrine for it to be fulfilled. I hope you can reach your potential, but you must work hard for it. I need you to know that no matter how hard you think it is, you have a faithful believer in Inazuma. And I shot her my winning smile. He. I made it so Shen's alter ego could hear me, and every word that came from my mouth had the purpose of mocking her. She will be trapped for years while I will be enjoying festivals and having parties. I even told her I would remember her every time I'm having fun. Ha ha ha. I see her tired soul squirming in rage. Okay, I will remember it, said the calm Shen with a red face. Why is your soul embarrassed? I was not speaking to you. But I won't tell her that. Imagine how embarrassed she would be. Now we can go, I said to Gishong, who had a wry look. Maybe. Why are you feeling like this? Gishong's feelings were similar to dismay and bitterness. Are you sure you are in that no harem sect? Has her brain turned to dust? Now and always. I am sure about that. Chapter 44, A Goodbye Letter. Using Gishong's cheat, we arrived in 5 minutes. I must correct myself. You are not a useless goddess. I am a man who can admit his mistakes. You are good to take me to different places. I hereby nominate you to be Kenshin's carriage. Be grateful, plebeian. Kenshin, I can drop you in Mondstadt again, she threatened me. As I thought, even your brain has turned to dust, I sighed in disappointment. Why should I be afraid of going back? The disguised Archon Benny is there. He can protect me from Yi's wrath. Maybe not now, but in the future. I was sure of that. Do you think I didn't know about your little plan with Barbara and Noel? She tiredly said. So what? I told them to wait for a month. I'm safe, I scoffed. Before leaving I told them that you thought more about it and decided that waiting only a week was better. So by now, they should be reading that letter, this dusty woman mischievously said. In Mondstadt, at this exact time. Thank you, sister, an excited Barbara said to a smiling Jean walking beside her. No problem, whatever you need, I'm there for you. Jean smiled towards her little sister. After Kenshin intervened, their relationship was extremely harmonious. Jean pampered Barbara a lot, even if she was strict when the situation required it, and Barbara admired Jean a lot, but she wasn't swallowed by her inferiority complex anymore. Still, why did you need to call everyone to the plaza? Asked Jean, tilting her head. You see, Kenshin told me that he wanted me to read something, and it's very important. It's about the JRK, Barbara said with the face of a girl going on a mission that would decide the fate of the world. About the JRK, Jean thought for a while, but couldn't think of anything. Kenshin had left a week ago, and her mentality returned to that of an extremely serious knight always on a mission. Well, it probably was about some general rules or something, she thought. Barbara, seeing that everybody was here, slapped her own cheeks. She had a mission now, and the people of Mondstadt should know how amazing her sister was. The plaza was extremely packed. The JRK had given them a ton of money for some stupid shiny rocks, so everything that involved the JRK was extremely important. And it was Jean, the future Grand Master, who was telling them about it, so it was an official announcement. Everybody, thank you for coming. Barbara got onto a platform and politely bowed, making Jean nod in satisfaction with her politeness. Meanwhile, a bard in green clothes was looking curiously at the spectacle. He was always ready to have some fun. We are here because Kenshin, the founder of the JRK, left me with a letter for me to read to everyone. So please listen to me, Barbara said with her angelic voice, making everyone nod. They felt indebted towards Kenshin, who was spending all his money to buy useless rocks to help them. What a kind soul. What nobody noticed was the wind Darchan using his control over the wind to amplify Barbara's voice. Now absolutely everyone in Mondstadt will hear about this. Even the lost adventurer in Dragonspine will hear this letter. Everyone, my most sincere greeting to you. My name is Kenshin from Inazuma, and I came to Mondstadt to search for a way to help my friend, and thanks to the incredibly kind people of the City of Freedom I was able to do it. So to celebrate it, I left a fund of money and the angel share under my name. Everyone can drink everything they can tonight. With some responsibility, of course. Barbara read the letter, but the excited shouts of the people interrupted her. The crowd didn't hear Barbara after she said tonight, and even if they had, responsibility was the last thing you would associate with the people of Mondstadt. Even the green-clothed bard was applauding with ass cheeks. But there is something you should know. How did the JRK come to be? Jean had a pale face upon hearing this. Now she understood Kenshin's intention with this. He wanted nothing more than to see the world burn. Well, maybe smell the burnt now. The crowd looked at each other with confusion. The JRK was the JRK, right? It existed to give them money for free, right? Let me tell you how I got the idea. I was walking in the morning, admiring this beautiful city, when I saw a beautiful presence that shocked me to my very being. With blonde long hair that shone like the rising sun, a pair of blue eyes that stared at my very soul, pink lips that held the world in them, and a gallant countenance that made even the Grand Master Vaku appear like an unruly child. Yes, beloved citizens of Mondstadt, I'm talking about Jean Gunhild, or as I call her, Jean, the Radiant Knight. Barbara was beet red hearing this. Even if she had been prepared to say some embarrassing things, this was a bit too much. But it was 1,000 times worse for Jean, who had now a crowd looking at her with excited expressions. Just as Mondstadt was the freest city, it was also the most gossipy one. And gossipy people adored love talk. I feel a bit embarrassed writing this, but I think you all should know about it. I was charmed by such beautiful scenery, the last one I ever saw before losing my sight. It was a big fat lie. But when did gossip start caring about the truth? But now I think that maybe losing my sight was a signal from Barbatos. Now such a marvelous image will forever remain in my now unseeing eyes. Barbara had to clean a tear that fell from her eyes. Even she forgot that Kenshin had been with Albedo when he lost his sight. Hell, She was the one who healed him. Jean was indignant about this king of manipulation and wanted to reveal his lie, but the crowd who were looking at her with hunter's eyes looking at prey was intimidating her. But of course, she was too important. The most promising knight of the last 1,000 years, the most beautiful woman in the last 2,000 years, and the most intelligent to ever exist in Teyvat. How could she even look at a blind and talentless guy like me? What the hell is he even saying? Now Jean was alarmed. Not by the bullshit her dear sister was spouting, but because the people here were believing that bullshit. They often saw them together, and they even had their meals together in some of the restaurants these people owned. What does he mean she wouldn't look at him? But the story had all the elements to turn into a fairy tale where the prince had to conquer the aloof princess, so they didn't care about the truth. It was more interesting to believe it. So I thought, how can I help her? I don't need her attention, I don't need her to look at me, I don't even need her affection. I wanted to repay her. She gave me that last marvelous sight before tragedy struck my eyes. Now all I wanted was to help her from the shadows. I don't need to know what I did for her, I only want her to show a smile knowing that an anonymous person was helping her. If you wanted to remain in the shadows, why are you writing this? Jean inwardly screamed, but her body was frozen due to the indignation she was feeling and the embarrassment. The crowd shed a tear for the romantic man who had to let go of his loved one because he wasn't enough for her. How tragic. Meanwhile, the bard was having fun, like he had always been doing. So I thought of something. How can I help such a selfless woman? There is no flower pretty enough for her, no perfume is better than her smell, no painting can eclipse her beauty. What can a talentless guy like me do? What do you mean my smell? That's disgusting, thought Jean. But as always, the crowd only heard what they wanted to hear. And then it dawned on me, just like the infatuation I felt at first sight when I witnessed her valiant and courageous demeanor. What is the thing she likes the most? Mondstadt. She is always thinking of them, how to help her beloved city, how to help her neighbors and dear friends. So I made my decision. If I wanted to help her, all I could do was to help the amazing people in Mondstadt. Everyone looked at Jean with admiring eyes. Now that they thought about it, Jean was always helping when she was not working for the Knight of Favonius. And even if this fact had nothing to do with the letter, it gave credibility to it. So I talked a bit with the Grand Master while nobody knew about it, and I must say that I was humbled by the Grand Master's wisdom. Truly, something normal humans like me couldn't even dream of reaching. But then it dawned on me again. The Radiant Knight is learning from this awesome person. Doesn't that mean that in the future she will be as amazing as him, or maybe even surpass the legend that is the Grand Master Vaca? Now everyone looked at Jean with fiery eyes. They were looking at a legend. The girl that will surpass a myth like the Grand Master Vaca. No. There is no way I can beat that monster. Jean was the only sane person in the city now. Meanwhile, the bard was excited thinking about all their wine he would be able to drink at night. And the Grand Master gave me an idea. Start a business to help the people of Mondstadt. Those greedy bastards from Liu are always trying to scam the honest people of Mondstadt with their underhanded schemes. How could I allow those shit stains to harm the city my beloved Jean was protecting? No way. Again, the crowd was a group of dumbasses and bored people, so they believed everything Barbara was saying. The letter's authenticity had been proved beyond the shadow of a doubt when they realized that Jean was helping around. In their heads, it worked like that. The next merchant from Liu who will come here would be surprised, that's for sure. So the JRK was born. JRK, as the initials of Jean, the Radiant Knight. She was the one who motivated this humble and talentless person to give everything he had to start this business, hoping that it would help this beautiful city, but most of all, Jean, the woman who made an impression in his mind like none other had done. Now Jean felt embarrassed and not angry at hearing that. While she knew that Kenshin was being theatrical and dramatic, she blushed hearing what he was saying about her. Of course, the crowd saw Jean's reaction and felt moved. Kenshin, your work has borne fruit. She fell for your talentless ass. I must tell you this, the JRK is making a lot of money, I admit that. But Barbara made a dramatic pause, as it was written in cursive. Make a dramatic pause. Did you think I could take that money away from this wonderful city, and most of all such a wonderful manifestation of beauty that is our radiant night? No, all the money that the JRK makes is being kept by the Knight of Favonius, who are there to help you, beloved citizens. The only money I will take with me is the minimum amount necessary to spread the word of the beauty of Mondstadt and of course, of the radiant night. From the shameless merchants from Liu to the dumbasses of Inazuma, to the weirdos from Sumeru, to the posh people of Fontaine, to the muscle heads of Natlan, to the frigid and loveless people of Sneeznaya, everyone will know of the radiant night. Barbara ended the letter with a shout. The crowd needed some time to process the last part, but when they did, they wholeheartedly agreed, for a simple reason. The letter insulted everyone but them. Didn't that mean they were the best? Radiant night. Radiant night. The crowd started throwing the 12-year-old radiant night into the air, making her freeze in panic. After a few minutes, she finally regained her composure again. Stop! She shouted. She wanted to hide in a hole and never come up. Don't worry, radiant night. I'm sure Kenshin will come back, one guy said. Yes, and then you will marry in a spectacular wedding, a girl with hearts in her eyes said. And your kids will make Mondstadt great again, said an old man with a wig. Jean was now feeling extremely embarrassed by all this. Using her chance, she escaped and ran to her home, only to see her extremely stern mother waiting for her with a frown. Frederica Gunhild was not a woman you could mess with. Jean, explain, she sternly said. Jean was stuttering. Something rare on her. Why didn't you tell me? I approve, her mother said with a nod. But you are unsuitable for such a dedicated man as you are now. You need to be stronger so you can have a share of his heart. Share? What do you mean? Jean was too young for these things. Of course. I'm the one in charge of all the money the JRK is making now. Jean paled. She didn't like where this was going. After seeing the amount of money there is, I can only accept his proposal. On your behalf. What do you mean, propo? Jean tried to ask, but the enraged look in her mother's eye silenced her. I taught you better than this. He confessed that he made the JRK for you, which means that all that money is your dowry. You could buy Mondstadt 3 times over with that amount. Now the Gunhildra is the richest clan in Mondstadt. That only shows how much he cares about you, and even if it pains my heart, you should be able to live a happy life with someone who cares about you. Not like that fucker. Frederica gritted her teeth thinking about her dear ex-husband. But that money is for the Knight of Favonius, complained Jean, but her mother made a stern face directed towards her. No, that is your dowry that we are generously donating to the knights. It's not the same. Anyway, such an excellent man is not going to be single for long. And you need to be the best version of yourself, so you grab a piece. Frederica said something outrageous, but this was after all Mondstadt. Things like these were common. But Moth, are you talking back to me now? Said Frederica with a deceptively calm voice, one that Jean recognized as her boiling point. So she could only nod and follow her mother to the training room. But what nobody would have predicted is that a certain alcoholic god had been so excited about the free drinks that he stopped caring about his amplification spell, and lost control of it. Now everyone, even the nearby countries, heard the letter. From the shameless merchants to the dumbasses, to the posh people, to the weirdos and finally the muscle heads, everyone heard Kenshin's proposal. The only country that was free of hearing such a cringe-worthy letter was the frigid and loveless people of Sneeznaya, but based on Signora's resigned face, even they will learn about it soon. Something to say, Kenshin? I don't regret anything. Chapter 45, Ready for Departure. I heard absolutely everything, and it was glorious. The only problem is that people around heard it, but they will forget about it in a week. Humans are stupid after all. But again, the problem is that people heard it, and a certain yokai with pink hair doesn't find this letter amusing. Kenshin, are you aware of the international problems this letter could cause? Yi sighed tiredly. No, I shook my head. I made sure to say that I wasn't from Mondstadt. Also I made sure to insult everyone equally. How was she sighed in exasperation. Kenshin, now Liu's merchants are going to have trouble with the people of Mondstadt, gently explained Ganyu. No matter how gentle she looks to be, she is still stupid. And is that a problem? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course. Now the merchants exactly. It's their problem. not mine. I only made sure that those merchants don't get their grubby and greasy hands in what is mine. I nodded to myself. That was a plan well executed. Kenshin, Mondstadt is not yours to decide what to do with their riches. Yi scolded me with a frown. I don't think they care at this point, I pointed out. People in Mondstadt thought that the JRK was exclusively made for them. It was true, but I also got a little bite, and a little bite of such a huge pie was delicious. Kenshin. Gizhong shook her head in exasperation. Still, Barbara is amazing. She was able to make her voice reach even here. I'm mused. I thought Barbatos had something to do, but why would he? He probably wouldn't bother with something like this. And what are the people of Mondstadt going to think about the rest of teyvat? Asked an apprehensive Ganyu. Ah, I see. Well, unsee now. She had previously witnessed my manipulation skills and feared that the Mondstadtners would confuse my insult with the truth. What a silly thought. Do you think those insults were not the truth? I asked her. From my knowledge, every single insult was a proven and universally accepted truth, especially the sneeze nigh one. Those people need a bit of love. But Ganyu, please stop or you will bite your tongue, and that's blasphemy for a vegan. I want to leave for my house. I miss messing around with the people there. What's done it's done. Those greedy and shameless merchants are sad, and that makes me happy. They won't be able to touch my territory, and that makes me happy. I'm getting richer by the second, and that makes me happy. And the people of Mondstadt are happy with their pocket money. Everyone that matters in this story is happy. I summarized my current situation. I didn't mention Jean, who was probably not happy. But if her righteous wrath can't reach me, I don't care. Ganyu fell silent and nodded, sadly leaving. Looks like the cow woman can't beat me. What are you smirking at? Yi hit me with her hand, making me rub my neck. I will tell the shogun you are beating kids up, I said with a defiant look, but quickly corrected myself. Sorry, I misspoke. She will probably help you beat us powerless children up. What kind of monster do you think the shogun is? Asked an exasperated Yi while rolling her eyes. One that watches how her subordinates have been killing each other for centuries, I sincerely answer, making her grimace. When I'm right, and when I'm not, I'm joking. Anyway, what did you speak of with the boss and the other guy? I asked curiously. How much of a fool you are, Yi answered curtly. That's not new, I pointed. That's also true. But Kenshin, what were you thinking when you were writing that book? She asked worriedly. I wasn't thinking. Albedo helped me a lot, so I wanted to pay him back. He didn't seem to be interested in money, so I tried to give him something only I could give him, I confessed honestly. Now that I think back on it, I probably wasn't well, sane. I lost my sight, got Gizhong's body back, knew a lot of people and lived in a new place, understood that the world was way too big from seeing the being. Met an artificial soul like Albedo. It's not an excuse, but I feel that all that may have numbed my mind, making me write something that important in a stupid book. But it should be good. Barbatos took it quickly. Nobody should know about it. You gave too much, Kenshin. There are a lot of things I don't know. I'm a kid compared to the Archons, but from what the god of Geo showed me, those things are not supposed to be known by anyone in this world. Kenshin. I can feel how terrified she is. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about the being. I couldn't sleep for a week after learning what it probably was. I know how to admit my errors. Mom told me that if I acted petulantly, she would return all the slaps she received from me when I was a baby. I probably won't survive that. And then what were you thinking when you peeked, as you put it? She asked seriously. I already know what I did wrong, Yi. I explained the same thing to Albedo, Gizhong, Xiao, Mrax, and even repeated it many times in some internal dialogues. I have no intention to peek again, I tiredly said. I sincerely hope so. She mirrored my sight. Are you ready to leave? I don't know. Am I ready to leave? I asked Gizhong, who had a bitter smile. Yes. You are. You already said your goodbyes and messed with everyone you could mess with. Now you are. A short girl with purple hair and cat ears strode towards me with firm steps and a smug smile. I shouldn't have asked, said Yi with a resigned look. Woman of little faith, Kenshin does not start the trouble. Trouble wants to be around me. Do you know how much trouble my family had? The purple head shouted at me. Maybe I sometimes start the trouble. Who are you? I asked with a smile. I'm not falling for that. Anyway, what's done it's done. You told me to be independent and grow stronger so my ideas would have weight. Look at this. And she showed me an electrovision. Not sure what that proves. I may be stupid because I'm not understanding it. Everyone knows that the god of electro is a bit paranoid and a much psychopath. Getting her present does not seem that impressive to me. She fell silent considering that. And if you wanted to show me how strong and independent you are, why are you so smug after receiving the freebies of a god? That does not seem to be very independent, I explained to her in simple terms. She thought for a while before running away with her soul brimming with determination. Maybe to prove me wrong, I don't know. That was a bit cruel, muttered Gizhong. Again, did I lie? I asked. Now Gizhong, as I was asking, can I leave now? She had been extremely helpful these years, reminding me about things I was forgetting. Yes, you are ready to Kenshin. I felt the little girl called Hu Tao run to me with an excited expression. Oh, how are you? Are you happy your grandpa died? I asked with a gentle smile. Ye did, despite hearing me. Yes, I am. And she did another when she heard the little girl's answer. Look what I have. And she showed me a pyrovision. Oh, that's amazing. Looks like even the gods recognize your dedication, I happily said, rubbing her head and making her smile, while Gizing and Yi looked at me with a bitter smile. Hu Tao was a cute girl while the purple one was annoying. It's obvious I have my favorites. Of course, I will make everyone in Liu happy that they lost their families. She happily nodded. Please don't, was what Yi's soul was screaming. Hu Tao, I need to go. But you can send me letters when you are sad, okay? I told her, making her nod happily again. Come here, and I beckoned her with my hand. She curiously approached. I touched her vision with my hand and flicked her on the forehead with the other hand at the same time. If the vision is your ambition, it should always be safely kept inside you, don't you think? I whispered to her so Yi and Gizhong couldn't hear me. Hu Tao looked surprised at her now dim vision, but then touched her forehead. She probably tried to use her elemental power and finally understood what I had done. Thank you, she whispered and hugged me tightly. She probably doesn't know what it means to have such an important part of your soul stored outside your body and in a piece of metal that could be stolen. But I did. And taking this shard of soul inside the vision while inserting it inside her soul again was easy with my new sight. No problem. If you come in Azuma, we can make people happy together, I said with a happy face. That Kaju bastard will be the first one. And maybe that mopey kid Kazuha too. He really needs some happiness. Hu Tao ran back excitedly, her two brown twin tails swaying in the winds, and I was left with two ancient women looking suspiciously at me. I didn't do anything. And now Gizhong, I need you to focus. You are still going in circles. Can I leave yet, or do you have something more for me? I asked tiredly at Gizhong. Yes, leave, she succinctly said. What a rude woman. To think such a fossil would need some lessons on politeness from a kid, I muttered loud enough for her to hear and jumped onto the boat. Splash! An exasperated Yi fished me out of the sea. I had miscalculated the distance. Something of Mondstadt will always remain inside me. Kenshin, are you okay? You are being more annoying than usual, commented Yi, just eager to get home. I had a lot of fun, and now I want to start working again. I got a power-up, so maybe that deaf psychopath can listen to me a bit more. At least I hope so. Kenshin, be respectful. Yi scolded me. I'm very respectful of your friend. But that puppet she left in charge is a heartless machine, literally. I don't think something without a heart can govern a nation. After seeing 3 countries I can affirm so. Wait a minute, in the 2 prosperous nations I have been in, the Archon were not even working. Don't you think the Shogun is making everything worse? Kenshin, shut up, Yi tiredly said, getting onto the boat. Fox of little faith. You are afraid of seeing the truth. Come, let me tell you about something you don't want to hear. I smirked and followed her step. But Gizhong hugged me from behind, not caring about the salty water I got drenched in. Kenshin, I will never forget what you have done for me. If you need something, tell me and I will do everything I can to fulfill it, Gizhong said with a teary gaze. Kill the puppet, she's a liability. Sorry, can't do that, she instantly said. Useless goddess, I said before getting onto the boat. There was no need to say goodbye between us. We had known each other for years now. I knew what she felt, and she knew what I thought. So goodbyes were not needed between us. I lay down in the boat while looking at the sky. Gizhong's figure was not in the harbor, but I could see some particles in the floor of the harbor that housed her soul. She was the goddess of dust after all. What are your plans now? Asked curiously Yi. Work again for the shogun, I answered simply and honestly. I don't think she is going to like it after your previous letter, recognized Yi. She won't care, she's a machine after all. As long as you don't cross her red lines, you can probably do whatever you want. Those guys are killing the competitors and they are still in power, I said in a disinterested voice. I find truly disheartening how little you think of Inazuma, Yi bitterly said. Precisely because I think so little of it, I want to change it. I have seen Mondstadt this time, and it was a great city. Their economy was a mess, but even with little money to spend and a lot of problems like alcoholism, people were happy. Well, they had wine. So being happy all the time may not be good, but you get it. Happy Mondstadt was a drunk Mondstadt. Barbato's the first one. It looks like a habit now. I always ask you about how your view changed after your sudden trips to other countries, mused Yi, feeling amused by the situation. Well, this time it didn't change that much. But I realized that people can be happy without much money. In Liu, if you don't have money, you will be left behind, and maybe even forced to leave. It's a heartless competition, and I don't want that for Inazuma. I like Mondstadt better. They are overall a sincere and friendly city, happy despite being a bit weird, and people are extremely interesting. And believe me, in a war without archons we will get destroyed. But then again, Inazuma is like it is because of the presence of an archon. Then what would your ideal country look like? Asked an interested Yi. A special one. Inazuma has a lot of things to offer. I like the views the most out of every single country I have visited. We have your publishing house that is famous even in Liu, the Naganohara's fireworks, a lot of islands we have yet to conquer, the shrine. And yet, what we have but nobody seems to realize, it's the people. There are a lot of good people in Inazuma. The Naganoharas wouldn't be the same without Yomiya. The plains around the city wouldn't be the same without the Arataki gang. The Kamisato clan is special due to the three people keeping it afloat. I remembered the most important part of Inazuma for me. So what would your ideal country look like? Repeated Yi calmly. A place where all these people can shine. I want Yomiya to be able to focus on her fireworks without being scared of catching the attention of the guards, for Ito to be able to play with his friends without feeling rejected, and for Ayato to sleep without worrying about his life. I think the moment everyone in Inazuma is able to live like that, Inazuma would be a very good country. I honestly think so. That's a bit unrealistic, isn't it? Asked Yi with a smirk. You should know how impossible it is to make everyone happy. Then it only means that there is still work to be done. I shook my head. I know there are some assholes like that Kaju bastard who won't be happy unless they are the only ones with power aside from the shogun, but teaching the kids so they don't end up that way is also a part of being a ruler. And what people nowadays are learning is not that. We have arrived, Yi informed me. But she also seemed to be quite pensive. After rescuing me once again from the sea, she started walking towards the shrine, making me follow her. If I lose her, I will need to ask for directions, and there are a lot of people here who upon learning that I'm blind will try to do something funny. Ah, Yi, I need a favor. I remembered something of extreme importance. What is it? She asked back curiously. You see, I am at that age, but as you know, I'm blind. So I have a bit of trouble with the cultural material. Chapter 46, Inazuma Arc, Explanation. This will be the last chapter of this kind I release, as this will be the last big turn in the novel. Something a lot of people will like. At some point I will use third-person POF. Kenshin's monologues will come to an end, and the world will gain importance. The story will still be around him, but we will see how other characters react and think not only through his eyes. Kenshin is still playing pranks, but he does not have the same childish attitude, at least that was what I tried to write. As I'm sure you know by now, I try to be realistic, and try to make alive characters. I try at least. So imagine my dismay when I had to write I needed a credible way to explain how the decrees fucking Inazuma Up came to happen, and like it or not, I was the culprit. Believe me, I'm the #1 fanboy, but it's a fact. So even if it looks like I'm bashing I can certainly say I am not. The more the arc advances, the more will be explained. Lastly, Inazuma is fucked up. It was in the 2.0, and it had been for a few years. I know a lot of people haven't played Genshin. All you need to know is that the police were extorting outsiders, clans were killing each other, and corruption ran rampant. And all Hoyoverse gave us was a sudden "oh, I will think it over." Yes, I was wrong. Well, if you suffered, get fucked, because everything is resolved now. A few people died, but me, who cares at the end of the arc? And just like that, the main villain was suddenly a good character. But because I had boobs, everyone accepted it. And that was honestly lamentable, considering the amount of millions Hoyoverse has to make a good story. But what would I know? I may have added some drama, but I think it's how things were in Inazuma before the traveler arrived. Kenshin will learn how to fight, develop his power, and the romance will appear but not start until the end of the arc. This is the last arc of Kenshin's arc, so to speak. We saw him grow from a baby to a teenager and an adult by the end of this arc. So this is the final arc before canon starts. After this, canon will start. So my job of making the character is finished. I will add twists so he is not only a passenger in the story during canon, and I won't introduce Ok, aside from the being. I understand that the fic will take a darker tone, and those of you who wanted the same comedy to continue may not like the drama, but I need Kenshin to grow. Even I got tired of writing him as a child. Anyway, we surpassed the 100k words long ago, and even if the wait was long, I could have the novel started here. To be honest, this novel only started as a way to relax from the other PGR one I was writing. I have 100k words of that one, but I'm not sure I want to publish it. Anyway, the fic will focus more in the story with some fun chapters in between, but I'm stepping on the gas now. I finished Mondstadt, canon, arc, and I'm tired. Hopefully I can recover before we reach the last chapter 1 I've written. Sorry for making you read this rant, but as I always did, I want you to know what you will find here so you don't waste your time. If after a few chapters you don't like the way it's going, you can decide what to do. Thank you for reading up till here. Chapter 47, Inazuma starts. Hello, Kenshin here. 3 years passed, and I'm now 15. Yes, 15. The age at which your hormones are at their climax, and you are nothing more than a horn dog who only looks at boobs and asses. If you do that, you are a pervert who deserves death. And I'm not saying this because I'm envious, not at all. Really. Just kidding. Please send me something I can read or somehow understand. Despite my insistence, you didn't budge, and I had no FAP material yet. So I tried to find some activity that would let me distract myself, while also using it to hone some abilities. And I found it, writing. Kenshin, you are a blind stupid piece of shit. How are you going to write? And you would be right, but you didn't think about the useless goddess who had recently sent me a soul link. As you heard it, that useless goddess had finally done something with her dusty brain and invented a special ink that had the soul of an insect or some weird plants for me to manipulate. I had to admit, it was a genius idea. I spent a lot of time writing, and a big part of this time was mailing different people. Gizhong, Jean, Hu Tao, the boss, Bennett, Xiao, Albedo ... and even sometimes Ganyu if I'm bored. Also, annoying Deluke was fun until he started burning my letter. Jean told me that. I even sent a few mocking letters to Shen, but let me tell you, she replied. I mean, I sent those letters to mock her inner self. Why did she reply? And was what she saying about flowers? I only understood something about a wind wheel aster, so I commissioned Bennett to get one. The captain, being the captain, sent me a letter apologizing for not being able to find one, so he sent me a weird glazed lily he found somewhere. I of course reassured him that it was okay and paid him double. Everything I spent on him will be returned tenfold to me when he goes to Natlan and destroys that pesky Murata. Bennett should be the only pyrosentient being associated with the word Arjun. Anyway, I sent the weird flower to Shen. I didn't have any wind wheel aster, so she would need to be happy with that, and she didn't answer for a month. I asked Gizhong about that, and I learned that the flower was a wild glaze lily, and it had a lot of importance in Liu, something about eternal friendship and a promise or whatnot. I didn't care, so I sent her an Anikabuto in a bottle. I know she doesn't like bugs. My relationship with Sarah is great as always. I can see her peculiar soul, and it's a beautiful one. She has wings on it, and I learned a while after that she can even show some black wings on her back. Of course, I scolded her. How could she hide that from me? I blackmailed her and forced her to let me touch her wings. They were soft, but she didn't shut up meanwhile, always twitching and moaning. I'm not stupid. I knew she was horny. I recognized the same tremors in her soul that I had seen years ago in Jean while she was reading smut. But Sarah didn't know I realized it. She thought she was disguising it well. Only more blackmail material for later. Speaking of smut, my relationship with Jean was a weird one. I was now some sort of romantic prince, and I was supposed to go one way to sweep the night in my arms. Knowing how strong Jean must be by now, I will be the one carried, and that will hurt my dignity. Anyway, once we both had 14 years, I started sending her a smut book every month. She always complained a lot but never sent them back. Curious. My relationship with Hu Tao is as great as ever. She is facing some troubles because people in Liu are a bunch of smartasses, but I will go soon to help her. I learned that she still carries her dim vision with her, even if I don't know why. The boss finally sent me a letter about a year ago. Even his time to think was longer than normal, but well, the man is 6,000 years old, cut him some slack. He was asking about my well-being and all that, so I replied in kind and sent him 100 bottles of Osmanthus wine. Now he can't complain about them. I mean, he always said something about where are does who share the memories or something like that. Well, at least one of those is glued to you. I know, Gizhong confessed it. And that's all about my letters with my pen pals. About my life here, well, not much has changed. After going blind, people in that cursed meeting room in the shogunate thought that making fun of me was a good idea, so I used my then newfound powers to expose their most well-kept secrets. Before my trip to Mondstadt, I was able to detect their lies, but now I could sense their feelings even when they were silent. No one was able to escape me. But I still couldn't catch that Kaju bastard. He was always manipulating other people into doing what he wanted them to do, and I needed to find some proof to incriminate him, so it was difficult. Every time we bickered, Sarah felt conflicted, but she wasn't able to get distracted. She was now the general of the army, or whatever it was called. She was now the boss of the army, the top dog, only under the shogun, who didn't care anyway. There was some bad news too. The war intensified. I tried learning more about it, and he told me that their god, who was now a rotting giant skull, had been slain by the shogun, so the resistance guys left for Watatsumi, and through the years they started resenting the shogunate. I mean, that serpent god was so powerful that even after hundreds of years of being dead, its corpse was still spawning murderous giant beetles like my heaven-punishing beetle. And I could feel the ominous area radiating from the area. But there is something fishy about this. All I found in the library was that a relatively peaceful god had suddenly attacked Narukami, so the shogun slayed him. Why would a god attack an archon? Smells like shit to me. Anyway, I should care. Sarah is a fantastic general, and in the worst case, the shogun will vaporize the whole Watatsumi. No worries. So my job remained the same, but now I felt a lot more free, so to speak. Using my new ability that I trained like crazy, I mean, just by staying awake I'm training, I was able to reduce the amount of bastards in positions of power by a lot. And I did it by myself. I made some enemies, obviously, but I didn't care. Yi was protecting my parents, and I was able to detect absolutely everyone with my 500 meters range. And based on their souls I could detect their intentions, so I was untouchable. Also, we have a local squad of ninjas here, protecting me from everything that would try to harm me. So I was free to say whatever I wanted in that meeting room. But when I was doing something, let's say extravagant, I caught the shogun looking at me with a weird gaze. I realized that at those moments it was Yi's dear friend, who was somehow shocked by my words or actions and came out to see what was happening. I wanted to shout at her, but Yi convinced me to stop. "It's not the moment," she said, "with a 500-plus-year-old yokai, it's never going to be a good moment, and I'm sure I'll explode one day from anger. And I will probably explode a second later because the shogun will send even my bones in a matchstick box to my parents." My relationship with Ayato has calmed down. I can't annoy him that much now. He is very busy as the head of the Kamisato clan. I can even poke at him during our meeting with the shogun. Ayaka is growing to be a lady, there is no way to go around that. I miss the days where she called me Kenshin. Now it's Kenshin-sama. I'm sad. Aunt Ko is also great. Now that Ayato is the leader of the house, she can finally have some time for herself. She now has the hobby of trying all kinds of foods around the city. How is she still slim is a mystery. And that's all about my life. Who is it? This annoying guy is doing it again. I heard a certain yokai screaming in anger near me. What has the oh-so-evil bastard done this time? I wryly asked. He wrote his disgusting fantasies again about my characters. Complained Yi in anger. I'm sure there are a few things here that surprise you, so I try to explain them. Yi started writing her own novel, and it was great. I genuinely think so. The public didn't appreciate her somewhat dark style of writing. They preferred the NTH story about a guy going to another world, getting some cheats and getting all the beaches. 1. So Yi realistic novel set in a world similar to ours didn't fulfill their wish-fulfilling fantasies. She was down for a while after that, but when I explained what I liked about her novel and how great I thought it was, she recovered quickly. Now she always shows me her manuscripts, but I always refuse commenting on them. I want to read her novel, and my commenting on them would alter the idea she had in her mind. When I told her, she looked happy. And I mean she was happy. No one can fool my ability, so she couldn't trick me with her caustic words. I shut up. Of course, I need to let her think that she won sometimes. Anyway, she was writing a novel now, and it was something extremely good for her. Now she was a lot more expressive and laughed more. Even his actual look of anger would have been unthinkable a year prior. And about the bastard. Even if her novel didn't cater to the reader's likes, her characters were fleshed out incredibly well, and coupled with how attractive they were, both physically and mentally, the fandom quickly thought of some ways to fantasize about them. Some used their imagination, but others needed something more, so a few guys and girls started receiving payment to make some one-shots about them. Basically, smut. And he didn't like their character being used to that. I understood her. But it's also something you couldn't control. I need to catch him, Yi muttered obsessively while biting her nails. Remind me again of the reason why you are so focused on this guy, please, I disinterestedly said. Right now Yi was looking for someone to vent with. This guy is making a mockery of my characters, she shouted in anger. Him and other 20 people, I muttered in exasperation. Every week she got like this. But his guy's writing is too good. I can ignore the other. They are just making wooden figures that barely resemble my characters, make a mockery of themselves. But this guy's writing shows that he really understands my characters. She screamed in indignation. So you are saying that this bastard is too good at writing your characters, that you feel your creations have been somehow profaned in some way, right? I asked, just to be sure I understood what she was complaining about. Exactly. I will definitely catch this guy, she said, once again biting her nails and waking in circles in the room. My room? No, you won't. Why? Because it's me. Creator's thoughts, a random mob. Thank you for all the support. I don't speak much about that, but I appreciate it. I have been following a nascent kaleidoscope for a year and a half, and seeing this fic just under that one, it's amazing. Of course, I know it's because of the hype and due to the huge Genshin fandom, but still, I feel like a kid meeting an idol. Maybe I exaggerated a bit, but you get it. Chapter 48. Kenshin wants to be a writer. Even if I look disinterested, I'm dying from laughter inside. It only started as a joke. I found it funny that someone would spend an exorbitant amount of money for a single one-shot, but I was curious, so I tried. And man, Yi's characters were so fun to write. Probably because her talent as a writer and centuries of reading whatever she could made her able to write real people on a piece of paper. Anyway, I wrote the one-shot in an hour, and the guy who commissioned it loved it, so he told other people. Before long, I had a group of die-hard fans. When Yi learned about this, she felt it was funny. She had already seen a lot of people doing this with other novels. But as you heard, she was extremely angry with this mysterious guy, and I saw it and laughed a lot inwardly. I continued doing this just to have fun, as Yi was extremely amusing when she was like this. Good luck. The fact that you haven't found him even after sending the full Shomatsuban to catch him is impressive. I subtly mocked her. She was supposed to be the most cunning person in the whole country, and even with a cheat in the form of trained ninjas, she was losing this battle of wits. I only had to bribe Seiyu, and she did all for me. It never passed through Yi's head that the culprit could be by her side, and even bribing the same ninja she was sending to investigate the guy. Sooner or later I would be caught. I was not going to great lengths to hide it, and the day I got caught I would learn that there was a second hidden Archon here, the Archon of Pain, but I was having fun. You are having fun, aren't you? Said Yi with a frown. Yes, I admitted with a serious face. I see. Maybe I should let you go to the Shogun to talk with her about anything, she said with a mischievous smile. I apologize. I promptly ask for mercy. Talking with the Shogun is dreadful. You see, she doesn't get the sarcasm. She only hears the literal meaning. I was in a meeting when the theme of the day was the Day of the Houses, where all three houses would make an exhibition about their responsibilities in managing the affairs of Inazuma. It was supposed to serve as a method to let the people know a bit more about how the hermetic system of ruling in Inazuma worked. Simply put, it was a day when the three ruling families would compete to see whose phallus was bigger. Anyway, when I heard what the Kuju house was planning, I muttered, kill me now. That Kujudamas was going to talk for hours, bragging about how his ancestor fought side to side with the Shogun. But the Shogun heard my muttering and nodded. Why would she nod? She took her Naginata, and I had to drop to the floor to avoid being bisected. Sensing souls saved me this time. And believe me, that caught all of us off guard. And yet that traitorous Tengu had the gall to have a conflicted look. That woman is the biggest simp I have ever seen. Anyway, I'm a pretty sarcastic guy, so now I'm afraid of opening my mouth in front of the Shogun. Just leave that, people will get tired of smut. Speaking of smut, did you ever get frisky with your dear friend? I'm very curious about that. Yi looked in shock at me. What did this come from? This. I handed her another smutty book. And yes, you guessed it. This bastard again, she muttered with anger. Indeed. What a vile bastard, I nonchalantly said. But as you said, it's well written. Ha ha, I see what you are thinking. Dumbass, how are you reading? Well, the answer is Gizhong again. Using some shady ritual in Liu combined with Adepta's arts, she has discovered a way to make an ink that has the soul of an insect or a plant in it. So I can use it to write. And after that a lot of things came. Now I have a soul water that I can throw in a book, and the water would adhere to the ink, allowing me to see. It's extremely expensive, but I have more money than this piss-poor country has. Let me see, she shouted and stole the book from my open palm. I am curious about her reaction. This book is being sold right now in the smut black market, so even if she tries to stop it, in an hour almost 100 books will be sold. And the priestess Pink Tongue devoured the object of her devotion, her mouth traveling through the sweet body of her goddess, going down from the neck, her soft chest, her toned belly. What the hell is this? She was seething now. As you said, he writes well, so I was curious about the veracity of this. I could see it happening. Of course I do, that's why I wrote the book. Well, I don't think she is interested in the female half of the situation, but teasing her a little is harmless. Do you think I would do it? She was getting even angrier now. Of course. You must have been bored out of your mind for centuries. Maybe a bit of inoffensive fun was something at some point. I nodded sagely. Why are you sounding almost eager to confirm it? She asked with a frown. I don't know. Maybe I can blackmail the Shogun with that. It would be nice. She will cut you down in a second, she laughed. And then everyone in Inazuma will know that she tried to silence me, so I was speaking the truth. I pointed. Dying for this is not a bad way to go. Why are you so antagonistic towards her? Asked seriously Yi. I am not throwing a tantrum about her anymore. I just ran out of people to mess with, and your dear friend could use some fun. There is something extremely captivating about teasing lightning itself, a mix of risk and satisfaction I can't get enough of. Maybe I was addicted to playing with fire. People are adoring her, and you only think about poking fun at her, said an amused Yi. Please, I know 4 gods counting her, and every one of them can reduce me to a subatomic state in a second. But I admit she is the most imposing one. Are you still on about that boy in Mondstadt? She tiredly said. You are not believing me now, but when Celestia burns to cinders from his special move, you will come back here crawling and begging for forgiveness, I said to her in a completely serious tone. I will wait for it then, she amusedly said. Now Yi, how was your week? It was a new habit we have. Every week we would talk about what happened those past 7 days, and often we ended up talking about completely different things. It wasn't therapy, just a moment where we could be honest with someone. She was a yukai, and she had a few things she couldn't talk about with other people now that her dear friend was on a trip to become a monk with how much she was meditating. Good. I finished writing my 3rd volume and started selling my 2nd one. I don't expect it to sell much though, she amusedly said. She was a new writer, but she wasn't so insecure to get depressed because of low sales. I still love it though. It's just that people nowadays like other genres, I said with a pondering expression. Ah, those isekai things. Is the world so boring that they need to travel to another to have some fun? She asked to herself. One, of course. Some people have visions, and they are the closest thing to superpowers, but the vast majority can only look. Reading those isekai novels is their way to live their fantasies through the protagonist. I shrugged. Do you think people here are unsatisfied with their lives so much that they need to escape through these books? She asked curiously at me. And this is like how we are always getting derailed from our topic. But I welcome it. How can they not? People here live a common life. There is no way to go up in the hierarchy ladder. You will only be able to work your whole life, but you can only go down and never up. At a certain point, you will be stopped by the clans, and they love to hoard their power. But I don't want to talk about that. I have enough of them during the week. To the point I'm sick just seeing Ayato's face. He reminds me of those mind-numbing sessions. Then do you think everyone wants to have a superpower like a vision? She asked me again. Yi, think before you speak. Who doesn't? It was obvious that everybody wanted to feel special, and nobody could think of a better way than to be chosen by a god. And what about you? She asked with an impish smile, sitting by my side. Now we were both in the corner of my room, looking at the hall in Azuma through the open door. Well, Yi is looking at the landscape, I am looking at all the little lights that represent Inazuma citizens' souls. Why would I want that? I'm way stronger than anything a freebie from a god can give me, and I never had problems believing that I'm special. Of course, I never believed myself to be more or better than others, just different. But again, there are no people who are the same, so, in a way, everybody is special and unique. But I'm sure the man inside of you wants to shoot beams. She lightly laughed. Well, yes, I do. I have to admit it. What element would you like to control? She asked me with a pondering expression. I'm stuck with lighting, but maybe an Nemo could be good. You can prank anybody and fly in the air. Yi, out of every Nemo vision holder I know, only the Archon can fly, I said with a wry smile. But I get what you mean. I would probably like a Nemo too. That way I could fly to Mondstadt or Liu and be back for dinner. Come on, that is just a practical use, she complained with an inner pout. I'm asking about what would satisfy your chuny fantasies. Thankfully, I never had many of those. But probably ... Geo. Dropping meteors is too cool, I have to admit it. Geo is the most boring element. After all, you can use rocks, but that's not as exciting as shooting beams or fireballs. But when the rock comes from the sky and is bigger than a house, things change. You know that that's not a fantasy, right? She asked with a raised eyebrow. It is when I probably won't have a vision in my whole life, I shrugged. I'm not going to let anyone take a part of my soul and stuff it in a piece of metal. Maybe. Yi nodded. We talked for a few hours, and the sun gradually hid over the horizon. By the time we finished talking, the moon was our source of light, for Yi at least. Ah, Yi, before I forget. The person I bought this book from told me that she had a few copies, so I bought them too. I was impressed by such a work of art, so I sent a copy to Ganyu and Gizhong. So now you can have a new topic of conversation, I informed her with a calm voice. What? You know how gullible she is. She is going to think I'm having an affair with the shogun. She was alarmed now. She liked pranking and teasing people, but not so much when she was the victim. Don't worry, from what I know, Gizhong's copy machine is being sold in Inazuma now, so there will be a lot of books about this tomorrow. They will be shipped to Liu tomorrow, probably, so everyone can know about your little affair. I nodded sagely again. It feels good to spread love and chaos, especially chaos. I'm not having an affair, Yi shouted, and I could feel her anger quickly reaching her boiling point. Of course, I know they don't have that kind of relationship, and never will, but I can't wait to see the shogun's reaction. But they don't know about it, and of course, humans being humans, they will believe everything they see in a book. I shrugged. So even if you didn't have that affair, by tomorrow a few countries will believe you had. And by being the majority, a few thousand against one, you will have effectively had an affair. You can't be the only one, right? I think 1,000 people can't be mistaken. That's the magic of democracy, where the minorities can get slaughtered or tortured under the beautiful notion of majority rules. She looked murderous now, and I couldn't blame her. Her reputation is probably not going to take a hit, but it will definitely change a bit. I also sent them to the guys at Watatsumi. They are having a hard time, so maybe reading about this will cheer them up. I explained my last actions. Are you enjoying this? She darkly muttered. A lot, I honestly replied with a smile. Then I should write about one of those yaoi books where you and Aito are sharing some of his weird drink with the same straw. She teased me, and I knew that she was able to do it. Do it. I don't care. People already think I'm a weirdo. Nobody cares about that. I dismissed her threat with a wave of my hand. She looked furious. She of course knew how eccentric I was, and that I told the truth. People wouldn't care if it wasn't about a hot woman. How sad. Anyway, I need to sleep now. I have to work again tomorrow. Maybe I shouldn't sleep now, that way I can sleep during tomorrow's meeting. What a dilemma. Yi didn't answer, just left while stomping on the floor, and I knew that she was not going to sleep. She needs to write to Ganyu and every other important person that could read this book. I know that she is not going to let this slide, and I would find myself extremely angered by the prank she would make me suffer, but it was okay. Even if she gets her revenge, nobody can erase how much fun I'm having now. Chapter 49, A Fashion Designer. I left the shrine with my hand on the wall, ready to leave for the Tenshikaku. I used the same soul link to mark the path in some stones and trees, so I could only follow them and reach the shogun's place without problem. Of course, I still collide with some pebbles or boxes, but I can manage. Once I reach the city, I can reach the Tenshikaku easily. I only need to pay attention to the citizens' souls and follow their steps. So now I'm happily traveling through the city. When a girl stops me, I said girl but she is my age, around 15. Sir, would you like to try one of my clothes? She said in a polite tone. Sure, I had time and money, so why not? Also, I saw this girl from the shrine with my supervision. She comes from a little settlement in the middle of the nearby plains, Konda village. Great, she excitedly said. Are you a new designer? Asked while using my hands to see if something was in front of me. Yes, my name is Kaori, and I just created my brand Kaori, she happily said. I see how her soul is brimming with excitement and happiness at the mention of her brand. You look like a girl ready to chase her dreams. I nodded at her attitude. I like people like her, that feel excited about their future and work hard for it. Of course, is the motto of my brand, she said while looking at me and then at the clothes nearby. Please try this one. I'm blind, you need to help me, I said, and she nodded, holding the hakama so I could introduce my arms easily. What is your motto? This looks good. Will you buy it? She said with an appraising look. I have no idea how I look, so of course I'm going to buy it, I firmly said. I can see her confusion at hearing me. It will be 40,000 mora. And my brand Kyoria is sold only to those that won't give up chasing their dreams. I froze in place just after handing her the money. I smiled and looked at her. Then I will be your most avid fan. I have a dream, you see, I said with an admiring look. Ooh, please tell me. I could see that she was genuinely curious. I want to make Inazuma a better place, I explained. That's a great dream. We could definitely have some help here, she bitterly said. And the first step of my plan is to kill that useless shogun, I nodded sagely. What are you saying? She shouted in panic after looking around. If someone heard me saying that in her store, she would be kicked out of Inazuma. Of course, I knew nobody was near. And even if they tried, everyone knew I was a weirdo. They wouldn't care. Yes, I'm even working with the resistance, acting as a mole. I definitely look the part. One pointed at my unseeing eyes. Please leave my shop, she darkly said. No, I'm chasing my dream. You can't kick me out, I petulantly said. Still, get out of my shop. She was getting angry now. I don't wanna, I said with a mocking smirk. Get the fuck out of my shop now. Well, look at this, the polite girl has thorns. Kenshin, just leave the girl alone. I finally saw Ayato approaching. I knew he was around and would come to stop the fun. Kakamizato-sama, the girl was nervous now, having recognized Ayato. She was just a new fashion designer and a crazy guy was shouting that he would kill the shogun inside her hard-earned shop. Miss Kaori, just ignore him. He works directly under the shogun, and we have a meeting now, explained tiredly Ayato. He was sick of my antics but still came over to solve the problems I caused. I see. I can now feel anger at being pranked. Wait a minute. A blind weirdo who always acts with inconsistency and has a few screws loose. Are you that slapping baby I was warned about? I feel insulted at still being known by that name. I love it, but I did a lot of other things after that. The one and only. I made a dramatic bow. Please don't come back, she is still angry. Oh, I will come back for sure. Lament the moment you reached out to a stranger in an effort to promote your store. I will tell everyone in the very important meeting we are about to have how good your clothes, the ones I can't see, are. I wonder what will you do if the shogun comes? Will you tell her you don't have dreams, so get the fuck out of my store? I really want to see that. Sigh. Let's go. Ayato grabbed my shoulder and pushed me out of the store. Bye-bye Kaori, I will return on my way back. I waved at her, who was still seething, and also feeling a bit dismayed by my last words. Ayato guided me to the Tenshukaku, and I was able to feel his worry. What's wrong? I asked. I was in the meeting to call out bullshit and have fun, but he took his job seriously. The guys from the Iragi and the Kuji clans are getting bolder, and it's not showing any signs of stopping anytime soon. At this pace we will have trouble in a few years, he explained with a worried face. Then worry about it then. There is no way to convince those guys to stop, and convincing the shogun is, well, impossible. I dismissed his worries. Just let them move first and we will react. I will do that. Now, are you going to tell me about that book of yours? Why was he angry? My book was pure art. It's an effort to try to make people read more, I answered. For how long do you think we have known each other? The only thing in your head is having fun, he heatedly replied. And with that book you are mining the shogun's position. People consider her as the ultimate being, and her having an affair with the head priestess is going to ruffle some feathers. I don't care. Yi's position as God's lover is even more important now, I countered. I would actually be impressed if your plan was designed with that purpose in mind, but I know you only want to poke the shogun. He looked at me with a frown. Well, that's true. Kenshin-sama, Ayato-sama, welcome. The meeting is about to start, a soldier told us, and we went to the meeting room. Relax, Ayato. How is she going to know? She never leaves this damn place, I casually remarked, making Ayato nod. We entered the room and saw that a few people were missing. Did these guys finally die of shamelessness? I loudly said, taking my side near the shogun, who was, like always, meditating with her eyes closed. Kenshin Sara, who was on the other side of the shogun, loudly whispered to me. She is so serious. Unfortunately for you, We are not. The three missing guys appeared with their souls exuding disdain towards me. That only means that even your shamelessness has not reached its zenith. I don't know why are you so smug about that. I shrugged. We are starting, the Shogun calmly said, ignoring our friendly banter. I have a topic of utmost importance. I raised my hands and looked seriously at the Shogun, making everyone look at me with surprise, and Sarah and Ayato feel despair. I never proposed any topic or mentioned problems, so this was also a first time for me. What is it? The Shogun gave me a small nod, allowing me to speak. People of Inazuma, we have a problem. I stood up to talk, making Sarah and Ayato even more nervous with my breach of protocol. Nobody's head could be higher than the Shogun's. There is a scoundrel out there disrupting our precious order. Who is it? Asked the Shogun calmly. Anything that threatened eternity would be purged. I don't know. I regretfully shook my head. But what I know is what he is doing. And I fell silent. After 10 seconds, the Shogun finally spoke. What is he doing? She didn't look angry at all. Well, the puppet is just that, a puppet. This, and I took out my most recent book. You motherfucker, you said she wouldn't know about the book. Why are you telling her about it? Is what I could infer from Ayato's agitated soul, while his outside appearance only expressed worry about the topic I brought up. The Shogun only took the book calmly and opened it. I quickly saw how the soul inside her took the reins of the puppet. Now it was Yi's dear friend reading about her affair with Yi. What is this? She asked, and probably only I noticed her stutter, the advantage of being able to see her embarrassment. As you can see, a most revealing book that explains some things that should be hidden. I shook my head with indignation. But, this isn't true, she complained. Now the rest of the people in the meeting were curious about it. Only Ayato knew what she was talking about, and that's because he read the book I disguised as his reports. Don't worry, Your Eternal Excellency, nobody in this room will question your private actions. You, more than anybody else, are free and allowed to spend your private time however you want, I reassured her with a slight nod. But it isn't true, she denied again with a bit more of strength in her voice. Can you prove it? I asked with a raised eyebrow. She was getting angry from being questioned, so I quickly spoke again. Not that I doubt my God's words, but this book is being sold in the street, so maybe showing people some proof that the actions described in this book are nothing but lies could convince them. Your Excellency, may we know what that book is about? Sarah asked with respect in her voice. She wanted to help, but she didn't know the problem. That's probably her train of thought. No, the Shogun promptly answered. Your Eternal Excellency, I trust Sarah with my life. I firmly believe that she will keep the secret, and we may need her unparalleled intellect to solve this problem, I said with a serious and respectful voice. Sarah was feeling shy at my words, but I knew that her face would be red in a few moments for a very different reason. Yi's dear friend looked hesitant, so I gave her a little push. Everyone here will probably find that book sooner or later. We should move fast and quickly to solve this problem before it grows. That is your servant's humble opinion, Your Excellency. I dramatically bowed. Again, Yi's dear friend finally nodded and handed the book to Sarah. What is this? She shouted in indignation and anger. The shiz, with a red face from anger. This is blasphemy. That seemed to be Sarah's favorite phrase, along with glory to the Shogun. We should catch the writer and turn him to ashes, she said with a furious countenance, if the anger I was sensing in her soul was anything to go by. May we read the book? Asked the head of the Iragi clan. Nobody will read this book, said Sarah darkly, but then looked respectfully at the Shogun. If that goes not against Your Excellency's will. The Shogun only nodded, approving of Sarah's idea. I wrote the book with almost no details. I was describing a hot scene between two generic women. It was only the names that created the mental image of the participants. I didn't even describe their hair color. But of course, the Shogun wouldn't want people to think that she had this kind of relationship with Yi. Probably a lot of people will have read that by now, so maybe showing some proof will convince them, I repeated, looking at Yi's dear friend. Now that she was piloting the puppet, she was more expressive. Of course, she was still like a block of ice, but it was an improvement. Kenshin, what do you mean showing some proof? Asked an indignant Sarah. Well, We can't convict criminals even if we all know they are killing babies. I looked at the Kuju and Iragi clan, who were enraged but couldn't show it in front of the shogun. So even if the people know that the book has nothing but lies, they still have some doubts. That's reasonable. Look, even the shogun herself is agreeing with me. Your Excellency. Sarah looked dismayed at that, seeing that her beloved shogun was siding with me, the guy who respected her the least in the whole country, over her who was her biggest simp. What do you propose? She inquired. I suggest that making a statement with the head priestess, the other being affected, should make people understand that this depraved individual has profaned your sanctity to earn some pocket money. I respectfully proposed. Yi's revenge is going to be cataclysmic, so I better have as much fun as I can. Indeed, I will visit the shrine. And she tried to stand up. Your Eternal Excellency, there is a bit more I should say about this matter. I hurriedly spoke with a respectful bow. She just looked at me, and I didn't dare to make her wait. She was a lot smarter than the puppet and would realize that I was having fun at her expense. Not that being smarter than that piece of junk was too hard. I tried to stop it, but when I arrived, the book was being sent in a ship towards the main continent. Chapter 50. Isn't she quite cute? To the main continent? This book? Asked an incredulous shogun. It was more than embarrassing enough for her that this abomination was going around in Azuma, but even the main continent wasn't going to escape my plans. We need to solve this. Our international relations could be damaged, she said, making my jaw touch the floor. The people around looked a bit surprised but didn't mind it much. Maybe the shogun had some contact with a few eminences of faraway lands. But I knew what was happening, and this stubborn woman didn't talk with absolutely anybody. Time probably stopped for her at a time when Inazuma bought food from other countries. But my surprise hearing that was majuscule. Shogun-sama, what relationships are you talking about? I asked with incredulity in my voice. The ones with Liu, she calmly asked, looking at me. Shogun-sama, we have literally zero contact with Liu. I slowly spoke. We only buy food, but it's just an automatic trade. We don't speak with them at all. She just looked at me with a surprised expression. Of course, only I knew it. I could see her soul. For the people outside, the shogun didn't deign herself to answer me. Learn your place, boy. The shogun is probably in contact with that puny rock god, or other similarly powerful beings. It's not something we mere mortals should be interested in. The leader of the Iragi clan jumped at the chance to mock me. I wasn't interested right now in him. Yi's dear friend felt a bit relieved hearing that. That's a good way to escape without exposing my ignorance, is what she was probably thinking. But when she looked at me and saw my unbelieving expression, she got a bit nervous again. I guess so. I slowly spoke, making her relax. As you all know, I know Rex Lapis. I will ask him if he speaks with your Excellency. I will also tell him that you called him puny. Maybe when his meteorite approaches collides with your enormous ego, it will be able to make a dent in it. And now that I reminded the shogun I would catch her in her lie, she was nervous again. What do you think we should do? And now she was trying to change the topic. Ignore them, I said, shrugging my shoulders. We just buy things. We don't talk with them. We will not affected by what they think. The shogun looked tongue-tied. She probably didn't know that relations had been cut like this. Where was Inazuma getting the food from then? Was the obvious question. Inazuma had a lot of land, but a lot of it was inhospitable, so we didn't have land to plant crops enough for the whole population. And the answer was even more obvious. We don't get food. A lot of people are hungry, but 60% of the food is dedicated to the 5% on top. Anyway, we should focus on resolving our situation here. I suggest that you release a statement along with you to condemn this shameful action, I said confidently. Of course, if she does this, it would be seen as proof that it really happened. Yi and her dear friend should just ignore the problem and it will end as what it is, a work of fiction. But the moment she makes one of her extremely rare appearances just to speak about this will give credibility to the book. It's a reasonable plan. She nodded and stood up. I will speak personally with the head priestess. I realized how seriously she was taking this whole thing. When she said personally, she was referring to her person, Yi's dear friend. Well, more fun for me. Then let's go. Let me escort you, My mom told me that letting a girl go alone can be dangerous, I shamelessly said to the stunned Goof of Thunder, who was looking at me incredulously. I mean, I said the truth. What if some guy is causing trouble and she decides to use her scary sword? We will lose the scarce land we have remaining. Kenshin, what are you saying? Asked a confused Sarah. She was probably too confused to be angry. Well, no matter how powerful she is still a woman, right? And I fear my mom more than I fear our God, so my course of action is pretty obvious. No harm will befall our eternal excellence for as long as I am with her. And I proudly held my fist to my heart. I don't remember if this gesture was from here or Mondstadt. Let's go then. The Shogun decided not to think more about this. Her soul only expressed confusion. Of course. You should know about it already, but I'm blind. We can't go very fast, I once again said, a shameless comment. After saying that I would protect her, I informed her that he would probably be the one protecting me. You are? I could feel her astonishment. Of course. I have been blind for 2 years now, and I have been faithfully by your side around 5 or 6 times per week, so I thought you knew about it. I'm sorry for assuming it. Another dramatic bow. Now the guys around were looking at the Shogun a bit suspiciously. Nobody in Inazuma didn't knew that the slapping baby was blind, and the Shogun had seen me fall over the table in that room at least 3 times. How come she didn't know about it? If Yi's dear friend could sweat, he would be swimming now. Let's go, she said, deciding that staying here would only bring disasters. Of course I followed her with a quick pace. Weren't you blind? She asked, maybe surprised about my quick pace. Yes, but I can use elemental sight, and it doesn't use my eyes. I lied like the vile scoundrel a lot of people think I am. Elemental sight uses the eyes. She frowned at me. It has to do with the reason I'm in the shrine. I can't see the elemental power, it's more like a feel. I call it elemental sight because is what people know. I apologize for not making it clear enough. Another dramatic bow. It's okay, I will go faster then, she said, and started walking faster. She was just walking, so I was able to follow her just fine. As we walked through the town, I could feel her amazement. Something wrong? I asked her. It's just that the town is different than what I remembered it to be, she said with a pondering feeling to her. Well, I don't know when was the last time you visited the town, but probably all the people that you knew are dead. Smooth. I can see that, she replied, and I could feel her sadness. But their children are probably around here. Maybe you know about their families. I thought for a while and started pointing at the oldest businesses around. There is the Naganohara family, they make fireworks. I pointed at the empty house. They are probably out because they like to do some exercise in the morning. I know about them. Their ancestor was the one who invented the fireworks, she told me, making me surprised. Was Yomiya's ancestor that great? I will tell her next time. Over there is the Sakura's garden. They are, as you can probably see, a flower shop. I pointed at another business. I knew their ancestor. She chose that name because there was a legend she liked. The Sakura is supposed to be the origin of Inazuma, so all flowers came from the Sakura tree. She hoped that by choosing that name, she could eventually have all flowers in her garden. She had nostalgic look. That's a good dream. Over there is. And like that, we slowly traveled through the whole city. I pointed all old businesses at her, and she knew some, others were relatively new. But she told me about those she knew about, and I was able to see the faintest bit of happiness in her soul when she spoke about these fond memories. Seeing her distracted, I made a turn. She didn't realize, as she was lost in her memories. We started just taking a stroll, speaking about the people she knew, what I knew about some famous names in her time, and about a bit of everything. Nobody disturbed us. In fact, I could see people hiding when they saw us. The god of eternity itself was too scary for people here. I also bought a few things here, and using the moments the Shogun was lost in thought, they would come in handy later. Ouch! I collided with an advertisement sign. Yi's dear friend was too lost in her thoughts to guide me and looked at my red face with surprise. I apologize for my distracted state. Are you okay? She offered her hand to me, and I sensed what she was trying to do. She was trying to intensify the electro energy in her hand so I could see it more clearly. Isn't she quite cute? Of course, it was useless, I couldn't see that, but I raised my hand near the area I expected her hand to be, and she propped me up. "Please don't apologize, Your Eternal Excellency. I am at fault, and we got a bit distracted. We should focus on our task. It's important after all," I said with a small smile, waiting for the person inside the shop to come out. I knew the layout of the city. That's how I was able to point them to the businesses that had no people inside. "And guess what business is this? What are you doing to my poster?" Kaori came out of the shop with a serious expression, but froze seeing God. "Excuse us, Miss Kaori, I was leaving for the shrine for a mission, and collided with the poster. Please, let me apologize and reimburse you for all damages I may have caused." I took a step forward so the shogun could only see my back and threw Kaori a mocking smile. "I said that the shogun would come, and here she is what I tried to tell her with my smile. Don't worry. It's alright," and she ran away. The indomitable Kaori, who prides herself on her pursuit of her dream, is now retreating with her tail under her legs. I will remind her of this every single week. But I needed to take the shogun now to the shrine. "Let us depart, Your Excellency," I respectfully said to the waiting shogun. Chapter 51, It's Time to Duel. "Are you able to identify people based on the feel you have?" she asked me for the first time. Until now I had been the only one speaking while she listened, so I was surprised when she started the conversation. "Yes," I nodded. "And as you know, I can detect lies. I feel their elemental power to slightly vibrate, and I recognize it." She just listened to me and had a pondering expression. I didn't want to waste my chance, so I spoke again. "I'm also able to visualize their elemental power a bit. And I have been to Liyuan Modstadt, meeting the dragon and the drunk guy, and their elemental power was amazing." I nodded energetically, trying to bait her with her curiosity. How a god so low elemental power as I'm making her believe was one of the most interesting things in the world. Maybe a bit less for her, as she was a god herself, but it's still interesting. How were they? And there it is. Extremely powerful. Mrax was immense, the biggest I have seen, and it gave me a feeling of security. Maybe I could explain it like this. No matter how dangerous the situation is, no matter how many enemies there are, Mrax is a pillar that wouldn't break. No matter the danger, he will stand tall forever. Does that make sense? I know a lot more, but I told her what she may have felt when she saw him. Yes, it does. She was now lost in her thoughts. While Barbatos was a lot different. It was all over the place. If Mrax was a rock, he is the wind. Yes, I know it's obvious. They are the Geo and Anemo archons, but his elemental power was the wind itself, I explained while focusing on the mark I left. We were approaching those dreadful stairs. I was avoiding to talk about the reunions I knew they all had. Barbatos had accidentally told me that her sister died, so I was avoiding all topics that I thought were red flags. I understand that the shogun nodded. What about it? I asked her with a mischievous smile that nobody in this country dared to direct to her. Are you curious about yours? I was now addressing her normally, without all that Eternal Excellency crap, and she didn't seem to mind. She thought for a bit, but she finally nodded. God's elemental power is special. Mrax's elemental power is stone. Barbatos' elemental power is pure wind, and a friend's elemental power is made of ever-changing dust. And yours is, obviously, made of pure lightning. It's of a purple hue and does not stay in the same place for more than a second. I almost can't feel it, that's how fast it changes. And yet, I sometimes feel that. I trailed off. I had been so focused on studying her soul that I almost said something she wouldn't like. Her soul was changing shapes constantly, but there was a faint silhouette that appeared with a lot of frequency. A woman, with the same features I remember seeing in the Shogun, stood still holding something. I couldn't see it, but it was an umbrella or something like that. Instead of the Shogun's always stern expression, she had a faint smile. I couldn't see colors, but the lighting adopted lighter hues in her clothes. If I could see colors, it would probably be light pink. This woman was probably her sister, and the fact that it still appeared in her soul meant that Yi's dear friend was always thinking about her. What do you see? The Shogun's question took me out of my trance. Sorry, I must have imagined it. I apologized while waving my hands. I feel that your elemental power is maybe 70% of that of Mrax, but I feel it's a lot more concentrated than his. I consider him a friend, and I don't want to see you two fighting, but I don't know who would win. I admitted. If those bastards of the Kuja clan heard me, they would ask for my execution. They revered the Shogun as an all-powerful god. An accurate analysis. The Shogun agreed with me. I can only see souls, but I have no idea of martial arts. She probably knows even better how their battle would go. But it's strange, I muttered. I can see it clearly today, while the rest of the days is almost like it's muted for some reason. I sometimes feel your elemental power surface again, especially when something strange happens in our meeting, but it quickly returns to normal. Of course, I was talking about how Yi's dear friend controlled the puppet for a brief period. I can see her nervousness now, and I'm enjoying it, but better calm her down. She is still unpredictable. I won't pry. You probably have a lot of secrets as an Archon, and I'm not interested in them. All I care about is about making Inazuma a better place. And I shot her an honest smile. She only nodded, but I could feel that she was a tiny bit impressed. Maybe impressed is not the word, maybe she just trusted me a little more. I know you and Yi are friends, so here, take this. I gave her a fried tofu I bought earlier. I know she is lonely, as she can't speak to anybody else about some things. You probably have your reason and I'm not qualified to meddle, but if you give her this she will be happy for sure. Fried tofu is Yi's favorite food after all. The Shogun looked a bit guilty hearing that, but accepted the fried tofu with a grateful nod. Yi, we are here, I said loudly, and saw Yi approaching the entrance, still feeling anger from yesterday. What do you mean we? There is nobody crazy enough to keep you company for the whole time it takes to climb the steps. She was morosely talking when she saw the Shogun by my side. My apologies, I didn't know the almighty Shogun was here. She apologized with a smile, but I could see that she didn't care about it. Maiko. The Shogun nodded in greeting. I asked a shocked Yi. I will forget everything I hear now, so please be assured that no one will know. I smiled, knowing that I was not supposed to know what was happening. The Shogun sent a grateful nod at me but looked towards Yi again. Here it's all she said, handing Yi the fried tofu. Thank you. I could feel Yi's happiness. It makes me sad that such a small gesture is making Yi this happy. And now I'm not sure if my book is a lie. Why are you here? Asked Yi, guiding us to a meeting room. We have a problem that requires our joint action, said a stern-voiced Shogun. Is there a powerful curse around or something like that? Kenshin should be able to deal with any curses by himself, replied an honest Yi, forgetting her anger now that her friend was near. The Shogun looked surprised at me. She knew how nasty some curses could be, and Yi was saying that I could deal with every single one of them. I shot the Shogun a smile and made a victory gesture with my hand. No, it's not that. It's about this, the Shogun said while taking out the book. Yi's face instantly darkened upon seeing it. How did you find out about that book? She asked with anger in her voice. Kenshin told me about it, the Shogun gratefully said, and Yi looked at me in shock. Well, I was the one who distributed it everywhere, even to the Resistance and Liu. And Yi didn't know that I even wrote it. But I knew that she wouldn't tell the Shogun I gave it to our dear friends in Liu, as I would be in big trouble. It was ironic how I was safe because of my dangerous situation. She didn't want me to die after all. What do you want to do about it? Asked Yi, clenching her teeth. She was royally pissed now, at the writer and at me. If she knew the two people she hated the most right now were the same person, even the Shogun's puppet would look like a stable being. We need to make a joint statement to say to the people this book is false. The Shogun readily explained what I suggested. Who told you that? Yi looked at me with anger, but now she was frowning. She knew how people thought, and whoever recommended this was stupid or an asshole. Hey, asshole here. I did, and the general of the army agreed with me. I confessed, and pulled Sarah into my side. We should let this slide, sighed Yi, ready to explain the reason to her friend. I disagree, I promptly said. I trusted Yi more than me, obviously, so I needed to hinder Yi's arguments. Not letting Yi speak was everything. Honestly, I don't even know why I'm doing this. I planned to tease the Shogun about the book, and that's it. Then the Shogun decided to come to the shrine, and in an impulse, I offered to accompany her and I don't regret it. I had a lot of fun talking with her. Even when we reached the shrine, I was ready to listen to them, apologize for my suggestion and acknowledge how my plan would harm their image. So I was the first one surprised when I raised my voice to protest to Yi's plan. What am I even doing? If we don't do anything, people will believe what is written. We should speak about it now before more people know about it, I argued with confidence. Kenshin, what are you doing? Asked angrily Yi. Doing my best to contain the damage this unscrupulous person is trying to inflict in our wonderful country, I said with pride. I also think we need to say something, suddenly spoke I. If we leave it as is, people will think it's the truth. It will be worse if we pay attention to it. We will give it more importance than what it has, Yi sensibly said. The Shogun only looked at me, waiting for my input. I honestly think that waiting is an error. Once an idea has been put into someone's head, it will be harder to remove, I said with confidence. Also, there are a few ways to say it without making it a huge deal. We can reach a middle ground. I looked at Yi in defiance. There is no middle ground in this. We give it importance, or we don't. Yi promised me a swift death with her eyes. What do you propose? I asked me, not her friend. Looks like her way of thinking aligns with me more. Yi shot a betrayed look at I, and a wrathful one at me. I will follow your will. But if you ask me, maybe we should tell the people that a covert agent from the resistance is trying to disrupt our peace. That way we don't directly say that the book is a lie, but also we gave them the reason the writer could have for writing this. It was a good plan, and it was the best one. If only I wasn't the mastermind. I see, replied the Shogun with a pensive expression. I don't, I said in reflex. I could only apologize when the Shogun looked at me with a surprised gaze. Sorry. It's just the habit. She looked a bit shocked at my sense of humor but nodded. Please trust me on this. If we ignore it, it will go away, but this way people may think that we are pursuing the author for revealing the truth. He looked at me with a vicious smile. How dirty. She pulled the emotional card. Now the Shogun wasn't sure of what she should do. She agreed with me but didn't want to dismiss Yi's advice. Shogun-sama, may I ask a question to Goji-sama? If she answers it in a way that satisfies you, I won't speak again. I proposed. A duel, a friendly one of course. I knew from some books in the library that every house that had some power in Inazuma was chosen by their bravery in a duel with the Shogun, and it meant that she trusted duels as a way of judging a person's personality. Obviously, this isn't what we are talking about here, but the Shogun will probably agree and will do whatever the winner thinks. I approve. Look, she nodded instantly. Yi looked at me with a frown. She probably doesn't think she will lose but is also unsure of what I have prepared. As for my ace in the hole, it's obvious. I know what the writer will do. Goji-sama kid, call me Yi like you always do. Hearing you use that fake voice of yours is sending shivers down my spine. She immediately stopped me and stood up to reposition herself. We were now seated one in front of each other in the C-Isa position, basically with our knees on the ground and our asses in our legs. I don't know why we need to stay like this, but the Shogun insisted. I am now in a face-off with Yi, and the Shogun is on one side, acting as the judge. I was feeling a bit intimidated now. I only wanted to have fun, but it looks like my head will fly off if I lose this. How did things escalate this much? Oh, it was me. Chapter 52, Yi's cruelty. Why are you so nervous? Isn't it a bit late for that? Asked Yi with a smile I knew was fake. Shogun-sama, when are we going to start? I asked the judge here. The earlier we start the earlier I can start talking. The duel started the moment you were seated in front of each other, she sternly said. Oh, my bad. Then, Yi Maiko, I will talk to you as an equal. There will be no positions, and no personal relationships between us, I started, making Yi narrow her eyes. She knew what I was doing. I had been talking to her but I was telling the Shogun to not be influenced by their friendship. Very well Kenshin, I will do the same, she formally said, but I felt her anger. She now had to treat me as an equal when I was nothing more than a kid she picked up. Then, the writer of this morally degenerated book is trying to harm your reputation, isn't he? I asked with a smirk. I will try to let the Shogun get a picture of our writer, to later convince her that leaving this matter alone is not a good idea. Yes, she nodded. That's a lie, I widely smiled. Why do you? She narrowed her eyes at me. We never decided that my ability was not permitted. Now she realized that I could call her bullshit, but she couldn't do the same with mine. This is an unfair duel, and she cried to the judge, who looked conflicted. She, just like he, forgot about my ability. They had been too focused on the affair thing. Indeed it is, I admitted. I, a 15-year-old human, need to duel a 500-year-old yokai. It's extremely unfair. I sent Yi a mocking look. That should balance things, I nodded, making Yi frown. Things were greatly in my favor. Are you going to answer? I taunted her. No, I don't think his or her purpose is to harm us. She gritted her teeth and answered, making the shogun look at her with surprise. Shogun-sama may be confused, but you should know that we knew about this dastardly person from a while ago. He or she has been profanating Yi's characters, making them do extremely lewd and complex rituals of mating, also known as sex, I explained to the lost person here. Al looked confused but nodded seriously. She was really into her role as a judge. Then why do you think he did this? It is harming the stability of Inazuma. Yi asked me this time. Playing the harming eternity card is very effective against her. Even if the duel was between us, to make the other admit defeat, at this point, we were trying to convince the supposedly impartial judge. We both are sly and cunning people. Maybe, I admitted. But it doesn't matter. You could kill him or imprison him. I don't care. Indeed, what we need to focus on is the problem at hand. Yi also nodded. But before that, I think we both agreed that this writer is doing all this for money, right? I asked Yi. It was a lie. I was doing it for fun, but nobody sane would do this for fun. So the only plausible reason is money. Yes, Yi nodded. The shogun was confused about this, even if her face didn't change. Yi saw my look and looked alarmed. For the first time I had another advantage. I could gauge the shogun's reactions while she couldn't. What do you think will happen if we speak to say that the book is false? Asked Yi with a frown, and I could feel her nervousness. I had everything in my favor. People will start talking about it more, and even those who didn't learn about it will now be interested. As a result, the book will be sought after even more. Ultimately, more people will have doubts and the author will get rich. In fact, that is what is going to happen regardless of what we decide to do here. Yi and I are both girls, and a man has some thoughts only another man can understand. They are overestimating men. Sometimes two tits pull stronger than two carts. The book is bound to be famous. Then why did you propose to speak up? Asked Yi with a sharp look. Because the alternative is worse. If you shut up, some people won't even learn about it, and the ones that do will forget about the thing. I honestly admitted. Are you surrendering? Asked the shogun in her calm voice. Of course not. Until here, I agree that Yi's decision is better. But what happens when the next book is published? I asked with a serious expression. Why do you think there will be a second volume? Asked Yi with a trembling voice. I guess expecting a second one was too weird. Why not? I saw a few boxes of books being sent to Liu, and they will probably sell very well. Even you admitted that the writer was very good, right? I asked you with a raised eyebrow. Yes, she grudgingly admitted. Then the writer will find himself swimming in money. Why wouldn't he write a second one? In fact, as long as he is winning money, he will probably make an entire collection. Now the ideas are flowing in my mind. I need to start writing now. Yi fell silent. Your idea is way better if it was only about this specific case. But for the situation in general, mine is better. Of course, but our ideas are only a stopgap. The only way to solve this is to catch that bastard. I ended my speech. Maiko, I said, prompting Yi to speak. You are basing your argument on the fact that the writer will make a second volume. You are acting without having solid proof, and that is irresponsible. We may catch the writer tomorrow, and no second volume will be published. But then we will have already messed up, she desperately said. Hey, do you think that's enough? That's a stupid argument. I have all the proof I need. As you said before, the writer's objective is money and money he is making. So he will not stop. So even a fourth of a Kenshin. The shogun looked at me, and I returned her gaze with confusion. Something to defend yourself, huh? Was all Yi could say, She was as shocked as me. "Why does it look like I'm about to lose?" "What do you mean something to defend myself?" That was a stupid argument even she believed to be stupid. "I don't even need to defend myself." Her argument is not coherent. I tried to understand what was happening. Her argument is valid. Taking measures against an attack you consider to be assured when you don't have proof is foolish. You need to save your troops and deploy them in the most appropriate way to get the maximum benefit. You should only try to prevent an attack when you know for sure it's coming, she explained to me in terms I'm not sure to understand. "What soldiers?" was all I could say. "Then Miko wins the duel." She took my questions as a way to admit defeat. Even Yi was stunned by this development. "Okay, I lost." I noticed, once again, that this person, puppet or not, was too stubborn. "But let me ask, we already know that the writer's objective is money and that he or she accomplished it, so it's obvious he will try again." "It's not." She denied my argument. "He could be satisfied with the money he got, or he could be scared of retaliation, or he could be caught. It's not sure that he will try again. I will mobilize the army to catch him before he has time to make the second volume, in case he is going to make it." I see now. Her way of thinking is like her policy, extremely aggressive. If she sees a problem, she cuts it. She is thinking about going on the offensive and neutralizing the writer. This way of thinking shows that she can solve problems with her own might, and that's an extremely foolish way of thinking. She doesn't contemplate that the enemy is able to fool her, and in the case that the enemy is stronger than her, she will get stomped. Of course, I don't know if there is anyone in the world capable of that, maybe only the being, but he is not from this world so it doesn't count. But yes, she attacks from the front and annihilates all resistance. "Don't worry, Kenshin, I won't treat you badly." "I will have to punish you of course," she said, malice appearing in her eyes. "Sigh, do whatever you want, I will send the shogun off." "Call me when you are done," I tiredly said and stood up. "I think they need some space to talk." I still can't believe I lost, even if it was an irrational loss. After 10 minutes, I came from the room with her perpetual calm expression. "I will send you off to the base of the mountain. You can probably teleport to the Tenshukaku anyway." I smiled, and she only nodded. And we started descending, and she asked me, "Are you unsatisfied with the result?" She calmly said, without an inflection in her voice. And I couldn't sense any emotions from her, maybe a slight curiosity. "No, I admit I lost. Of course, I think that I'm the one with the right idea, but you were the judge and you decided on your impartiality." "I disagree with your reasoning, but I admit that you were impartial. And it's your country, after all. I can only advise." "Even if you dismissed my advice, I would have accepted it." "The fact that you went along with the duel means that you were ready to listen to me." "I'm happy with that," I honestly said. "That's an admirable thinking." She nodded, and I could feel that she was honest. "It would be a lot easier if you came out more frequently," I muttered with a wry smile. "Why is that?" she asked curiously. "The puppet she made was built specifically to rule in Azuma and pursue eternity. There should be no problem with that." "You are a lot more reasonable." "The normal shogun is extremely inflexible, but I don't know all your circumstances, so I won't speak about it." "I don't like the puppet at all." "But I was at least willing to listen to me, and that was something that in the 3 years I wasn't able to get the puppet to do." We finally arrived at the bottom of the mountain. "I had a lot of fun today, even if I lost." "I can't influence your actions in any way, and I don't know a lot of things. But if you ever want to talk or take a walk like today, I'm always available," I offered sincerely. She didn't answer, but I felt that she received my goodwill. "Take care of Miko," she said, but I spoke before he could leave. "No." She turned around to look at me in surprise. Probably nobody said that word to her in half a millennium, maybe even more. "Do it yourself." "I can't offer her what you can." "From today's outing I learned that you always try to eliminate the problem from its source, so resolve whatever is holding you back from speaking with her." Then, with your pardon, I left with a smile after saying that. From my weekly talks with Yi, I feel how much she misses her friend. No matter how much I try to cheer her up, what she needs is her dear friend. After putting my hand on the wall, I started climbing the wall to the top. Well, Looks who is here. Of course he was ready to mock me. The loser who couldn't see reason came back to be punished. Aren't you a bit too cruel? Making fun of a blind guy. I need to clench my teeth to avoid jumping in anger. Even if told all that to I, the loss stung a lot. You was way better than me even with all my advantages. I was only able to fight back because I knew what the author would do and you was being pressured because of my ability. If she had more time, she would have asked about who I bought the books from, why I bought them, what did I do with the other books, and of course, she couldn't reveal that I was the one spreading them around. And even with all that I lost. Don't be a sourpuss, Kenshin. You are the first one who is making jokes about your blindness, scoffed you with a mischievous look. Now, what should I do as punishment? Have mercy please, because I won't have it. Maybe I could make you read a book, she said, and I saw her excitement. I'm not going to spend that much soul liquid to read you a book, I instantly denied. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. I did it for you. She showed me a book I could now read. You entered my room. I narrowed my eyes at her but sighed. Really? You spend more time in my room than in any other part of the shrine. That apostrophe s. True now that I think of it. She looked stunned when she said that. So you didn't realize it? Are you sure that's proper? I mean, the head priestess stays every Sunday in the room of the only male in the shrine. Now that I think about it, it almost sounds like an argument of a smut story. I thought out aloud. Hi, she disdainfully said. Hey, indeed. You have no chest. Even eyes is better than yours. I didn't think that, but I felt hurt by that disdainful grunt. Well, half hurt. You don't know what you are saying, she muttered darkly. Oh, I think I do. I can't see anything now, but I remember it. And a granny is not going to grow any bigger, right? I mocked her. But wait, does the shogun's puppet even have a hole down there? If that's the case, why? Kenshin Yi said in a sweet voice. I have decided your punishment. You need to learn how to respect your superiors, so I will make it extra hard. Kanao. And a Maiko appeared in front of us. And I felt fear. This Maiko was crazy, even by my standards. Kenshin will read this book, changing these two words for these other two. Make sure he ends the book, she said with a devious smile and left the room. Oh Kenshin, thanks for the tofu. I will enjoy it while you suffer. And be thankful. The alternative was to order every Maiko to leave the plunger in the toilet and she was out. I couldn't feel even a bit of gratefulness from her, just scorn. I opened the book and looked at the words I needed to change. Indeed, it was going to be awkward tomorrow. And Ayato buried himself deep within Kenshin, who was shouting in pain and ecstasy. Ayato, love me more. I hate my life. I watched how the young man left, showing his back to me. His hand found the wall and started slowly climbing the stairs. I wasn't stupid, just very direct. The moment I implied that he was about to lose, I could feel his surprise, just as Maiko's. It made me feel like I made a mistake, as Maiko is way more adept with the words than me. The fact that even she thought she was going to lose told me that Kenshin should have won. But I was the judge, and as one I couldn't lie, not even to myself. I followed my ideals and delivered judgment. And despite the unfairness both Kenshin and Maiko perceived it to be, Kenshin accepted the result without complaining. I could see that he was angry about his loss, but that anger was not directed towards me or himself, not even Maiko. He was just stung by his loss. And that was admirable. I genuinely think so. I have watched thousands of duels during my long life, and I saw a lot of disgraceful people who reneged on their vow to accept the result of the duel. Those people made me nauseous, and Kenshin accepted his loss with elegance. I honestly found myself enjoying the little tour we had in the town. Things changed a lot, and it left me disoriented, but almost as if he sensed it, he eased me into the new town. He showed me all the places I may recognize or the older families I may have known. I knew some, others didn't. But I talked a lot and listened a lot. It made me realize that the city continued without me, and it made me a bit sad. A lot of the families I knew disappeared and nobody remembered them anymore, but new ones surged. I noticed that he truly loved Inazuma. Even without sight, he knew where every single place was located, even the empty buildings he had no way of identifying. In every place or business, he showed me. He mentioned how the people living there were, their hobbies, their likes, and their dreams. I think my sister Makoto would have loved to have someone like him by her side. This young man loved Inazuma with an intensity only she had. Obviously, I noticed that he knew Yi's favorite food, so I didn't complain when he stopped to buy it, but I was surprised when he decided to give it to me so I could in turn give it to Yi. I realized then that he knew a few things nobody should know, but he cared about Yi and Inazuma, and that was enough for me. Despite the apparent enmity they showed towards each other, I know that they have a strong bond of trust between them. Just like I noticed how lonely Yi is sometimes. I wanted to talk with her more, but I fear the erosion, a curse placed in the world that everyone is subjected to. The longer a soul lives, the more it erodes, until only a shadow is left. Then the being will rage, destroying everything in its path, or just slowly disappear. I need to meditate and avoid leaving the plane of euthymia because of that, as no one can stop me if I go on a rampage. I don't want to be the one who will destroy this beautiful place. Inazuma needs to reach eternity. That's the only way to avoid another dreadful war like the one that robbed me of my sister. Chapter 53, The Decrees. I did it. After 6 hours I finally ended the second volume. I couldn't care more about the punishment. I only act like it's horrendous to avoid making Yi think of other worse punishments. I just read in autopilot, and when I finish reading, I have no clue of what I just read. Did Yi think she had won? No. Number. We can't have that. So I exit my room with bags in my eyes, ready to have breakfast. I saw a boy I know quite well approach the shrine, and with a sigh, I washed my teeth and went over to him. Toma, what does that guy need now? I'm too tired for this. It's always amazing how you do it, said the boy Toma, rubbing his neck. He is a guy from Mondstadt who came to Inazuma because, yes, because I don't know, but he is the housekeeper of the Kamisato clan. The guy got lucky. Ayato-sama is asking for you, he said. Is urgent, he said with a smile. This guy is always smiling. I saw him yesterday. What does he want now? I tiredly sighed but started walking towards the marks at the exit of the shrine. I'll help you, said Toma, eager to help. After that sleepless night, I could use a hand. I looked around and saw Yi sleeping in her room. That's unfair, but I will laugh later when the second volume gets out. We quickly arrive at the Kamisato clan. They are just near the shrine after all. Toma, you came back quickly, said a happy Ayaka. She had grown a lot and she should be 10 years old now. She looks a lot like her mother. No greeting for your big brother? I pouted like a petulant child. Hello. She is easily embarrassed when I remind her of the way she used to address me. You are not fun anymore. You frown even more than Ayato, I said, pinching her cheek and moving them upwards. I got the hang of it. Based on the position of the soul now I could more or less discern the position of the rest of the body. It hurts, she complained, and tried to free herself, grabbing my hands. Now that I'm awake, where is your permanently worried brother? I looked around where he should be waiting for me. He is inside the meeting room, or maybe the study, Ayaka replied, feeling a bit nervous. Her brother seems to be extremely worried about something, so much that he even called me the most annoying person in Inazuma. I don't say teyvat because that girl from Mondstadt is really annoying. I will enter by myself. You just keep practicing with that metal stick so you can defend me in the future. I waved and left for the den. How shameless, I heard Ayaka muttering, but I laughed at that. I have no talent with swords and bows and spears. Well, the only one I can hurt with a weapon is myself. TOC, a trouble solver, troublemaker has arrived, I said, looking at the meeting room, but it was empty. I knew it, of course, but I couldn't come to this house without annoying anyone, at least one. I heard you the first time, just come in. Ayato cut my introduction short. Man, I thought I was tired after spending the night writing, but you look even worse. He had bags in the bags under his eyes. Kenshin, this is important. I received a report yesterday night from our spy in the tea house. The leaders of the Iragi clan and Kuja clan were there yesterday. He was speaking very fast. It seems that something big has indeed happened. Chill. They go there almost every day. I tried to calm him down because I'm not understanding anything. They were talking about a Sakoku decree. He finally spoke. They will shut down the borders of Inazuma. I couldn't speak after hearing that. How idiotic was that? If we can't buy food, We will die. What will they do about the food? I am extremely curious about that. That's a report I received from another source. After these 3 years, the Fatui are finally back, Ayato said with a grim face. Nobody knew why they left, but nobody missed them. And the Fatuis will sell us food, right? I sarcastically said with a wry smile. Apparently so, Ayato sighed. But the worst part is that they are planning yet another decree. It's called the Vision Hunt Decree. I don't like the sound of that. Not a single bit, I muttered. I normally don't care about what these clowns do, but if this decree is what I think it is, I'm going to get very angry. It's as it says. They will start collecting the visions, Ayato grimaced, looking at his own waist, where a Hydra vision resided. They have no idea what they are doing, I said, rubbing my forehead and trying to think. Do you know their purpose? I think it's extremely stupid. I don't. I also don't see a good reason to do that. Ayato shook his head. We need to talk with Yi about this, I said, trying to leave. We have no time. A meeting is going to be called in half an hour, he worriedly said. I still don't know where he got all this info. Now I'm feeling concerned. Nobody knows what stealing a vision does, probably not even the Shogun. Let's go then, I tiredly said, just when I wanted to spread my second book about those two. We exited the room, and Ayaka looked at us with an intrigued expression, but she got worried when she saw our grim countenances. I saw Ayato's worry increase, and I knew why. Ayaka received a cryo-vision a week ago. Don't worry, Ayato, I can do something about that, but it will expose me. I could easily do what I did to Hu Tao, but now everyone will know that I can do something more than simply detect lies and feel elemental power. And knowing what was going to come, I should hide my cards as much as I could. Promise me that if the worst happens you will protect her, Ayato strongly said after hearing me. I promise, I sighed. But I couldn't deny him that. He has been my friend for all my life, and I consider Ayaka like a little sister. We traveled through the forest and finally arrived at the Tenshikaku. It was a cloudy and cold day, and while I was not a superstitious person, it looked ominous. We approached the gate, but the guards stopped us. By order of Lord Takeyuki, you can't slap. I am not in the mood. You shitty lord can't order us around, so move out of the way. Go and get fucked by a hilly churl. Maybe you can steal his only neuron to be smarter, I coldly said. Looks like those fuckers feel strong now that they have the backing of the Fatui. The soldier looked at me in shock, but when he tried to get up, Ayato's chilling gaze stopped him in his tracks. I was known to be an inoffensive person, but Ayato was a dangerous one. First, he had a vision. He had trained for all his life, and lastly, he had survived numerous assassination attempts. And despite all this, I was probably even more dangerous. I hadn't been idle these 3 years, and training with my improved ability after I lost my sight granted me the ability to do awesome things. Just like I could touch curses, I could touch souls. They were of the same material, to put it simply, and touching souls was extremely dangerous. For them, of course. I could not only seal their soul, something I knew I could years ago, but I could also numb it, making them extremely drowsy or even sleep in the spot. I could also cause some vibrations or changes in it. For example, I could mimic in them the vibrations that happened when the person was scared, making them feel fear. With a touch I could make them terrified, sad, happy, depressed, and they had no way to stop me. And lastly, I could destroy souls. But I was afraid of even thinking about it, so I dismissed that last option. Of course, I have a great weakness. I need to touch them. I could get cut or hurt before even reaching them. But once I touch the person, everybody on this island would be at my mercy. The only exceptions were the God of Eternity, as her soul was too much for me, and Yi, who may have some freaky abilities. But yes, if I touch a normal person, I could put them to sleep. We ignored the alarmed guards and confidently went to the meeting room. Bang! I opened the door without waiting, and surprise, we were the only ones left. You are late, said the Shogun from her high position. Then you should have sent a trusted person to deliver the message, because we didn't receive any, I caustically replied, making everyone surprised at my hostility. And a guard outside tried using Lord Takeyuki's orders to keep us outside. I would never. I don't care. and I hope that guy was not yours because I slapped him to the ground. The fact that a trained guard from your house could eat dust under my slap is honestly embarrassing. I ignored the rest and sat in my seat. I saw that right now I was doing her things, and only the puppet was in charge. The cudgel head was fuming, but I didn't care. I honestly hoped a vein would pop in his head after learning what he was about to do. And the worst part is that I couldn't stop it. The puppet was only that, a puppet. And even if I had fun yesterday with I still didn't understand her enough to be able to convince her. Just like in the duel, she did what she thought was correct without considering our opinion. She would approve these decrees if she thought were good. Come on. You spend all this time and effort to keep us out and failed. You could at least be quick about it. I hurried the dumbasses. I know that everything would depend on the shogun's first impression. She liked what this guy was going to say. Decree approved. She didn't. Decree discussed. You should learn some modals, brat, he muttered with a dark face. Sarah was looking at me with surprise and wariness. I consider her a very good friend, but she would need to make a decision. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but sooner or later she would need to. And I could only pray she would make the correct one. Tell that to the head Maiko if you have balls. If you don't, start this circus. I was extremely angry. This guy was going to mess with the visions without understanding the mess it could cause. Only for what? The power in Inazuma came from the shogun, so the only thing the Fatui could give him was money. Kenshin, behave. It was the shogun herself that scolded me this time. I'm not a dog, you can tell that. I'm here because you were interested in my ability, and I can leave when I want. So I will not hinder the meeting anymore, but know that I'm here as an advisor, not as a subordinate, I heatedly said, but obediently sat down. Behave, she said. I heard Toma say that to a dog last week. The shogun narrowed her eyes at me and frowned. But I didn't look at her. I had no interest in her or I at the moment. Start the meeting, she instructed, and the guys who were looking at me with surprise now had victorious smiles. They knew that absolutely everything depended on the shogun, and they knew what buttons to push. Your Excellency, we present a few decrees that will make Inazuma prosper like it has never before. One of those sycophants started. What are those decrees about? Inquired the puppet in her calm tone. The first one is the Sikoku decree. Closing the borders will make Inazuma unreachable by some strange elements that could disturb the peaceful country of Inazuma. The leader of the Iragi clan said, on a planet so far away from everything that made it a lost location in the almost infinite expanse that was the universe, a little town braved all challenges the environment threw its way. If you needed to describe with a single word the population of said town, it would be happy. They had some challenges to overcome, but as long as they were together and could live with some degree of comfort, they wouldn't complain at all. The town was surrounded by ruins, testimony that once upon a time some kind of civilization resided here, but the citizens had not the means nor the knowledge to decipher the meaning of such complicated architectural style or the complex-looking symbols engraved on the walls. Stupid Mark, a girl around 7 years old, grumbled, traveling through the ruins with an ease that showed how used she was to walk through this uneven floor. Not letting me play because I'm a girl. The fuming girl with red hair and red vibrant eyes, lost in the rage, walked rapidly, her anger making her lose contact with reality. She was going too far from the village, but her clouded reason wasn't able to realize it. Ruins were dangerous. Some remains of what once was probably a majestic building could fall on you, or the floor that heroes may have walked upon may collapse as the passage of time was equal to everybody. I'm stronger than him. What grounds does he have to say girls don't play football? The girl thought, her anger increasing, her mind turning as red as her vibrant hair. So the girl walked and walked, trying to extinguish the flames of rage inside her. The village her mother was waiting in being left behind. Crack her away, and the inevitable happened. The floor gave up, and the little girl fell down a hole, the darkness within it making it appear Moore's. The hole abruptly ended when another big plain rock obstructed it, but the girl bounced on it and kept falling. Arg! Ouch. The fall wasn't smooth, and the girl desperately tried to grab some sort of ledge she could use to stop her descent to the unknown, but all she got were scratches and painful hits from the surrounding rocks and debris. The girl finally crashed into the floor at the end of such a traitorous hole, and only a miracle left her with the strength to stand up to look around. The girl was a strong one, but she was still a child. Product of the scratches and collision, her whole body was bruised, the dress her mother had made with so much care of love torn out in various places. The girl sobbed for a while, grabbing her hurting arm, but the reality of the situation finally entered her brain. The girl forgot all pain, and in its place came anxiety and fear. Looking up, only a faraway dot revealed the entrance to the hole she had fallen through. There were no more sources of light, so the surroundings were completely dark, making the girl's imagination create fictional yet real dangers that could be lurking in the shadows. The girl sobbed again, this time of fear, trying to search for a wall near the illuminated area that would give her the protection she so much needed. But the girl finally remembered something that could help her. If you can't see, and you want to find the path to a home, take your pendant. Her mother's words made the girl take out her pendant, and rub it strongly. A faint red light illuminated the dark space a few steps near her, making her breathe in relief when at least a bit of the dark receded. But the mother's words were only said to reassure the girl that her mother would always be near her to protect her. The pendant's only function was to give a tenuous light that would calm the girl until her mother found her. But it was enough for the girl, who felt stronger now that she had a modicum of control over the dark. Mom said that I'm a brave girl. She tried to reassure herself with a determined voice, mentioning aloud the person who made her feel the safest. And brave girls overcome their fears. And like this, the little red-headed girl won against her nervousness and started moving, looking for an exit she wasn't sure existed. Marking the walls to remember the position of the hole was a given, and small pebbles served as the milestones that revealed her travel. Tap tap tap. Her steps echoed in the dark and cold tunnel, but the girl chose to ignore the sounds her feet were making. She knew that if she paid attention, fear would grow stronger, and despite being a brave girl, she knew that if things got a lot worse, she wouldn't be able to continue. Tap tap tap. Her steps penetrated the fathomless dark, and little by little her countenance changed from her firm expression to an unsure one. The girl felt some tears of anxiousness start forming in her eyes, but it only served to reignite her determination to leave. Her mother was waiting for her after all. Tap tap tap. The girl looked down in astonishment, realizing that the rhythmic sound she had been used to had suddenly changed. Looking at the ground, she saw that it was not stone anymore, it was metal. Looking to the sides, she saw another tunnel, one devoid of the debris that made her path so difficult. The girl thought for a bit but quickly entered the tunnel. The dim light from her pendant illuminated the area 1 meter ahead of her, giving it a red hue and making her realize that the walls of the tunnel were smooth and very cold to the touch. Oh no! The girl's anxiousness skyrocketed when the tunnel ended in a metal wall. Is this a door? Indeed, just as the girl surmised, what looked to be a wall was only an extremely worn-out door that was almost indistinguishable from the rest of the wall. Pushing with all her strength, the girl had to give up when the door didn't open. In a miraculous happening, when she put her hand on the door to rest, it suddenly moved to the side, revealing that the door was a sliding one. The little girl felt surprised seeing this kind of door for the first time, but quickly entered the new tunnel. The girl saw other doors on the side of this new tunnel, but they were stuck. She couldn't move them, be it pushing or sliding. So she chose to walk forward, venturing into the unknown, searching for a way out. Finally, she arrived at a larger room, a very long one with ample windows she could see more debris through. The floor was rough to the touch, and it had a color the little girl couldn't discern in the red light of the pendant. It could be red, it could be white. But what the girl knew was that it was her first time touching this kind of material. A few ledges were covered in something soft but equally dirty, so the little girl thought they were seats. There were a lot of them, and a few tables were fixed to the floor by some bolts. All of this made the girl think this was some sort of house or restaurant. Why would there be so many tables and seats otherwise? She strode forward, a bit more assured now that some semblance or civilization appeared. She looked around curiously, but the rest of the things were too mysterious for her to understand. But there was a thing that stood out and called to the child inside the girl, a little figure, akin to a very big plushie, lay on the ground in a corner of the room. She quickly walked to it and had an uncertain expression on her face. She didn't know if she should touch it, as something might go wrong in this extremely weird and unexpected room. But seeing that she had no other option and she was still trapped, she chose to touch it. She didn't expect anything, maybe just seeking some sort of reassurance in the form of a plushie that reminded her of safer times. So she touched it, and something inside her woke up, establishing contact with the puppet whose eyes started showing the tiniest of movements. It may have been her instinct, her attitude, her soul, her flesh, her fate, or even destiny. Nobody knew, and nobody will ever know. As the girl quickly took a step back in panic, hearing the loud sound the lights above the room made when they started throwing light to the otherwise dark room and rendering the girl's pendant useless. The girl looked around in fear and surprise, and she could finally see the room in its entirety. But she had no time to look at the strange room. A soft hum, growing in intensity with every passing second, made the girl anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Now the walls, floor and even the ceiling were vibrating. What is happening? The girl nervously spoke, just to make the creeping anxiousness go away if only a little, hearing a voice in this place devoid of comprehensible sounds creak with a squeaking noise product of the rust accumulated during epochs. The puppet lifted its head, its blue eyes scanning the surroundings, and seeing the little and scared red-haired girl, the puppet stood up. This was the moment a wave expanded through the infinite universe, only sensed by the beings that acted as an extension of the universe itself. A change in fate, a change in destiny. The last work of the embodiment of the being that represented the will to face the unknown and explore new frontiers started working. An engine that had been sleeping and laying in wait for eons roared into life, ready to bring the carriers of its creators' followers to unseen spaces and undiscovered locations. The Star Rail was alive again. Chapter 54. You are fired. The Iragi clan is the head of the Kanji Commission, and you control all the administration and commerce in Inazuma. I interrupted. Please tell me, how are you going to feed the people if we can't buy food? Your Excellence doesn't have to worry about that. He directly ignored me. We have a way to get food way cheaper than what we spend to buy food from Liu. How? I insisted. As you said, nobody can enter the country. Who is going to bring food? Answer, the shogun ordered the Iragi clan head, who gritted his teeth. From our friends of Sneeze Naya, he said with a smile, but I could see how much anger he was directing to me. The same friends who were selling drugs a few years ago? The same friends who were stealing amethysts from our land? The same friends who were involved in a lot of suspicious disappearances? And you are telling me that we'll put all of our eggs in their basket, so they can blackmail us however they want? I sarcastically said, but the shogun was seriously considering it. What is going on inside her head? I know it's probably empty, but still. Will they be in a position where they can blackmail us? She asked the Iragi clan head. Of course not. They won't dare to defy your excellency. If they prove to be trouble, we can rescind the Sakoku decree and start buying from Liu again. He smiled, and we will have lost the confidence of every single merchant we are going to leave hanging with our sudden turn. If we ever try to make a deal with Liu, they will be able to extort us, because we will have no other way of getting food. The little contact we have with them is based on trust and camaraderie forged during the Archan War. If it wasn't for that, we would be spending thrice the amount of money we are now. It was a simple thing the head of the Kanji Commission should know, but they were being bribed after all. The shogun thought for a bit, and finally nodded. We can try it, and try to make another deal with Liu later. If the Fatui proves to be troublesome, I will expulse them from our borders. She doomed all of us. But it fell in line with what I learned before. She takes matters into her own hands. Just like now. Accepting this decree is outright a bad decision, but she did it anyway because she knows no one can oppose her should she decide to go back. Of course. And despite that, the Iragi clan head was ecstatic. Then at least grant me permission to bring in food from my business in Liu. I hated to use my business for something that will benefit these fuckers in the end, but I had no choice. The food will come from Liu, but as my personal business I will import some food. I approve, the shogun said, making the Kanji Commission leader grumble. He expected to have the full monopoly, but now I had a share. But it will be my food, and I will do with it what I want. I will not spend my money, only give it for free. I will use my food to help people, but in the way I want and when I want, I warned the shogun. These guys could say that I need to give them the food for the citizens, and I will be forced to give my food to them. I approve, but I want to report about it periodically, the shogun warned me. And that report will come from the shrine, not the Kanji Commission, not the Tenryu Commission, and not the Yashiro Commission. Not even from me. Do you trust the shrine as a neutral entity? I asked her. These bastards could tell her that I was lying in my reports. Then the reports will be the shrine's duty, she said, and I sighed in relief. At least we will not starve for a while. Based on the seething face of the Kanji leader, he was probably thinking of using some dirty trick like that. Then the Sakoku decree is approved, she said, and a huge storm suddenly appeared. It was already cloudy before, but now lightning was falling all around the island. I had to grimace. The lockdown was total now. Ayato was pale now, seeing how everything was getting worse by the second. He never expected the shogun to accept the troublesome Sakoku decree like this. He wasn't even asked for his opinion. Welcome to Inazumu Ayato, where a single person has all the power. And Ayato was leading the Yashiro Commission, frankly the most useless one. He organized everything for the festivals and important weddings, while the other two controlled the police and the economy. Fair much. The next decree is called the Vision Hunt Decree. It was the guy from the Kuji clan. Visions are dangerous, as their power is immense and can destabilize our peaceful society. Their uniqueness can be a threat to our eternity. And the shogun was considering it. Stop there, I interrupted again. Shogun-sama, do you even understand what visions are? Do you? Mocked the head of the Kuji clan. Yes, do you? I asked back, and he looked surprised. If you want to steal them, you must know what they are, right? How can you know if they are dangerous if you don't understand them? He looked tongue-tied. He probably only knew what everyone knew. They were a gift from the gods. Blah blah blah. I looked at Sarah, who had a conflicted look. It was her father who was telling this, but she also trusted that I knew what I was talking about. Also, she had an electrovision. She would also be subjected to this. What are visions? Asked the shogun. She had no idea, and she was considering it. As I said, she is extremely daring in her decisions, as she can always take them back, and her strange obsession for eternity is too strong. Visions as we know it are a vessel. They house a fragment of a person's soul, the one representing ambitions, desires, and dreams. If you confiscate them, you are stealing that from them. A warrior who enjoys practicing with his sword won't remember how to use it and will forget anything related to his life that had something to do with a sword. A painter will forget how to paint. A designer won't have the energy to create more clothes. A general won't remember what are they fighting for anymore. And I looked at Sarah while saying this. I felt her dismay, but also her determination. I looked directly at the shogun. You have no right to steal them, even if you are the god of Inazuma. Visions are their right, a part of the soul they are born with. To put it simply, is like cutting an arm or a leg just because they may be dangerous in the future. I looked straight at the shogun while saying this. And how do you know that much? Asked darkly the leader of the Kuji clan. I'm friends with Rex Lapis and the Adeptus in Liu. I'm friends with Barbatos and the free people of Mondstadt. And they are far more curious than the people here, so they taught me a lot. I met his eyes and answered. I dropped the names of 2 archons here. Maybe that is useful. I agree, the shogun suddenly said. Visions may prove to be a danger to eternity. I sighed. I already knew it would end this way. This puppet would do absolutely everything for eternity, whatever it was, and there was no way of convincing her. If only the person inside her come out to talk, things may have ended differently. But I still don't understand her thought process at all. Did she see any other country burning up in flames because of the visions? Liu was fine and Mondstadt was even better, and there are a lot of overpowered kids with visions there. But again, her weird obsession with eternity is making flips in her head. Then at least let me be in charge of collecting them. I'm from the shrine, maybe that could help. You are planning to rob them after all. I don't think that letting the army do that is a good idea, I tiredly said. I don't care about the army or whatnot, but this way I can let them keep their souls. You will probably scold me, saying that it's too early or whatever, but people could die of depression here. You were against it. How can we trust you?" asked the lord of the Kuju clan, but I ignored him and looked tiredly at the puppet. "How can we trust you?" The shogun repeated the question. "Why don't I start with my friend Ayato? Surely that will show you that I will do it seriously," I commented. Everyone in Inazuma knew that I was childhood friends with Ayato. "That will prove it," the shogun nodded, and it made me sad. "I need to steal from my best friend to prove myself. It's fucked up." I stood up and walked towards Ayato, who was gritting his teeth. He was being robbed of what was rightfully his in front of his own god, and she was even asking for it. "Give it to me, Ayato. I can't return that fragment of his soul to his body if I don't make skin contact. Grabbing his vision from his waist won't let me do it." He nodded and took her off his glove, grabbed his vision and tore it off violently, showing how angered he was. He held it up in his naked palm. I put my hand on top of the vision and discreetly touched his skin with my finger. I was able to do this years ago. Now it is a breeze. The moment I did the exchange, his vision dulled. What was a beautiful and serene blue was now a dull gray. "Here it is." I threw it on top of the table. The dull vision rolled on the table and ended up being in front of I, who was controlling the puppet now. But it was too late for me. She could have stopped this madness but decided to go ahead with this. "When will you collect the rest?" she inquired with her calm expression, and I could feel her sadness. In the end, I just can't understand this woman. It has probably something to do with her dead sister, but I have no way of knowing what is going on inside her head. After this meeting, I know almost everyone with a vision in this city. "Do you want me to collect the ones from the resistance?" I sarcastically asked. "No, just collect the rest." She shook her head. "I should mention that a lot of people are going to desert. Stealing like this is going to make them feel humiliated, so they will join the resistance who, by the way, will have visions while our army won't." I warned, but nobody cared about my words. They had the almighty shogun after all. "When will the depression appear?" asked Sarah. I could feel her sadness at this, like the shoguns. "Does it matter?" I bitterly asked. "They were going to steal them anyway." "Do you have more decrees?" asked the shogun to the clearly happy lords that proposed them. "No, your excellency," they directed mocking smiles at me. But I was too hurt to care. To see the country I love so much fall to this lamentable state because of a stubborn god and corrupt people was extremely sad. I raised my hand. "I want to propose a decree." "Go on then," the shogun let me speak. "It's called the Eternity Decree." I smirked. "Go on." I looked at me with a frown, probably noting that my smirk wasn't coherent with my attitude until now. "You kill everybody on this island. That way no one can disturb your eternity anymore, as you will be the only one here," I sadly said while looking at the place where I's eyes should be. I know it was foolish, but my mouth was moving before I could realize what I was saying. I immediately heard thunder crash all around the Tenshikaku, while everyone in the room looked at me in shock. And I was looking at me with fury. I could feel it. "I don't know what you are angry about. You will starve us, isolate us, and you just decide to steal our freedom and dreams. All that is left for us is a dull and sad life under the rule of corrupt people." "What is there left in our lives?" I asked bitterly. The only thing people could do now was to wake up, work, and feel depressed until the sun hid. "How is that life?" "Leave is all," I said with anger in her normally calm voice. I tore off the badge that symbolized that I worked under her and put it softly on the table. "I will work with the shrine for those reports. I will send the vision through Ayato." I said that I left, but before leaving I sensed something in my chest. I came back to my seat and took out the book I had written during the night. "You made a mistake yesterday," I said, and without looking at her soul I left. "And you made another one today." Chapter 55, A New Job. Again I sighed as I left the building. "Hey you. Even under the rain, this Damas wants revenge." Stop right there. What a cliché line. Are these people soldiers or performers? "You are." I touched him using his soul as a point of reference and he suddenly felt very drowsy. By the time he recovered, I wasn't there. As I was already in town, I decided to start my jobs from there. I visited Kaori, who was nearby. I hit a lot of things in the way, but I didn't care about physical pain now. "Kaori, are you there?" I asked from the outside. I heard steps, and the door opened. "Oh no, "Not you again," she said in a dismayed voice. "It's important. Can I enter?" I asked in a quiet voice. She was confused by my behavior, but nodded and let me in. I wasn't planning to have a heart-to-heart talk, so I just stood at the entrance to avoid wetting her clothes. "The Shogun just decided to confiscate all visions," I said with a tired sigh. "What? That's impossible." "Well, that was the normal reaction. Visions were individual property, not something belonging to the nation." It was like a soldier appeared and said, "Give me your arm." "I wish it was," I muttered. "And guess what? I'm the one in charge of collecting them." She took a step back and covered her vision with her hand. "I don't want to do this, but better me than the army." "The only way to avoid surrendering it is to leave Inazuma," I said, and stood up. "I know either option is hard, but the Shogun won't wait." "You probably have around a week to prepare." After saying that I left. "I think she will run from Inazuma. She is too proud to let someone take what is rightfully hers." "Wait," she said, not caring about the rain. "I have a friend, Kirara. She also has a vision." "Is there a way you can overlook her?" She was anxious thinking about her friend. "I admire that." "You are barking at the wrong tree. I'm not in power. I never was. I can help those with the visions so after losing them they won't suicide, but that's about it." I got fired for speaking against it, I confessed. "I am the grunt who will do the job. Letting someone escape doesn't depend on me." To be honest, I got fired because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Sooner or later it was going to cause some trouble, but it happened now, at the worst time possible. "I will tell her this," she muttered. "No, you can't." I shook my head. "What I'm doing is not something the Shogun knows, and I'm risking my neck here." "You should tell her that she escapes or stays, and if she stays I will help her." "If you tell her my intentions and the Shogun hears it, I will be dead and your friend will suffer." She is stunned now. Maybe she didn't think I was taking a personal risk to help. "I need to go. Think about it. If you decide to leave, get everything you need and be ready." Right now the Shogun locked in Azuma, but she didn't think of the merchants and she can't keep them here. "You should be ready to leave with them," I told her. "The only option she has if she wants to leave." "Thanks," she muttered and went to her shop, thinking about the uncertain future. Next, Yoimiya. I knocked on her door and waited. "Who is it?" I heard Yoimiya's almost deaf dad shout. The door opened and a curious Yoimiya looked at me from her short stature. "Kenshin, hurry up and come in. You are drenched," she excitedly said. "I hope she can stay like this after I leave." "Yoimiya, I need to speak with you and your father," I said, and Yoimiya took me to the kitchen, where her father was cooking. "Kenshin, it's been a long time," he jovially saluted me, but I needed to go fast. I don't trust the Tenryu Commission to wait patiently. If they see a vision they will take it, and then I won't be able to help. There is no time. The Shogun has ordered a total lockdown, and all visions to be collected. I revealed to them the grim reality. "What is going to happen to me?" Yoimiya looked at me with teary eyes. "Nothing, that's what I'm here for." I smiled and took the vision that shined like a bulb in my vision. In a moment, Yoimiya's vision dulled, but she didn't feel a change. When I retired my hand that had the vision on it, she grabbed my wrist, and I could feel her reluctance. She loved her vision after all. I still remember how hyperactive she was for a month after getting it. So now being the one who will extinguish that light is not something I am eager to do, but the alternative is worse. Yoimiya, her father touched her head and she hugged her father, but I knew how sad she was. I looked at his father with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, I hope it could be different." "You should stock food, but hide it or the army will steal it sooner or later." "If you are willing to help, tell everyone around about this," I muttered and was ready to leave when Yoimiya's father put a hand on my shoulder. "Thank you," he sincerely said. I wasn't even sure he heard what I said. I left the house, hearing Yoimiya's sobs in the background. With a sigh, I prepared to leave for the next destination, Ayaka's house. There are a lot of vision bearers here, and I wouldn't be able to deal with all of them in a single day, so with my last strength I decided to help my friends first. I stumbled along the way, the ink was fading and mud was hindering my moves, but I knew someone was nearby. She had been near me since I left the Tenshukaku. "Kuki, if you are going to help, do it now." "I can't see shit." I was too tired to care about my language. What do you need?" she tiredly asked. As you probably know by now, but shit has hit the fan. "Help me reach the Kamisato clan please," I asked, and with a hand on my shoulder, we moved towards our destination. "Kuki, you should probably leave now that you can," I suddenly said to her. "It's an open secret that you feel asphyxiated by the life in the shrine, so use this chance to leave." "I will do it," she firmly nodded. She had been watching me, so she probably knew everything that happened. It was now or never. "I can help you if you want. I will send a letter to a friend in Liu so they help you a bit at the start," I proposed. "Honestly, I think I have more friends in Liu than here." "That's a huge help," she nodded gratefully, but I sensed her worry. "I will take care of the gang, don't worry." I had a wry smile. The excellent and disciplined Kuki Shinobu was friends with the bad Arataki gang. It was probably to be expected. They were free guys and Kuki desired that freedom. "I will wait for you here," Kuki said. When we arrived at the Kamisato clan, "Go back, Ayato will help me. I may take some time. I don't know if Ayato is ready to speak or not. He is very hurt, maybe more than me." I entered the mansion, and the guards only had grim faces. Unlike other houses, the Kamisato clan only hired people they felt they could trust, even if they were weaker. The Kamisato clan always treated their subordinates very respectfully, so a strong bond of trust was born. And now the guards realized that something was wrong. Maybe it was Ayato's mood, maybe they felt the violent storm, or maybe they noticed the absence of a vision on Ayato's waist. I went directly to the room Ayato was in. I knew this house quite well, so I didn't collide with too many things. "How are you doing?" I directly entered and asked. "Bad," he admitted, "and I know how he is feeling. Anger, impotence, sadness, humiliation." "We can talk later. I want to deal with Ayaka's vision first," I said, but he didn't move. "Ayato, I understand that you are feeling powerless. You can't protect your sister, but there is nothing we can do. I can't console you as there is nothing good in this situation." But he wasn't moving. He was sitting on the table with his head between his hands. I sighed and left for the room Aunt Ko and Ayaka were in. "What happened?" asked a worried Aunt Ko, with Ayaka on her lap. "Ayato just came and locked himself in the study." Ayaka looked at me with a worried gaze. Her normally gentle and sweet brother came seething and sad, while she knew nothing. "The shogun ordered the lockdown of Inazuma," I said, and Aunt Ko was alarmed. She knew a lot, as she had worked as the lord of the house for a few years. "What? We will buy food from the fatuas." Even I couldn't believe what I was saying. "And she ordered the vision hunt decree. I will need to collect every single one." Aunt Ko looked horrified to hear that. "Where is Nissan's vision?" asked Ayaka in a quiet voice. "She is a smart girl, so she probably already knows the answer." "Last time I saw it, in front of the shogun," I curtly replied. "Then take mine." "If Nissan gave it, I will do it too." I could only see the determination on her face. "You are a good girl," I sighed and repeated the process. In a moment her beautiful white vision turned into a dull gray. Ayaka looked sadly at the vision but held her tears back. "How are you?" asked Aunt Ko. "Tired, but I can't stop now," I said and moved to the study again, seeing Ayato's soul in the same position I had left him in. "No matter how much I think, I can't understand it," confessed Ayato, who hadn't moved. I only stood there listening to him. "I grew up studying how to be a better politician. Math, protocol, economy, physical training. I gave my all in my childhood years. And yet, my father was killed." He was sobbing a bit now. "Killed by a guy that nobody was searching for. If you didn't find it by pure chance, he wouldn't have been punished. I had to see how my mother lost her finally recovered health trying to keep us afloat. And then the assassination attempts started, just because the Kamisato clan had some power we used to serve the shogun and Inazuma. We gave everything we had to serve the shogun, but all we got from her was her indifference. Even after all the assassination attempts, all our suffering, all our losses, we never complained, as it was our duty as a privileged family to help her rule over Inazuma." He stopped for a bit, probably trying to put some order in his head. "I always felt insulted. I was being put under some guys that are obviously looking for their own benefit while we were sacrificing everything we had for the nation. And now this, I'm being robbed of my own right, as you so coherently put it. Something mine, one of the few things the shogun had no right over." Can you imagine the pain and humiliation I felt there, feeling all those malicious eyes on me, rejoicing at my situation while they simply are selling the country we sacrificed our blood and tears for? I couldn't answer. My motivation to be there is the same as Ayato's, but he had sacrificed his childhood, his father died, his mother suffered alone for years, and now he had to give up his vision. It was very hard to see my vision dull. It was the thing that made me realize that the Shogun doesn't care about the Kamisato clan at all. If tomorrow the Mahiro clan kills all of us and sends their representative, she won't care. He sighed, but I could feel his sadness being replaced by fury. I don't think Kai is like that. She seemed pretty moved by some things we talked about. But the puppet? As long as the number of people in that room stays the same, she probably won't care. But all of that I can bear. I'm the head of the proud Kamisato clan. We never expected Inazuma to pay us back. We have a debt with Inazuma, and we will strive to fulfill it, no matter how much time it takes us. But now they are making my sister, who is just 10 years old, and she is the reason I could enter that cursed room every single day to hear how people are insulting my family, give up her own birthright. I have known you for a while, and I understand very well your ability. Even if nobody in that room understood what you meant, I am very clear about that. The Shogun is no longer content with our sweat, blood, tears, dedication, loyalty, effort, or even our lives. Now she wants our souls. What the hell does SHE want from us? The normally gentle Ayato is screaming in desperation now. Ayato, calm down. Ayaka is listening. I could see Ayaka and her mother in the next room, and they heard Ayato's shout. I don't know if I want to keep fighting Kenshin. We got nothing but suffering from following that heartless woman. We got nothing more to offer. He bitterly laughed. Then leave, I casually said. As you said, you gave your everything. Leave to Liu or Mondstadt, and you will be able to live a happy life with your abilities. Take your family with you. He pondered about it for a while. What will you do? I will stay, I replied. There are people I can help here. But I will send my parents to Liu, no matter how much they scream. They will not be here when the worst arrives, and I recommend you do the same. You will need my help here. He sighed. I don't, and I was telling the truth. The shrine will help with the food problem, and I will throw the vision from the entrance after dipping them in shit, so there is nothing you need to do here. Even if this sounds like I'm insulting you, you have zero power here. I will stay, he firmly said. But the Kamisato clan will move only for the people. And today the Shogun failed the people of Inazuma. Just make sure you have no regrets. But I would recommend sending Aunt Ko and Ayaka out of here. I can't predict how the power will shuffle with the arrival of the Fatuas and the Kuju clan growing that strong. Things will be chaotic here for years to come. I know, he bitterly said. We both know how dedicated Ayako is, but she needs to leave. Only then will Ayato be able to move freely. Probably the Kamisato clan will disappear from the Dry Commission, as the other two commissions are going to be extremely powerful from now on. How the hell are we going to hold a festival in this situation? That is all Ayato can control, parties and weddings. I need to talk with Yi. I will talk with you in a few days. But if I were in your place, I would try to convince your family this same night. We don't know when the Shogun is going to stop that storm, but you should be ready. I also was going to do the same. Tomorrow morning I will speak with my parents. I left the house, knowing that they will be having a very serious discussion, but I knew that Ayato would win in the end. I slowly climbed the mountain, almost slipping a few times and feeling the muddy wall in my right hand, but I finally arrived at the top, where a sad Yi was waiting for me. Hey, what a good weather, I said while shivering from the cold rain. Just get a shower, she wryly replied, but I sensed her sadness. And I did just that. Chapter 56. A few plans start unfolding now. I need to go to the city to collect the visions left. With my ability, I can locate them easily even through the walls, so no one will be able to hide from me. If someone does not comply, I need to convince them, or they will be caught sooner or later, and if they lose their vision to another person that is not me, they will suffer a lot. I approach the first place, where I can see two vision bearers together. One an Nemo and one Electro. Can I enter? After a lot of tumbling and hitting various things, I finally arrived. I can smell melted iron and coal here. Of course, a tall guy with ash-colored hair answered me. Of course, I only know his appearance because I knew this guy before I lost my sight. What can I do for the one collecting visions around here? Tomoya, you should already know that, I sighed exasperatedly. And you are not the owner of this place. And yet, I'm the only thing you are going to get, he replied heatedly. He is not a bad guy, but he is probably fuming about this situation. One of many. Then I will tell you. I'm here to collect the visions you and your little friend hiding behind the wall have. I can see the mopey kid, Kazuha, listening to us. No, he predictably replied. If you aren't going to give it to me, the army will come. You are fairly famous, so everyone knows you have a vision, I warned him. Then I will say the same to them. He is scowling now. Perfect, a sulking kid. Are you going to leave Inazuma? It's just for confirmation. I already know what he is going to answer. No, he firmly says. Then wait for a few days for whatever stupidity you are going to do. A lot of people will try to leave Inazuma, and your recklessness may put those plans in danger, I tiredly say. As for you, Kazuha, you need to decide what to do for yourself. If I take your vision, I will be able to eliminate the side effects of losing a vision, but if someone else takes it, you will suffer a lot. I need to wander around for a while. I will come back in a few hours to listen to your answer. And with that I left the smithy, not even seeing the owner's face. I look around for more visions and quickly find another. Excuse me, I felt someone tapping my shoulder, and turning to see a weird soul. She is probably a yokai, as they are the only things around with this kind of soul. What do you need? A useless question. I can already see her vision shining brightly. Kaori told me that you could help me, she timidly says. I can. What do you need? I curiously ask. Maybe she wants to leave, or somehow hide her vision. I want to give you my vision. Kaori told me that you could make it painless. I can feel her anxiousness. I think she is misunderstanding something, but it will certainly hurt mentally if someone else takes her vision. I reach to grab the Dendra vision in her hand, and just like Ayato I touch lightly her hand in the same movement. Done, I say with a smile. Already? She is asking me, surprised. Of course, I nod. If only all people could be as sensible as her. I can sense her looking at her own body, looking for changes, but nothing happened, obviously. I can sense her astonishment, and quickly realize what she did. SHH, keep it a secret at least for now. I need to collect every single vision, only after that you can use it. I am obviously talking about the elemental power. The vision is nothing more than a vessel. The bearer's soul has already been touched by whoever grants visions. So the important thing is not the vision but the touched fragment of the soul it houses. All I'm doing is taking that little shard and reinserting it into their bodies, so the touched part is safe. Now she, along with Ayato, Ayako and Jimiya, can use elemental power without a vision. Maybe I'm messing with something Mrax warned me about, but it's the best way to act now. I firmly believe so. Thank you, she shouted and suddenly hugged me. Okay, if you are grateful, take me to Kaori, alright? I need to talk with her about her vision. And this energetic help with a verbal tick guided me. Kaori, she shouted from the outside, and the aforementioned person quickly came out. What are you doing here, Kirara? She asked and looked at me with a suspicious look. I don't think I did anything to earn that look, I commented. And you are supposed to be blind, she countered. And I am. I can see certain things, I confessed. I can see the soul and how it reacts. The soul is always honest, and if her soul is suspicious, her expression will be too. I gave him my maybe we should keep some things to ourselves, I interrupted. Sigh, come in. She allowed us to enter her shop. I feel something different here, but I can't see what. Are you leaving after all? Asked Kirara sadly. Yes. I won't give a part of myself, Kaori said with determination. But I gave my vision to him, and I can still use elemental power. Look. I saw Kirara's soul shine brightly with a green shade. Well, that's incredible, and I will shout in amazement later. It's a question of principles. I don't want to be robbed of something that is mine, so even if I can still use my elemental power, I still won't give my vision. I could sense Kirara's inner conflict. Don't say it like that, it makes Kirara look bad. You made your choice to leave, and that is as respectable as Kirara's to stay, I chided her, pointing discreetly at Kirara's downhearted countenance. Kaori quickly realized what I was trying to say. Kirara, I didn't say it to make you feel bad. As this walking annoyance said, every option is equally valid. It also takes a lot of courage to stay in Inazuma after what is going to come, she said, looking at Kirara. I'm a bit offended by that. I didn't do anything to be called that, I pouted theatrically. You brought the shogun to my store the day before all this happened. I think that's something. Kaori scoffed at me. Kirara felt amused at our little exchange, making her forget that Kaori was leaving, at least for now. Now on to important things. Kaori, how are you planning to leave? I asked seriously at Kaori. I need to know what will people think of me when leaving. I will go to the port and pay for a trip to Liu, she succinctly said. That's stupid. Everyone will do the same. I shook my head. Ritu is the base of the Iragi clan. They will not allow hundreds of people to enter Ritu to leave. Then what can I do? I have no contacts to leave from another harbor, she grimly said. Wait for a while. I will go to the Tenshukaku in a few hours. Let me gauge the shogun's reaction to people leaving Inazuma. I revealed my plan. And if she doesn't allow us to leave? Chiro asked back while clenching her fists. I will help you leave. I will help everyone, even if that means going to the resistance, I firmly answer. She thought for a while, but I know she will agree. She has no other choice. Just skip this play. I already know your answer, I scoffed at her. If you can, try to spread this plan to people around, but don't let the Tenryu Commission find out about it. We are screwed if they stop you all before you leave. Okay, I will do it. As you say, she finally nodded. When should we be ready? I want to talk to the shogun before 1400 hours, and if it doesn't go well, I will talk to the resistance in the afternoon. There are going to be a lot of people leaving, so we need to go at night so we aren't spotted. Be ready for a long walk in the dark. That was the best plan I could think of. I will not be able to carry my materials then, she sadly muttered. Don't worry, I will help you, Kirara excitedly offered. That is a problem, as the shogunate will notice our absence at some point and will realize the plan. We can leave for Watatsuna with 100 people, but only one will come back, and that's me. If we go with 150 and 50 come back, we will be discovered on our way back. But I won't say it now, maybe an alternative will appear. In the best case, we will not need it. After saying my goodbyes, I spent the rest of the morning collecting visions. A lot of people refused, but the vast majority agreed to give it to me, so there was not too much trouble. I saw a lot of tears from indignation, sadness, anger. But I couldn't do anything about it. Finally, I came back to the Kitahara smithy, where a nervous Kazuha was waiting for me, and Tomoya was looking from the back with a frown. What have you decided? I asked the nervous kid. I will keep it for now, he muttered. Then keep it. But you will not be able to hide for long, and at that time it may be too late for me to help. Should you change your opinion, you can look for me in the shrine, I explained while turning to leave. It's regretful, but he is free to choose his path. I walked to the Tenshukaku wobbling from all the visions I had, but I saw Ayato waiting for me in the door of the Tenshukaku. I didn't know there were so many visions in the city, he said, and took a lot of them, letting me breathe. And there are even more who refused. I can't do anything but respect their wishes, I said, while walking towards the entrance. Halt. Another guard said. What is wrong with these people? Leave the visions here. No, was all I said before striding past him. By Lord Takeyuki's order, we will carry the visions to No, I repeated once again, but the guard grabbed my shoulder. You are not my superi. I had no hands, so I head-butted him in the nose, making it crack. Ah! He is now on the floor squirming in pain while grabbing his nose. To think Inazuma's safety depends on these guys. Don't touch me. Even if I'm not working for that woman anymore, I'm still carrying her orders. So shut up. And with it, I was finally able to go through. I feel happy that I won't need to go through these gates again. Ayato didn't say anything, he just maintained his apathetic gaze. It was a big change for him, but one required by the circumstances. We finally arrived at the meeting room, and Ayato opened the door with his leg. Normally, he should have put the visions on the floor, open the door, bow, and pick the visions again, but now he wasn't that careful with protocol. Shosam the Kudju head was complaining. Again. I bring the visions, I interrupted him, walking to my former seat. I started picking them one by one and putting them in front of I, who was in charge now. This one is from Ayaka, a smart and shy girl who likes to wander in the city. This one is from Ymir, who likes fireworks and ramen. This one is from Tama, a kid from Mondstadt who came to Inazuma for a better life. This one is from Kirara, a yokai who works in a delivery company. This one is. One by one, I started putting every single vision in front of I, who had a calm countenance. I can feel a prick of sadness in her every time I put a vision in front of her, but I'm not going to stop. The vision bearers, all these visions belong to need to be mentioned, or nobody will know of their sacrifice. When I had no more visions, Ayato came over, and I started putting them down one by one. Of course, I didn't remember whose vision was whose, but what I remembered was every single name. This one is from Masato, a painter who wants to travel to Tatarasuna to see more landscapes. That was the last vision. Are these all the visions in Inazuma? The Kudju Lord asked me, but I ignored him. Chapter 57. A misunderstood person. I don't need to answer to him. Even if I'm technically a civilian, I'm still from the shrine. But when I looked at me, I answered. Number. A few people refused to surrender it, and obviously, I'm not going to go to the resistance to get instantly pierced by their arrows. I seriously replied. Then the Tenryu Commission will collect the rest, I ordered, and I received her unvoiced dismissal. What are you going to do with the few merchants here? Ignoring her dismissal, I asked her. What do you mean? She calmly asked. When you so genially locked the nation, which was amazing by the way, the few merchants stupid enough to come to Inazuma were unable to go back, and I don't think that's a good idea. As I told you, I don't know who will win, but your clash with an angry dragon will kill all of us powerless humans, I explained with a few thorns in my words. Al looked pensive at that, and I suddenly got scared. I don't think she is stupid or suicidal, but why is she thinking about something this obvious? You can only let them leave. I will make the storm stop for a few days for them to go back to their nations, she finally said, and I let out a relieved sigh, one that turned her displeasure. And what about the people who want to leave? I asked again before she could kick me out. People want to leave? She asked calmly, but I felt her confusion and pain. Maybe she thought that people were not trusting her orders, or she felt that people were abandoning her. As much as I think that there is an error in communication here between her and the people, there is not much I can do now. Did you think they wouldn't want to? I asked back with a sigh. I think she is just oblivious to how normal people think. How many people want to leave? She asked, and I could feel her nervousness despite her impassible exterior. I don't know, I said with a tired expression. But a lot. How many? She asked again. From what I've seen, a lot of businesses who won't be able to make a living without exporting, a lot of people who don't trust the Tenryu Commission and the Fatuas, a lot of people who are indignant about the decrees, a lot of people who are scared of the future, and a lot of people who are convinced by their family, I explained. That was the feeling I got during the past hours of speaking with people. How many? She repeated, and I could feel clearly her sadness with my answer. Almost half, I regretfully said. Absolutely not, shouted the leader of the Kanji Commission. The Kanji Commission manages not only money but also food and commerce in general. Losing half of our population is going to cripple Inazuma. In a few years, we will starve. We can't let that amount of people leave Inazuma. He shouted again. Maybe I could use this moment to say something. Ayato spoke with a blank look. The Yashiro Commission is going to buy some things for the festival next month. We don't have a lot of people, so with great sacrifice on our part, my mother and sister will leave for loot to buy those things. And I don't think they will come back, darkly said Kudju Takeyuki, Sara's adoptive father and the leader of the Kudju clan. Of course they will. They need to bring back the ornaments and materials for the festival, but it will take them a few weeks to buy anything at a good price. We are going to need every single mora after all. I can only hope the storm is still being stopped by then, Ayato replied with a bored look. Of course, if the storm hasn't started again, Aunt Ko and Ayaka will miraculously lose a deal because the merchant betrayed them, so they will need to look for another one. Putting it simply, They won't come back. And everybody in this room realized it, but they couldn't say anything. How the Yashiro Commission manages the festivals is their authority, and they can't speak. It's fun because it's the only thing the Yashiro Commission can do. The only one who can speak about it is too distracted right now. What will you do? I asked the Shogun. Depending on her answer, I will need to contact the resistance or not. But she didn't answer, and I could feel her inner conflict. If those people leave, Inazuma will slowly die, but she doesn't want to imprison her own people here. She stood there thinking for a while, and nobody spoke. Aito had the same bored look. His family was going to leave safely no matter what the Shogun said now. How many people can we afford to allow to leave? She asked to the Kanji Commission. Around 50, he answered without hesitation. Lie, I said, using the same word I have been using in this room for years. Al looked at me in surprise, and later at the Kanji leader with narrowed eyes. When she was controlling the body, things got a lot more difficult for these bastards. Maybe 100, the liar said with a trembling voice. What will you do with the other 1,700? I asked. Narukami had around 3,500 people, and around 1,800 wanted to leave. That's more than half. And 400 of the 1,700 people who stayed were from the army, leaving 1,300 civilians who will stay. And with my ability, I could see that around 200 were too angry to be normal. They will probably leave for the resistance, leaving 1,100 civilians in the city. Around 200 were children and elderly people who won't be able to work, which leaves 900 citizens capable of supporting the country. From 3,100 to 900. Now tell me, how are we going to survive? Not even a third will remain. And I don't know how those 900 will react once the food starts to run out. Maybe they will try to leave, maybe they will go to the resistance, or maybe they will just keep working. Summarizing, we are fucked. 100 people, I muttered, pondering about something. There are more than 150 children there. How will you? Inazuma is not a wart zone that needs to be evacuated. She sharply interrupted me. I raised my hands in surrender with a sigh. Then how will you choose those 100? The rest are not going to be happy. They may even revolt. They won't, because I will take them out of Inazuma. She fell silent, and Takeyuki, the Kuju head and the leader of the Tenryu Commission, spoke. The army will return to Narukami to suppress any threats to our nation, he proudly said. You must be confused because the army is not under your jurisdiction. I couldn't speak like this anymore as I wasn't a part of the ruling people, but Aito picked up the ball for me. That's your adopted daughter's role, and despite your relation, the general has an independent authority. At least it should be, he added with a smirk. Don't worry about that. The army will act always in the interest of Inazuma, Saren coldly said, looking at Aito. Even if she was a very serious person, I knew how much she respected her father, and that adoration may be influencing her decisions, even if she doesn't realize it. Then unleash the army on civilians. I'm sure the people will thank you for it, Aito scoffed. What the hell, Aito? You changed too much. The once gentle and cunning Aito has turned into this caustic and sarcastic man. I like it. Sara couldn't answer that. She was going to do it after all. She probably knows how fucked up it is, but she needs to obey the Shogun. What do you suggest? The Shogun asked with a frown at the leader of the Kanji Commission. She didn't forget that he'd just lied to her. Maybe send the people who can't work. That way we will minimize our losses, he nervously answered. The Shogun nodded and was about to speak when I interrupted her. So you send elderly people and children in the end? I nodded sagely, and I looked at me with narrowed eyes. And you will send them alone to another country, alone without their families to support them. What is a child going to do when he arrives at Liu? This only confirms my suspicions about I. In a war, you send away the people who can't fight. And that is the correct choice, and there are no children in the war, so all people sent back are adults who will return to their homes. But now we are not in a war, so people who leave won't return to their homes but to a strange place. I is a commander or a general, whatever you want to call it, but not a ruler. That. The Kanji head couldn't answer. Even he realizes how stupid it is. Suggestion, said the Shogun out loud. Don't let anyone leave. We will protect them like we have always done. and with time they will realize that they are safe here and that the decrees are the best for them," said Takayuki slowly. "That's not your choice. They will think what they want, not what you tell them to think. We have no right to imprison them here, as they will not be citizens but prisoners. And a country of prisoners is not what Inazuma is supposed to be. I propose to let anyone who wants to leave do just that. If we have to starve because of it is because we failed as rulers," said Ayato disinterestedly. He realizes that what he thinks doesn't matter after all. "I think we should explain to them what the decrees are, and how we are trying to make the country better, and after that, we should let them leave if they want." "But I will obey your excellency's decisions," added Sarah with a determined look. "I think her proposition is the most sensible one but is doomed to fail." I of course stood silent. It was not my job anymore. The shogun turned to me, and I don't know what she saw on my face because she frowned. "What do you think?" she asked tersely. "That Kuju's suggestion is tyranny, Aragi's suggestion is non-viable. Ayato's is the correct one from an ethical point of view but also non-viable for the nation, and Sarah's is the most sensible one," I replied honestly. "Then why are you wearing that bored look?" she sharply said. I didn't even realize I had that expression. Maybe I should be thankful that's all my face is showing, because Sarah's suggestion will end up with the same result. People have already seen how I had to collect visions, and how sad and devastated the vision bearers were. They know that the Sakoku decree is pure madness and that we won't have money to eat. People smell bullshit, and they don't trust the shogunate. Maybe if you personally make an appearance a few of them still stay out of pure respect and adoration, but around 1,000 will still leave, I explain. And even then, the rest will have doubts. When food starts to run out, they will be furious about the lies the shogun herself said, and that will make matters even worse. Honestly, all I see is a dark future ahead, because of starvation or because there will be no people here, I concluded. They will not be hungry. "We have a deal with the Fatui," the leader of the Kanji Commission said sharply after hearing me. "A one-sided deal that they will be able to take back whenever they want. A deal they may use to put a leash around our neck. A deal that will make the rest of nations wary of us who are collaborating with criminals." "That deal?" I asked with a raised eyebrow at the dumbass who thought the Fatui were trustful. We fell silent as the shogun thought. "I'm trying to think from the viewpoint of a general to understand her, but it's not going well. I have no idea of military tactics. But what I know is that no matter what she chooses, it's going to be a bad one. There are no good options after all. What do you suggest?" I could feel her pride taking a hit. She needed to ask a person she had fired up because of her own inability. Maybe it's not about that, but it's a fact that she was asking someone who didn't belong to the ruling body, a citizen for all intents and purposes, how to govern the nation. "I can offer a few suggestions," I said with a nod. "If it's not going to be an insult, speak," she said with a warning voice. She is probably still pissed off about my eternity decree. "First, avoid the need to choose," I said, raising one finger. "Abolish the decrees, that way there will be no problem." She didn't speak, and I took that as a number. "Second, alter them or abolish some. The Vision Hunt decree is making people extremely angry, while the Sakoku decree is scaring the cultured people who know about our economic situation. The majority of the population still don't know how it will impact the future. With my company and those criminals we now have a deal with, we may keep the boat afloat." She was still not speaking, making me sigh. "Third, you face this decision head-on. Inazuma will lose no matter what. It only matters how much." I would personally choose Aito's suggestion. If people wanted to leave, it was the ruler's fault for not being able to care about their subjects. If you don't find that idea agreeable, I would pick Sarah's. If even then you don't find it a good idea, Aragi's suggestion, while moronic, is the least bad among the remaining ones, as leaving some people is better than none. And I would choose to raise Inazuma to the ground before taking Kuju's suggestion. His idea in nothing more than tyranny. I said everything I had to say. Now the only thing we need to do is to wait and see how deep the blade is going to cut us. Minutes passed in silence, and nobody talked. We just waited for the shogun to make the decision. While the rest were anxiously waiting, except Hayato who didn't care, I was observing the shogun's soul. I could feel her anguish and confusion, probably at being forced to make this choice. I'm sure for her this is a situation she didn't understand. Why are my people leaving my nation? I only want to protect them, and confiscating visions is the best way. Why are they escaping? It's honestly heartbreaking seeing how Ai's good intentions are repaid like this, but her choices are not the best ones. If I had to compare it, it's almost as if you were chilling in the sun, and a soldier comes up to you and says, "Duel me or die." Yes, exactly like that. The shogun wouldn't feel confused by that. She was a warrior, so she would answer the challenge without any trouble. But normal people would think, what the hell is wrong with this guy? That's the situation the shogun was in now. She doesn't understand how she arrived here. But Ai's personal traits are eliminating any chance of us helping her understand it. She is too stubborn, and she won't listen to anybody, not even Yi. So the more time passes, the deeper she is sinking, not knowing why, and the more stubborn she gets. It's pure madness, and the worst part is that the people are suffering because of it. It's a ridiculous situation where nobody is at fault. Ai is trying her best, but she doesn't understand the people. The people don't understand Ai, and they are suffering because of the decrees, so they are not even trying to. Well, maybe the Fatuas and these bastards are at fault. Chapter 58. The blindfolded blind guy. I decided, she said, and I could feel her anxiousness. She had decided without understanding the situation, so she had no idea of what was going to happen. We will let a few people leave. Well, it could be worse. Of the 6 suggestions we made to her, she chose second worst in my opinion. But I need to distract them to reach Watatsumi with the rest of the people. I will tell them that I offered. No, you are not working here anymore. That will be a jobs for the Tenryu Commission. The Kuja clan's head jumped at his chance. I think people will be more receptive if someone who is not the direct culprit of their suffering tells them, I said with a calm expression. I agree, the shogun nodded. I don't know why. Then I will leave, I said, and prepared to leave, but turned back to add something. May I know the day the storm will stop? Today, the shogun succinctly said. To which I nodded. Please be ready for riots to happen. With that I leave the room. It would be ideal if they pull the army back, that way I can take the other 1,600 to Watatsumi without problems. I left the Tenshukaku, and this time nobody interrupted me for some stupid reason, so better for me, I guess. Now I only need to arrive at Watatsumi. Kuki, I say to the gentle soul near. It's frustrating, no matter how good I hide. You still find me, she said with vexation in her voice. You can't hide your soul after all, I muttered with a smile. We have no time. Take me to Kaori, please. And that she did. I told Kaori the shogun's decision, and to say she was furious was like saying that Murax was above average in strength. After Kirara calmed her down, I told her my plan to go to Watatsumi, and how they needed to make some noise here so the army retreats from the Kuju encampment. After she promised to spread the word, I discreetly traveled to Watatsumi with my trusted Kuki shinobu as a guide. With my huge range, I could see some people following us, but we went to the shrine before using an underground tunnel to lose them. Now I was supposed to be in the temple. After leaving Narukami, we arrived at Kanazuka, the front lines of the war with the resistance. We left behind the army, and we stepped on enemy territory, but we didn't have to walk too much. I sensed a few souls approaching us quickly. Kuki, they are coming, I said to my aide. She was smart, so I didn't have to tell her anything. She would act accordingly. Who are you? One of the guys asked. They didn't seem to have visions, and their souls were not that strong. To put it simply, mobs. I am from the shrine, and I want to speak with the one in charge. I shot them a winning smile. Number. And I lost my smile. I'm a blind visionless guy. He, no vision, blind. Kenshin, shut up. Ops, I said that out loud anyway. Why are you scared of? If your leaders don't want to let us go, they will kill us, so I won't be able to relay your position to the army. You don't lose anything. I explained it very simply. The 3 guys looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay. But you will have to wear a blindfold. I fucking swear. Of course, that way I won't see anything. Nice idea. I shot them a winning smile, and I could feel the guy's pride. How are we still fighting with these people? After a long walk where both of us were wearing a blindfold. Yes, even me. We finally arrived somewhere. Yes, somewhere. Because I wasn't able to see due to the blindfold, I felt that we were approaching a big group of souls. Who are these two? Asked what I identified as a half-yukai, if that was even possible. We found them wandering in Kanazuka, and they told us they wanted to speak with the one in charge. The same guy who blindfolded me said, I will speak with them. Nice job, he said, and the three guys left, proud of a work well done. You can take your blindfold off now. Kuki did it, but I didn't care. I just stretched. I felt Kuki sighing in annoyance. Why are you not taking your blindfold off? The guy asked in confusion. I'm blind anyway, I said with a yawn. All this walking was exhausting, and I still need to go back. Oh no, I need to come back here this night, and then leave again for the shrine. Fuck. Then why are you blinded? He was even more confused now. You tell me, Kenshin. Focus. Kuki is always serious. She needs to have some fun. But she is right, I need to negotiate. I am Kenshin, from the Great Narukami Shrine, and I'm here to make a deal with the one in charge, I said in a firm voice, taking the blindfold off. I'm Guru, the general of the Watatsumi army. He introduced himself, but I have no time. Charmed. But I said I need to talk with the one in charge, and it's not you. Why don't you come out? A strong soul, far stronger than Guru's, was listening a few meters away. How did you know I wasn't the one in charge? Asked the confused Guru. I don't know how you all remember how to breathe, I sighed in exasperation. You said you are the general of the army. That means there is at least another general of another thing, and generals rally under the leader, no matter its name. Indeed, I heard a soft voice approaching us, coming from that soul. But you also said you were blind, yet you saw me across the wall. I'm blind, but that doesn't mean I can't see. Maybe it does, but it sounds cool. Looks like it. I'm Sangonomiya Kokomi, the high priestess of Watatsumi. Her soul was strange, almost as if her own soul was filling a vessel with a predetermined form. Well, it's not important now. You already know who I am, so I will ship it. I want to make a deal before that. I need to know your position and your opinion of us. I will not make a deal with an unreliable person, she firmly said. We are from the Great Narukami Shrine, a neutral party in the war. But I personally think you are a bunch of opportunist and delusional people. Can we get into the important matters now? We have no time. I need to coordinate everyone in Narukami. Well, you are at least honest, said Kokomi with a wry smile. I will trust you for now. I will hear you. I don't know what you know about the decrees that came out yesterday, but shit is going to hit the fan in Narukami. I went straight to the point. It seems so, and it will be good for us, she said, and I wholeheartedly agree. Well, yes, a lot of people want to leave Inazuma, but we are going to be in a lockdown, maybe for years. I want to let them escape to leave from here. Now I only need to pay them enough. Everyone has a price. Except for the Shogun, maybe. Why would we let them escape? The more people there are in Narukami, the faster the food will be spent. We only need to wait and your side will exhaust itself. What is this woman talking about? Well, yes, but your side will too. You are getting food from Liu or the Fat Yui, and Narukami is fertile, unlike your island. If you wait, your side will lose first. I came here to make a deal, not to play. Now tell me how much I need to pay. Focus, woman, focus. I have enough on my plate. You? Why yes. I want food or information. Now we are talking. Tell me what you need and I will tell you what can I offer. Now we are negotiating. So much time wasted for nothing. As a neutral party, you can give us a lot of information about the shogunate's movements without arousing suspicion. If I can't do that, even if he told me I could count on the Shomatsuban, they are the shrine's forces. The shrine needs to stay neutral at all times. Then the only thing we need from you is food. As you said, we have no way of cultivating here. So we need to buy it, she said in a calm voice, but I could feel her exhaustion. She is still trying to appear strong so she can have the upper hand in the conversation. Pity for her. She doesn't. I know. Just as I knows that you need me more than what I need you, I said, and she grew nervous, even if her face probably didn't change. But I'm not here to haggle. You give me what I want, I give you what you need. Simple. Sigh. You are a hard opponent, she tiredly said, and I felt Guru's surprise. I don't know why though. From the start, You were the only one in front of an opponent. I came here to bargain, not to fight. Anyway, I need around 1,600 people to leave Inazuma. Can you do it? If she can't, I'm going back. We can, but not in one go. Perfect. Now we have a way to do this. I will send them here tonight, and you send them during the night to Liu. The storm will resume tomorrow, so you need to be ready. I told her my needs, and now she will tell me what she wants. I want food for as long as the storm remains. Enough to feed us, she said in a firm voice. You expect me to feed around 2,000 people for years for a few trips to Liu, for free? It was too much, but I knew what she was trying to play here. I can offer you as much food as you can afford. She was thinking about it, and that's good. How will the transaction be done, and what are the exchange rates? I own a big company in Liu. I can offer you the food very cheaply. You just cover all the costs, plus 50% of the normal price, and we are set to go. This was an extremely good deal for her. If a crate of food costs her 50,000 mora now, I will sell it for 30,000 now, the 20% plus the costs. I have no problem with that, she happily said. But can we pay with other goods? Yes, and the price for them will be the normal price, maybe a bit higher. I need to study about it. But how will the ships reach Watatsumi? I think the Shogun will leave a corridor for the Fatui to arrive with food for Narukami, but I don't know about Watatsumi. We have a safe area. That was all she said, and I understood that it was a strategic secret for them. I have no problem with it, but only if there is no danger to the guys bringing the food. If they are in danger, we will need to hire mercenaries or something like that. We will go to Liu to pick the food up if that's all right. No problem from my side, but I will need a bit of time to write the orders from here. I will send some letters with my people to Liu, and they will carry out the orders for my company. But I will tell you now, they are an autonomous business, and I will have no role to play in this deal. It was dangerous after all. What do you mean? She said suspiciously. What guarantee do we have that this autonomous business won't go back in the deal? What I mean is that while they are my company, I won't be there to solve any problems that may happen. If you can't pay, you will have to negotiate with them. If there is trouble with your safe corridor, you will speak with them. If you need more food than what they can sell, you have to deal with it. I won't be receiving letters from the company, so you will deal with them. I'm not risking getting caught. How do we know your company won't betray us? It was Guri who asked. Because they are winning a lot of money, of course. That's all a merchant cares about, I said while shrugging. Yes, I will be getting extremely rich, even if that's not my intention. I will bring a lot of food to Inazuma, and now Watatsumi, so I will earn a lot of money. But that will only be at the start. I will bring food and sell it cheaper than the shogunate, but money will soon flow towards Liu, while Inazuma will not be getting money from the outside. Money will end up disappearing from Inazuma, and it will be my role to give these people food for free. Even if it's the company I created, it will not last long. Wait a minute. There is one last thing we need to clarify, she said with narrowed eyes. How do we know that you won't bring the army here? Those 1,600 people could be from the army, at least 500 of them. How can I prove that? I curiously asked. I think I can trust you guys because without me you are fucked. Maybe giving you a hostage against me will work? If you can prove to us that this hostage is something that will be useful as a deterrent against your betrayal, yes. Then the solution is clear. Then I will leave Kuki here. She is my precious lover, I said with a nod. No, I'm not. I would prefer to die before and during your weirdness every day. The fact that she telling the truth hurt me. Okay. Will my parents be enough? I can think of another way to do this. Are things really that bad? Asked Kokomi curiously. Yes. Now do we have a deal or not? I need to go back to coordinate them, to come back again this night, to return again. And walking as a blind guy is exhausting. I don't think I will be able to wake up tomorrow. Chapter 59, Goodbye. For now we do, said Kokomi, and I felt her embarrassment all of a sudden. I know what she did, but I don't want to believe it. Please, I say tiredly, please tell me you didn't extend your hand for a handshake to a blind guy. I didn't. I don't even need my ability to detect her lie. Okay. I will just leave. Kuki will bring my parents in an hour, maybe. She will stay here until tonight, She also wants to leave. Is that okay? Yes. Guru, please send them off, and inform the patrols, she said before turning to leave. Do I need to be blindfolded again? I cheekily asked, but she ignored me. I know she is still embarrassed, and we went back. Another hour of walking. My legs are not answering me anymore, and I still need to go back there. Damn it. Mom, I'm back, I said while sitting in a chair, panting and sweating. Where did you go? You didn't sweat that much even after eating a bowl of Juan chili when you were a baby, my mother amusedly asked. To make a deal with the resistance, I said, knowing what will come. What, aren't they criminals? She asked with an angry voice. I said it. My parents are simple people. Whatever the shogunates say, they believe. Mom, you should already know that things aren't simple. But yes, they are, I nodded sagely. But they are the ones that will let everyone escape in Azuma. I have no time. Get your things and call for Dad. I can't move now, I said while putting my head on the cold table. What a relief. How will you reach the shrine? Want me to call someone? Kuki asked me, and I could feel that she was also tired. Yes, I will go to the shrine and go to the city with the excuse of collecting more visions. I sighed and stood up to leave. Another member of the Shomatsuban appeared, Seiyu. After a quick explanation, she transformed into a copy of me. Yes, ninja arts she called it. Anyway, she went undetected to the shrine while I went to the town. By the time I arrived she would have come down from the shrine and gone to the city. Now I had an alibi. It just wasn't possible for me to have negotiated with the resistance. I arrived to the town, and using my hunt for visions as an excuse, I started coordinating everyone. We would depart at night. When the army left the city, Mimiya and his father will stay in Azuma. I tried to dissuade them, but they didn't budge. At least with Mimiya around we won't lack happiness, I guess. Kenshin, the person who had been looking for me while I wandered around, finally appeared. Yo! I saluted Sarah, who was feeling conflicted. At this point it's obvious why. She just grabbed her arm awkwardly. Birdie, if you aren't going to talk, don't distract me. I used the same joke I had been using for years with her. I'm not a birdie. And her reaction was the same. I can flip you one, Kenshin. Do that and I will imprison you. I can do it now, she said with an embarrassed expression. Probably I nodded. I was just a civilian now, but I guess my position in the shrine will help me if the push comes to shove. She fell silent, not knowing what to say. Just say it simple. Remember my motto, be direct. Say what you want to say and get the fuck out, she repeated with a smile. Not exactly, but the message is that. I nodded in approval. It's been a long time since I said it. What are you going to do? She softly asked. I already know what I'm going to do. You should ask yourself what are you going to do, I replied. I don't know if she is searching for a way to get out of this, or she is just curious, but she needs to act according to her beliefs. Just say it, Sarah. I think you are making a mistake, said Sarah, and I could feel her honesty, but also her doubts. I don't think the situation will be as bad as you said. And the shogun has ruled for over 2,000 years. I think she knows better than you what to do. If only, I bitterly said. I could tell her how confused the shogun was about the situation, and how sad she was about this, but I don't want Sarah to be plagued with doubts. And I don't think your father is a corrupt asshole. I stopped her right there. And you will learn it with time. The fact that he is stealing visions left and right proves how unscrupulous his methods are. I know you love him and whatever you feel, but I will not budge on this. But I know that you won't believe me, so I will wait for the time you realize it. Sarah was angry but also knew how cruel this vision hunt decree was. What will you do? She said, more secure now. I will do what I always did, help people while annoying others, I said with a fond smile. What will you do? I will do what I always wanted to do, serve the country under the shogun, she said with a smile mirroring mine. Then I won't need to beat you. If the shogun is going to help the people, she shouldn't have any problem with me doing my thing, I teased her. Ha! Since when are you able to beat me? She scoffed. No one doubts me. I approach my mouth to her ear and whisper while touching her other cheek with my hand. Since the moment I lost my sight, and like I did with that guard, I make her soul drowsy. She fell to her knees, stunned. After a few moments, she stood up again with an alarmed expression, but I already left. waving. "Good luck," I shouted at her. "Good luck." She replied in kind, and I could feel how embarrassed she was. And also a little horny. "I'm going to have so much fun these next years." Ouch. Damn tree. A few hours pass by while I look around, probably seeing for the last time an active Inazuma. This place is going to look like a ghost town from this night onwards. And that is incredibly sad. But I believe the day when everybody is back will come. When night comes, curious and nervous eyes peek from every door and every window. Little by little people start leaving the city. The guards left a long time ago after seeing that no riots were happening, so no one impeded the worried citizens. Under the cover of the night, more than 1,000 people left Narukami Island and arrived in the desert Kanazuka. There were some scouts from the army, but a coordinated attack from the resistance left them tied and unconscious on the floor. I know that in a war death will happen, but nobody will die because of my plans. After being guided to Watatsumi by the canine general itself, who I later learned had dog ears and a tail, we arrived at Watatsumi. I heard shouts of amazement, and how beautiful people described the island to be. It was at these moments that I regretted being so curious, so much that I lost my sight for it. "We are ready," informed Guru. "Then we will start moving." "Guys, follow the resistance instructions in order please," I shouted, and people started moving, boarding the ships that would take them to a better land. "Kenshin, I want to thank you," Kaori approached with a grateful smile. "Just make me some cool clothes when you are famous." I smiled and nodded. "They will be the best ones you can find." She smiled as well. "Perfect. Then I will be able to sell them for a lot," I said while rubbing my hands together. "You are impossible." "Yes, yes, I will take care of your friend. Now go." I shooed her with my hands, and she left. I could feel her worry about the future, but also her determination. She is a woman who always charges forward after all. "And what do you want?" I asked the concealed cookie. "You already know you can't hide from me. I can see your soul in the ground. Did you dig a hole or something?" "Tsk," she said in vexation while jumping from whatever hole she was in. "Just came to say goodbye." "Then stay still," and I lunged at her and gave her a tight hug. She only reached my chest, so it was a bit awkward. "Are you satisfied now?" "I didn't know you craved for female touch that much," she tiredly said. "Why would I hug you then?" "You are not a woman, only a child, and even then Ito has probably a bigger chest than you." "The guy is ripped you," she shouted before leaving. "Cookie, wait. Take these letters." I handed them a few letters. "What the hell, Kenshin? There must be 30 letters here," she said. While grabbing the few letters I handed her. "Well, they may be my last letters. I don't think the Fatuas will deliver them, and sending them through Watatsumi seems suicidal, so I have to say my goodbyes. Maybe I will be able to send more through my company when they bring food, but I'm not sure. Also, there are orders for the next years. I had to write a lot." "Who should I give them to?" she asked while stowing them in her vision. "I still don't know how it works. Maybe there is some free space in the vessel." "To a woman named Gizhong." "When you arrive at Liu, shout for Xiao. No matter where he is, he will hear you. Explain to him the situation and he will guide you." "I can always count on Spear Boy. How nostalgic." "I will do so." "Good luck, and yes, yes, I will take care of your sister." I shooed her with my hands. "Kenshin, not again, please." "Hey Mum, will you wait for the next round?" I asked my mother who was approaching, my father closely behind. "Yes, the priestess told us that we should wait." My parents didn't even understand that they were hostages. "How will you fare here?" asked my father with worry in his soul. "I don't know, but I will do my best. That's what you two taught me." I must have a radiant smile now, remembering all the moments I lived with my parents. "I know we are not the smartest people," said my mother with some tears dripping from her eyes. "But we know how amazing you are. You were able to rise from our humble home to be able to work for the God of Eternity herself. I want you to know how proud we are of you, Kenshin." Damn it, I fear my eyes hot from tears now. "Despite knowing how dangerous it is, you are staying back to do what you think is correct," said my father, also crying silently. "We are proud to be your parents, Kenshin. We wouldn't change you for anything in the world." "Well, thanks. I wouldn't change you two either. I truly think they are the best parents. They are not as intelligent as others, resourceful, or powerful. But they gave me a loving home and an education I think is the best I could have had. Be honest, try to help, and work hard. Those were the 3 things my parents taught me, and thanks to that I can say proudly that I'm happy with the person I am today. We spent the next hours talking about my childhood, funny moments, sad moments, everything, until the ships came back and they boarded them. I waved at them, even when I knew they couldn't see me anymore. I still could, so I would wave until they disappeared from my non-sight. And finally, the small dot in the distance representing their souls disappeared from my vision. Sigh, come out, I can feel you. Hearing me, a soul a few meters near me approached. I still don't know how your sight works, Kokomi said in a calm voice, but I could feel her exhaustion again. You should be happy I'm not in the army. I could see all your ambushes in 500 meters, I revealed to her. I felt her soul trembling in fear. Now please don't kill me. You won't get food that way. Can some of your goons take me to Kanazuka? I need to be back by morning. And I will sleep for a week straight. They are not goons. They are my precious comrades, she complained. Whatever you call your subordinates. Now please send me back. I think I should be proud because the canine general himself escorted me to Kanazuka. After a brief farewell, we said our goodbyes and another guide came to my location. This time from the Shomatsu barn. Upon arriving at the shrine, there was yet another obstacle between me and the sweet bed that would me so much pleasure. Kenshin Yi spoke with an uncertain voice, something I had never seen her use. How I sighed, knowing that if Yi was this insecure, it only meant that she was extremely conflicted. I'll follow. Yi's soul started moving and I followed her until we were sitting behind the sakura tree. Yi, I'm tired. Just lay it out, I sighed, absent-mindedly looking at the little spots I could see, far less than yesterday. The fact that the usually secure Yi was still hesitating told me how hard it was for her to say this. Is it about your friend? I asked, already knowing the answer. Things are going too far. I am merely stating a fact. Sooner or later we are going to starve, and I dread the new rules those bastards are going to implement. Yi only listened to me silently, and I have no doubt she knows even more than I do about what is to come. She had always been way smarter than me, of that I have no doubt. No money, no food, and people will start causing trouble in one way or another. Your dear friend won't just slaughter people who protest. She was too saddened by people leaving to do that, but the Tenryu Commission won't hesitate in apprehending people. At the very least I wouldn't trust the leader of the Kuju clan with a single matchstick and hope he would burn his own house. Yi, just say it, I sighed, shaking my head. I know everything will be resolved, one way or another, Yi whispered, making me approach her to hear better. But I'm afraid by that time I will have already done something irreparable, something that will make her lose her place in Inazuma. Well, I honestly think taking visions is already a bit much. But until now no one lost something important like a fragment of their soul. I made sure of that. Who is going to tell her she needs to leave? Even I wouldn't be such a bastard. Inazuma is all she has. I is too extremist, but above all, she is living in the past, explained Yi. For her, everything will be resolved if you show that you are determined enough. Of course, you would need to have a bigger determination than her, which often translates in a battle. That's how she grew up. And that's the world she is living in. So to convince her, we need to beat her, I sarcastically said. Talk about easy. Kenshin was now talking to me directly, not vaguely explaining some things to those who heard her. Can you help me keep I's place in Inazuma? What do you want to do? I tiredly asked. It wasn't a surprise. I already knew her petition would come sooner or later. If I'm understanding this correctly, you want me to keep I from messing up. As humiliating it is to admit it, you are in a better position than me, Yi said with a quiet voice. Even when I should have had the ability to do so, now I realize how much time I lost. I could have started a business like you did, and over 100 years I would have enough money to solve this problem. Well, as I told you years ago, you wasted your time. But yes, I have more power than you now. At least in this area, I shrugged. So you want me to keep I's hands clean in a way, so when all this mess ends, no one would have suffered more than necessary. Yes, the sadness and self-hate in her soul are quite telling. Of course, No problem. Are you sure? Yi was still whispering. This is quite a big thing. I knows there is no way. I don't know how much of a tall order this is. But this is the least I can do for you after all these years. And I don't think your friend is bad, only stupid. Of course, Yi had to stay silent. So we will work to stop your friend to lose her place here. I will make sure that no one loses a fragment of her soul or stays hungry, while you work to stop the ones using her power to mess things up. Also when this ends, her punishment will be light. I like that plan. I still don't know how I thinks, so I will keep my right to judge until I learn everything, but you know, she isn't going to escape unpunished. I warned Yi. She's still messed up big time. Whatever happens, she is not fit to rule. If we get to convince her one way or another that this is lunacy, she will still need to step down, or at the very least change how this country is governed. I know Yi was still sad, probably because she felt guilty for saddling me with a problem she should be taking care of. But again, her friendship with Yi is 500 years old at the very least. I can't even begin to imagine how close they are. But you know, I think my personal punishment for your dear friend is decided, I said, touching my chin. I haven't seen her since I lost my sight, obviously, but I am going to spank her. Chapter 60, More Letters. Hey, what is that? A guard wearing the uniform of a Millith asked another. They were guarding the harbor, looking for possible intruders. When they saw a light approaching, call the others. There are a lot of ships coming, his mate said in a nervous voice, and informed the Kixing. Before long, the ships arrived, and lots of nervous and expectant people got down, only to find the Millith standing in front with their spears. Is there a representative here? Asked an important-looking guy, with a few badges in his uniform. A short girl, not even 14 years old, took a step forward. She had her green hair in a ponytail and a mask covered her mouth. My name is Cookie, she introduced herself. Can you tell us who are you and what's your purpose? The official asked, hiding his surprise seeing that a child younger than her own daughter was the spokesperson. We have another batch coming, maybe we should wait, Cookie replied with confidence. She knew that Kenshin was friends with the god of Geo, so they would be safe, hopefully, even more. The official bit his lips. There were hundreds of people here, and the harbor couldn't take care of this many people. But that was the job of the Kixing. Tell me while we wait. We are from Inazuma. Simply put, we are escaping, Cookie confessed with a calm voice. The official rubbed his forehead with his hand. He was not being paid enough for this. We have our plans here. I bring some letters, so you probably don't have to take care of us for a long time. We also bring our money. Cookie reassured him that they will not be a hindrance. That's helpful, admitted the official. They talked for a while, and then the scouts saw even more ships approaching. After a quick recounting, Cookie informed the official that everyone arrived. There are more than 1,500 people here, muttered the official. What the hell happened in Inazuma? Cookie, do you want me to deliver the letter? It's late, but I think I will be able to wake that person up. As I said, we have plans, said Cookie, and took a mouthful of air. Xiao! She shouted, not caring about the sleeping people. What are you? The official was about to ask when a shadow materialized next to them. How do you know that name? He curiously asked Cookie. Xiao was now free of his curse, so he wasn't as curt as he was before. Kenshin told me that you could guide me to a woman named Gizhong, she said, and Xiao nodded. Xiao looked around and saw a horde of people looking curiously at him. He felt intrigued by what a large crowd like this was doing in the harbor, but he swallowed his curiosity. Whatever happened, Kenshin had asked him for a favor, and he will comply. He owed Kenshin a lot after all. Please, officer, said Cookie, looking at the stunned officer. Give the people here some food. We can pay for it. All right. It will be a bit difficult as we are in the middle of the night, but I will try, he nodded, and after giving a few orders, he left. He still couldn't believe that the little girl personally knew the conqueror of demons. Meanwhile, Xiao guided Cookie to an inconspicuous house. After knocking and waiting for a bit, the tallest man Cookie had ever seen opened the door. I came looking for a woman. Where did this man come from? Thought a nervous Cookie. This man felt dangerous. I was tasked with bringing this girl here. She comes from Inazuma, Xiao said, Avoiding mentioning Mrax's identity, Mrax hummed and gestured for Kuki to come into the house. I came looking for a woman named Gizhong, said a nervous Kuki once she was in the house. There were a lot of antiques here, and some were very strange. She didn't even know metal could twist that much. You were looking for me? A petite woman with ash-colored hair came from the second floor, her eyes shining with curiosity. If you are Gizhong, yes, said Kuki, and seeing the woman nod, she gave her the huge stack of letters. Kenshin gave me this. He told me that hopefully, the useless goddess could at least deliver some letters. Gizhong nodded with a smile, used to Kenshin's teasing words. She read the people that the letters were directed to, and opened the one with her name. Mrax, Xiao and Kuki waited for her to read. Mrax and Xiao's face showed their worry when Gizhong's face paled. Zonglai, we need to help, said an anxious Gizhong, handing Mrax her letter. Mrax read it, and while his face didn't pale like Gizhong's, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. I don't know if a man Kenshin refers to as boss of the lands is here, but there should be a letter for him, Kuki said in the tense atmosphere. Mrax quickly rummaged through the big stack of letters, found the one with his name, and read it. He relaxed a bit, knowing that Kenshin was able to maneuver a bit, and he knew what Kenshin wanted of them. We will help the citizens from Inazuma, he said in a calm yet decisive voice. Liu had a debt towards Kenshin he will never be able to repay, and we will help our friend. Gizhong excitedly nodded, and even Xiao agreed with a smile. The next day, the calm morning was interrupted when a sound akin to that of a thunderbolt disrupted the otherwise calm morning. The people of Liu were shocked when an enormous dragon appeared near the harbor. The rite of descent was months away. Why had Rex Lapis visited the city? A serious-looking Ningguang approached respectfully the giant dragon, who looked at her with his slitted eyes, witnessed to history itself. A pair of slates of pure jade appeared in the air in front of Ningguang, carrying the order of the god of Geo. After reading them, Ningguang nodded and bowed towards the dragon with reverence. Rex Lapis disappeared in the sky, and Ningguang spoke to the anxious crowd. There has been trouble in Inazuma, and the citizens needed to escape. Honoring an ancient contract, Liu will help those citizens, giving them food, shelter and jobs. Those are the orders Rex Lapis has for us, so please obey them, she serenely and calmly spoke to the crowd, who now had fanatical expressions. Ningguang suspected that Kenshin had something to do with this, but she didn't care. If Rex Lapis wanted to help Kenshin, it was because Kenshin had helped them in the same way. This was the land of commerce after all. In Mount Aokang. Shen, this one has a letter for you, said Cloud Retainer, using her Adeptus power to carry a single letter. How is she going to hold it otherwise? Shen nodded with her perpetual blank expression, but the perceptive millennial Adeptus noted that Sen was excited. Kenshin had been sending letters, and Shen had been waiting for them the whole week. This one still is not able to comprehend why is she excited about these ridiculing letters. The youngsters in this era are a mystery, Riley thought Cloud Retainer. Kenshin's letters were full of mockery and ridicule. Shen didn't understand it at first, but Cloud Retainer knew about the fight Shen's sealed personality and Kenshin had. So she explained to Shen how his letters were directed to her inner personality. And Shen, who had no common sense after being taught by a millennial bird, had even fewer social abilities after being abandoned as an offering to a man-eating demon by her own father and lived in absolute isolation with her only company being a tsundere bird, had a brilliant thought. My inner personality is always angry, I am always calm. She is loud, I am quiet. She is violent, I am calm. I'm almost her opposite. Doesn't it mean that Kenshin thinks of the complete opposite of what he thinks of her? That was her skewed train of thought. She opened the letter calmly, but she was extremely happy to receive another letter. Dear little monster, Shen squirmed a bit. Didn't this mean she was being called princess? In all the tales Cloud Retainer told her, the monster was bad and the princess good. Opposite. I'm writing this letter to mock, praise you. I hope you are still feeling miserable, extremely happy, after your shenanigans. I hope you will be angry, happy, for a long time because it will make me sleep well. Well, knowing you will be. Shen felt warm inside. There was only one word off, but Kenshin probably made a mistake. Kenshin can sleep well when I am happy is what she got out of an insultant phrase who wished for Alta-shin to be in pain. I wanted to write to you to tell you that I will not be able to write for a while, and despite knowing how happy, sad, it will make you, I have no other choice. Now Shen was sad. Indeed, just as Kenshin said, she was sad. No more letters were coming. I write to you only so you know that I have not forgotten about you, so you aren't happy, sad, thinking I'm dead. I will not die before you, ugly, beautiful soul. I will try to send you letters whenever I can, because if I don't humiliate, praise you, there is a hole in me that doesn't let me sleep. I will be back to you someday, and that day I will slap, hug you again until you like it. So goodbye Shen, hope you like the rope. Shen blushed a bit. The letter was full of beautiful things, and she felt how much Kenshin thought of her. She wanted to write back but didn't know how to put her feelings into words. That's why she will learn under the wise Cloud Retainer and send him a nice letter. Hello, Shen. Gizhong entered the abode and greeted Shen with a little smile. Don't think badly of Kenshin, he may send mean letters, but he means well. Probably. It was nice, Shen said and approached Gizhong. She was now 15, and she had grown a lot, in height and width. Gizhong could only look up at her and felt her eyebrows twitch in annoyance. A 15-year-old girl had a bigger chest than her, and it would probably grow even bigger. But Gizhong saw something that sent off alarm signals in her brain. Shen had written some words of her own in some places of the letter. Gizhong, is there a problem? Asked a confused Cloud Retainer. Shen, may we have a look at that letter? Gizhong asked with a twitching smile. Number. Mine. Shen quickly hid the letter behind her. Shen, show the letter to Gizhong, Cloud Retainer sternly said, and Shen pouted inwardly. Since this woman arrived, master doesn't treat me as good, she thought, a little vexed by the favoritism her master was showing to this woman. Still, she complied, handing over the letter she considered precious to this knowing woman. Thank you, I will return it to you in a moment, Gizhong said with a smile. That made Shen feel a bit better. Gizhong quickly read the letter. It was filled with Kenshin-like comments, but those words Shen wrote were scaring her. Shen, can you tell me why have you written these things? Gizhong asked with a trembling voice, while Cloud Retainer read the letter. Kenshin is saying those things to my inner self, so he thinks the opposite of me, Shen said with a blank face. Gizhong and Cloud Retainer looked at each other in dismay. Is it always this bad? Asked Cloud Retainer, thinking that her student had gone to a faraway place. No, it's worse, Gizhong muttered, thinking about all the women Kenshin had contact with. Letter, said Shen in a sharp voice, and Gizhong quickly handed her the letter back. Shen took the letter and ran to her room happily, opening a box where all the letters Kenshin wrote weekly were carefully stored. Shen tenderly stored it and closed the book very carefully. It was her biggest treasure. A lot of letters that were full of nice words about her. Thinking about the letter she had received today, Shen was happy, even if her face didn't change. Meanwhile, Alta Shenste Upudamus, why are you feeling happy? She was shouting and fighting against the restraints. No, don't blush. She was experiencing everything Alta Shen was feeling, and this communication was one-sided, so she was unilaterally receiving all the good feelings the Alta Shen had. He is mocking me, mocking us. Why the fuck are you happy? But there was no way Alta Shen could hear her. I hope that bastard dies, then I will finally be able to be free. I will teach the fucking bird a lesson. I will make skewered crane after feeding her even more birds. Let me on it. The ropes that Kenshin had used years ago were still resisting, and Alta Shen couldn't feel them breaking or weakening. The ropes were used when she was 12 years old, and her chest wasn't as big, so Kenshin only felt playful about tying a little girl. But now Shen's chest was way bigger, almost as big as could retainers in her human form. What was a playful way of tying, now was incredibly erotic. The ropes were digging into her skin, making her already big chest appear even bigger, and her plump tights were restrained by the tight ropes, making the scene appealing to the eye of every being attracted to the female form. Kenshin hadn't thought that Alta Shen would grow too, as her case was unique. As such, the ropes that should have resisted for centuries were now slowly breaking. Even if Alta Shen didn't know it,